And for me, Matt Taylor at 8. Welcome to, well, a dry, let's be grateful, a dry Seat Unique Stadium for coverage of this county championship fixture between Gloucestershire and Durham. Round 6 already of the season. Gloucestershire with 5 draws behind them, so much rain, of course, well documented. And Durham visitors to Bristol, not been a happy hunting ground for them, it must be said, and Gloucestershire not good opponents for Durham in recent years. They lost in 2 days on their last visit. They were beaten at Cheltenham in 2018 as well. Captain's out in the middle at 10:30 for the toss. The toss, Dan, was won by...
It was won by Durham, and they're going to have a bat. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Let me go through the Durham side, because they've left Stanley McAlinden and George Drissel out of their 13 that they named in the side. So they're going to be Scott Borthwick's going to skipper them. Michael Jones and Alex Lees, they've been decent at the top of the order. David Beddingham, he's been a run machine for them last few years. Ollie Robinson, signed from Kent last year. Paul Coughlin, Baz DeLader is going to be in the side. Matthew Potts, Graham Clarke, Ajaz Patel and Ben Rain.
Not a bad bowling attack, not a bad new ball attack, that between Rain and Potts. Gloucestershire named 14 yesterday, including both Ed Middleton and Zaman Akhtar, neither of whom had previously played a first-class game, and Akhtar will make his debut. The 3 players to be left out, Middleton, probably on... more than as anything else, he was in for cover, but no Tom Price and no Graham van Buren because of injuries. So James Bracey will captain the team. The side, when it comes to bat, will be Dent, Harris, Charlesworth, new deal for him, of course, announced also yesterday. Miles Hammond, Bracey at 5, Jack Taylor at 6, Zafar Gahar at 7. Then it's a bit harder to pick after that, but we think Matt Taylor at 8, Josh Shaw into the team at 9, Ajit Singh Dale at 10, and Zaman Akhtar at 11.
Yeah, well, I caught up with James Bracey just after the toss, and you can listen to that interview here. Morning, and welcome to the Seat Unique Stadium. And for a change, we've got some blue skies. I'm joined here by James Bracey. James, it's a pleasant change, isn't it?
Yeah, looking forward to a good week. Hopefully no rain around, so we should get a full game and a good result.
And Durham represent a big challenge. They come here top of the league. They're already win clear in the table as well. I mean, they've got on the pitch, which helps, but they represent a huge challenge, don't they?
Yeah, they're a strong side. They're good in all departments, and you know they've been firing on all cylinders. They'll come at us aggressively, and we'll look to stem that tide and put it back on them.
Yeah, and there are a couple of injury problems here at Gloucestershire as well, I believe. Firstly, big news this morning is Tom Price is out with a stiff back. That's a blow for the side. It
is, yeah. Tom's obviously been outstanding so far with bat and ball, and he's led our attack really well with Aj and Marchand. So that's a big miss, but it's really important for us to get him back fit in time for T20s and the remaining 4-day season.
Yeah, and Marchand as well. He was missing out of the squad. He had something extra with his pace, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and we knew about that end of the Derby game, so that was less of a shock. But again, really disappointing. He's been a good differential for us in our attack, and he's bowled with good pace so far. So.
And the other news, why I'm here with James Bracey, is James, you're acting as skipper because Graham van Buren is out as well. So you're going to be taking the reins for the next 4 days.
When it rains, it pours. Buren's got a little niggle in his hammy as well. So again, similar to Tom, just don't want him to aggravate that. Physio's been a busy man this morning. So I'm looking forward to it. It's always a proud moment to captain and hopefully get us our first win.
So Zaman Akhtar comes in for his debut?
Yeah, he's looked really good in the twos, looked really good in practice. And we signed him on the back of some good performances elsewhere, so really excited about him, and Josh Shaw back in as well. He's been bowling with good pace as well, so it's really exciting for us.
Fingers crossed. Well, look, good luck for the next 4 days, and fingers crossed Gloucester can get a win.
Is he ready? Very well done, and he's done superbly. And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips. There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
There's the view across the Seat Unique Stadium this Thursday morning. Gloucestershire against Durham, round 6 of the County Championship in Division 2. Gloucestershire this morning lost the toss, and Durham have decided that they will bat first on what looks, Dan, still to have that pitch has a little bit of a tinge of green about it, but it's quite pale. Particularly at the two ends.
Yeah, it looks green in the middle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it looks then sort of quite dry towards the end. So you can see it there on the screen in front of you. You can see the darker patch in the middle, which the seamers will be looking to extract the juice out of that. And then the sort of more perhaps shaven ends possibly. So I'm really looking forward to this one though, Ian. It should be an absolutely great game. Durham come here top of the league, and welcome to everyone listening in from the northeast, by the way. Welcome to Bristol. But Durham come here top of the league, and they're already a win clear of everyone else, aren't they, in the table?
Yeah, but interestingly, all the 3 wins have been at home. They lost at Sussex, and they drew the game at Glamorgan. So yeah, home advantage is a big thing.
Yeah.
And they've taken advantage of that. The Worcestershire game, I know, was one where both captains wanted to try and set up a chase, and credit to Worcestershire for doing that. But Durham still had to, bowl them out on the last day, which they did. Obviously, they won the tight game last week with Bryden Cast coming out to bat with 2 needed against Yorkshire, and obviously the first win of the season. Well, in between that, rather, was a win by an innings against Derbyshire, which was a convincing one, also at Chester Street. They've got a couple of left-handers at the top of the order. England Test batsman Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick, also, of course, a Test player himself, albeit only on one occasion. And then I don't think I've seen a lot live of David Bellingham, but he has scored a lot of runs for Durham. He's proved to be a good signing for them.
He's been a wonderful signing for them. He came originally as a coal pack, didn't he? And then obviously with the laws changing with the EU and Brexit affected him, so Durham then picked him as an overseas in 2021, scored over 1,000 runs that season. He scored 19 first-class hundreds, so he's a quality player. There's no doubt about David Beddingham's pedigree.
Averaged 42 last season. 47 last season, actually. Only played 12 games, but 200s and 250s last year, but had a couple of not-outs that helped that. But Durham come here confident. Gloucestershire's start of the season has been so fragmented by the weather. It's been very well documented, but these 4 days look to be almost exclusively dry. There might be a random shower today or tomorrow, but we'd be very unfortunate to catch it. And I think that forecast has meant the car park is nearly full on the Kenton Avenue side of the ground as the umpires walk out. Interesting that Mark Newell's with us again. This is the 3rd time this season that Gloucestershire have had Mark Newell as one of the umpires. 3 times in 6 games. He umpired the game here against Sussex and also the game away at Cardiff against Glamorgan. And with him, Surendran Shanmugam, who is an Indian, and it's just his 3rd first-class game. So, it's Mark Newell, definitely the senior umpire, albeit not somebody with a massive amount of first-class experience himself. So, interesting to see how these 2 gentlemen actually officiate the match. And I don't think it'll be necessary, but I'm told that the floodlights are not in use for this game.
Oh, okay. Well, it's going to be set fair. There might be possibly a shower tomorrow afternoon, but, after the weather we've had, we'll take anything at the moment, won't we?
Yeah, and just to recap, the 2 teams from the Durham 13, they've left out George Dressel and Stanley McAlinden. So the change from the side that beat Yorkshire is that Bryden Cass obviously injured in that game, although he came out to bat when they needed 2 to win. So Paul Coghlan will come in to their middle order. And for Gloucestershire, no Graham van Buren, no Tom Price, and no Marchant de Lange. So that's quite a hole in the side. So Jack Taylor, Josh Shaw and Zaman Akhter come in, and Akhter will obviously be making his first-class debut. And Ajit Singh Dale is going to bowl the first ball from the Ashley Down road end to the left-handed Lees, who pushes that up to mid-on, and they will take a single off the first ball.
Very strong down the ground, isn't he, Alex Lees? He's very good in the V.
The impression I've got from, I think, really Durham last year and to a certain degree this year as well, is that they can, in red ball cricket, still score quite quickly.
Their top 5 is as good as anything in the country, isn't it? I mean, Lees and Jones are decent. Jones has had a very good start to the season. I mean, he's played 12 one-day internationals for Scotland.
3 slips for Ajit Singh Dale from the Ashley Down road end, and that's punched past the diving Zafar Gahar, and that's gone away for 4. That's the slightly shorter boundary out towards the scoreboard side of the ground, but that was a bit too wide from Ajit Singh Dale, and just played from the crease almost effortlessly by Michael Jones.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Just got up onto his toes and crunched it past cover point for 4 runs.
So Jack Taylor, Chris Dent and Ben Charlesworth in the slips. Charlesworth was having contract extended yesterday. Singh Dale in once more, and that's playing down the Victoria line, and the ball went down the Piccadilly from Ajit Singh Dale. That's more where he wants to be. Second look at it. Just held its line.
Yeah, just rolled his wrists over that, didn't he? Just slight leg cutter. Very good delivery there. He's bowled well this season, Ajit Singh Dale. He's impressed me. And he splattered, I think it was Brooke Guest's stumps last week at Derby. Knocked 2 of them out the ground. It looks spectacular.
Might come back to him just at the end of the over. Singh Dale in once more, and that's good carry there too. Nice height for going through to James Bracey. Where he's taking that.
He's good carry.
Yes, I wonder whether we thought this when we first saw Tom Price, and you wondered whether he needed to sort of go up a level in terms of his bowling to really think about making it as a first-class player. And I wonder if this is Ajit in his second season and showing that development that Price showed in 2022. Singh Dale in again to Jones. Plays a little bit around the front of his pad, but he's got a good call from Alex Lees, or good answer to the call from Lees, and he's got a bit of a tangle at the striker's end. All he's running his bat in, or the bat got stuck in the turf there, but he's left his bat behind as he completed that single.
Yeah, I was just looking at Marcus Harris there, who fielded that, and he slipped a little bit. The last thing Gloucestershire need is another injury there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, to have, I think, we're not being unkind here, but Van Buren, de Lange and Tom Price would be 3 of the first names in your 11.
Yeah,
and to have none of them is far from ideal. Singh Dale to Lees, that's quite short and just nudged away into the leg side. So from a Durham perspective, got a profitable first over, a boundary in it as well, and not an edge. They're 6 without loss, and now the question for James Bracey is who's going to share the new ball with Ajit Singh Dale, and the answer is Matt Taylor, who, given he's been out of red ball cricket for almost 12 months until last week, good to see him get some overs up at Derby, and some wickets, as well as that half century, of course, which I'm sure he was delighted about, but that's not ultimately why he's in the team. But he's having the new ball today, and he will bowl from the pavilion end.
I thought he batted very well at Derby. Took the sort of counter-attack, didn't he? Took the game to them.
Well, I think his other 50 was at Taunton, wasn't it?
Right.
When he batted in a stand with James Bracey. That was his other real major batting achievement, but this is more what he's known for.
Here he comes from the pavilion end, coming past umpire Mark Newell, and Jones plays that to Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on.
Yeah,
warm welcome to those from the northeast tuning in. Hope you're well up there in sort of Bonnie County Durham or Sunderland or Newcastle or wherever you are. And drop us a line as well. Come and get involved with us. We'll be answering your queries all day. Well, I'll be answering all the easy ones, and Ian will be answering all the difficult ones. Here's Taylor, past the umpire, and that's pleasantly driven by Jones. He might get a couple here. Yeah, Lees is quick. It's got to be very quick. No, he's home quite comfortably. They're quite quick between the wickets, these two. Jones, he's a Scouser, isn't he? He's from Ormskirk Cricket Club in Merseyside, and 25 years old. Came from, started off in the Lancashire Academy and then moved to Durham, where played a little bit. There we are, we're on your screen there. Drop us a line, there's our email address. We want to hear from you if you're from Durham, if you're from Gloucestershire. Taylor in, and Jones plays that out to Zafar Gohar at point. We want to hear all about you, what you've been up to, where you're tuning in from. Send us your pictures as well. We'll print the printable ones. We'll have them up on your screen. And we always like a bit of interaction with the away fans. So I've got a cracking bit of trivia about to come up here. I've got an unbelievable bit of trivia. Here's Matt Taylor, full. And that's a low full toss. Jones brings the bottom hand, and that's going to be the first boundary of the morning as he whips him through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, that. Takes the score on to 12. Fast start from Jones.
A fast start from Durham. Second boundary for him. Oh, yes, that was very full, wasn't it? And Matt Taylor will know that. When it's as full as that, Jones's only thought, I'm sure, was right. Don't get too excited here. Just do the simple thing. Just
get bat on ball and find the gap.
Well, yes, just middle it and place it.
Yeah. Taylor looking to make amends. And Jones works that one. It was a better length ball, but Jones still works that one, and that could well go for no. Ajit Singh Dale just drags it back short of the boundary as they settle on 3.
I think they only ran 2 there.
They only get 2. Yeah,
they didn't go one on the throw. That is the shorter boundary to the scoreboard side. You'd certainly run 3 to the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. So Dan's car's going to be all right this week, I think, if he continues to park it in that area.
I don't know.
That's a big hit, that side of the ground.
Well, as long as you're not bowling, Ian, we'll be all right.
Yeah,
we'll be all right.
That's probably true. But 14 for no wicket, it is a fast start.
Taylor into the crease, and that's probably pitched outside leg stump, possibly a little bit high as well. Didn't really have a lot going for it. That completes the over 14 for none at the end of the second over. Do you want to hear that brilliant bit of trivia?
Oh, go on then.
Yeah. The longest throw of a cricket ball took place on Durham Sands on the 18th of April 1882.
I was there.
You were just a young lad then, weren't you, Ian? And it was a chap called Robert Percival, and he threw it 128.6 metres, although they didn't have metres back then, I'm sure, or 422 feet. I mean, that is probably the width of this whole ground, isn't it? 128 metres.
Yeah, well, yes.
It's probably like throwing it from the car park to...
In fact, it's probably not quite the width of the ground, actually. If you think that a 60-metre boundary on each side is actually quite small.
Yeah.
Broadly. Here is Singh Dale to start his second over to Alex Lees. Just punched out to Marcus Harris at short mid-off.
So it's probably equivalent to throwing it from the edge of the car park to the college on our right hand side. For those of you who know the ground here at Bristol, we'll see if we can show you. Right, so the edge of the car park, so that hedge you can see there at the back of the cars, is probably the equivalent of throwing it from there to the camera, which is a huge distance.
Singdale to Lees, who gets solid in behind that. Plays up from the crease. There's the view across the ground.
No wonder it's not been beaten since 1882.
It's a long old way.
Yeah.
It's a long old way. I don't go that far on my holidays, as they say.
No.
There are, though, some very, very picturesque cricket. You say that's the view across the ground here. There are some very, very picturesque cricket grounds in the northeast. Here is Singdale to Lees, who just squeezes that out on the leg side. Singdale just runs his hand through his hair in frustration. They'll pinch a single, and Durham on to 15 without loss. All the runs off the bat.
Yeah,
technically, you see, Bamborough Castle.
Yeah, Bamborough
is in Northumbria in my head, but it's still close enough that it would be one of the absolute picks of picturesque grounds in the north. Emails are open. We'll remind you of that address in a moment or two. Here is Singdale to Michael Jones, who's bowled. Whether that was off the bottom of the bat or whether he actually let that go completely.
I think he's gone to shoulder arms here, and I might have got an inside edge. Let's have a look. No,
he's brought it back a long way. He's brought that back a long way. Jones has completely misjudged that. And yes, Durham have started quickly, but Jones, who's got 13, has made a poor error of judgment there. And it's another wicket for Ajit Singdale, who's had such a strong start to the season. 13 wickets going into this match at under 21 apiece, and he strikes here early.
I don't think he read the in-swinger there. I think Ajit Singdale has probably done him with the classic 3-card trick. He's gone away, back in, and Jones has left one which is on the angle, and it's nipped back off the pitch and stumps akimbo.
So, there are a couple of emails which we'll actually mention, as I'm thinking that we're going to see Scott Borthwick come in at number 3. Indeed we do. He's walking out to the middle. Matthew Mullins is emailing from a sunny Shaftesbury in Dorset. He says, I'm cheering on the Durham lads, hoping for a good game. Always get asked why I don't support Somerset or Hampshire. My answer has always been, growing up, my hero was Paul Collingwood, so whatever county he played for, I grew up supporting them. Fair play to you. Still taker of one of my favourite ever catches. I think it might have been, it was off Steve Harmison. Was it Matthew Elliott?
I think it was. It was one of the Aussies.
You know the one I mean.
Yeah, I know the one.
And George and Daniel Barry are in Edinburgh, and they say looking forward to watching Lee's bat today after we watched him play some great shots in the second innings against Yorkshire. So a couple of early mentions there for Durham supporters with us on the stream. Pleasure to have you. And here is the left-handed Borthwick. So 2 left-handers in now, and Ajit Singdale to bowl to him, and that's quite sharp, and Borthwick has to get his chin out of the way of that.
Welcome to the crease. Yeah, Matthew Mullins there, email. When they said sort of why doesn't he support Somerset or Hampshire, all you need to say, Matthew, is would you? That's all you need to say, mate.
On a wider topic, there was a lot of discussion about day 4 of the match at Old Trafford between Lancashire and Somerset, and let's just say both teams seem to have a completely diametrically opposite view about what happened. Here is Singdale in to Borthwick, just pushes that out to Zafar Gahar at point, and a successful over for Ajit Singdale. Lovely sight for a bowler to see a batsman really make a poor error of judgment and you profit in that way. 15 for 1.
Yeah, someone's definitely telling porkies. I don't know whether it's Somerset or whether it's Lancashire, but someone is not telling the truth in that game. I don't know who. Got an email in from Chris Mays. Hello, Chris. Hope you're well. Plays up at Bishop Stortford, where Zum Akhtar, who's playing in this game, played last season, I believe. So he's involved with the England seniors over 40s, and the over 50s have just won the World Cup in March, and this is a newly formed age group within England seniors, as veterans over 40s cricket is starting to strengthen worldwide. Taylor comes in to Lees, who gets a thick edge. It goes along the floor. He's going to get a couple here. Zafar Gahar in pursuit. Runs down towards the corner of the Ashley Down Road end, and he does get a couple. So they've got a couple of games. They've got Tuesday the 23rd of May versus Wales at Broxbourne Cricket Club, which is a lovely venue. If you're in that neck of the woods, go down and watch them. And then on the 31st of May, they've got Ireland at Uxbridge, which again is a nice venue. Middlesex used to play there. Taylor past the umpire. Lees defends that out to Marcus Harris at mid-off. And then they've got Wales away at Panteg Cricket Club. And Tuesday the 8th of August, Wales away is on the 14th of June, and Tuesday the 8th of August they've got the MCC up at Darlington. So any Durham fans listening in, pencil that in your diary, 8th of August, go and watch the England over 40s, because they've got some good players lined up there. They've got Phil Mustard's going to be taking part. Taylor comes in, and they're going to take a quick single, and Borthwick comfortably gets home. So they've got Darren Stevens is going to be involved in. Andre Nell, he's going to be involved. He's also the assistant coach. I don't know if his alter ego Gunter will be there as well. Ash Zaidi, they're noteworthy names in the squads. But Phil Mustard and Graham Wagg will be taking part as well. I don't know if they're going to be taking part in all of them. And there's a host of active national counties cricketers involved, so it'll be absolutely fantastic. And then they'll be taking part in the inaugural Over 50s World Cup in Cape Town from the 19th of Feb to the 4th of March. And they hope to emulate the success of the Over 50s. Here's Taylor into the wicket. And that's defended. Quick single again. These two are rapid between the wickets. It could be overthrows there. No, they're not interested. They ran past the stumps. And Borthwick's off the mark. So they're going to go to Cape Town in the World Cup, and Chris Swallow of Suffolk and Copdock CC, he's going to be involved. Head coach is Luke Humphrey, who's a level 4 batting coach, who's based at the Hearts and Essex Cricket Centre.
The bottom line of that email, Dan, is the one that interests you the most.
It certainly is. We might need a commentator for the World Cup. Well, listen, boys, I can get out to Cape Town. Taylor in, and that's another quick single into the covers, and these two are rapid between the wickets.
They are not prepared, even at this point. You know, we're only in the 4th over. They are not prepared to be bowled to.
No, they're not.
They're saying, right, we're forcing the issue here.
Yeah. So if you do need a commentator for the World Cup, coming back to your email, Chris, drop me a line. You know where I am. But thank you for your email, and if you can go and support the over 40s, please do. Taylor past umpire Martin Yule, and Borthwick has a little fiddle at that, but I think sort of lets it go really.
I mean, is propensity the right word? To actually want to run quite sharp singles at this early point is an interesting push, if you like, and it probably comes from the confidence of 3 wins out of 5 to some degree. Now I've got a question for Durham supporters if they're with us. Obviously Darlington Cricket Club is at Feethams. You used to walk, as I remember, having been to the old football ground there. Did you not walk through the Feethams Cricket Club gates to get to the football club? So are those gates still there? And
because the cricket ground's still there, isn't it?
It must be.
Yeah, it is.
So did you know if those gates are still there? Here is Singdale off with 1 success already to his name, and that's just nudged this time by Lees out to Zafagahar. Quite overcast at the moment, but there is some brightness about, and I would say we are told that it will be a day of sort of sunny spells. So there's going to be some time when it's going to be very pleasant to bat.
It's watery sunshine.
Yeah,
watery.
but it's certainly a day when you can get away without a sweater, probably, depending on what type of shirt you've got on. Here is Lees again, just have moved Miles Hammond into that position at short mid-wicket to try and stop them pinching a single on the leg side. Hammond is in there, Shaw is at square leg, and my belief is that is probably Zuman Akhtar there, is it? No, it's Matt Taylor, in fact. Where Akhtar is down at long leg, so
we love that bucket out on Josh Shaw, don't we?
Yes. He and Matt Taylor both in hats at the moment, as he's, in fact, both the Taylors have got hats on because Jack's at first slip. Third slip's gone a little bit wider as Ajit comes round the wicket this time, and Lees can't force it into that space on the leg side. So an eventful start, 20 for 1. We're in the 5th over of the morning, as you can see, and Ajit Singhdale already has Michael Jones back in the pavilion with a delivery which Jones completely misjudged. Whether he thought it was going to be the outswing or whether he thought it was going to go past the off stump, but he took his bat well out of the way.
Look where he's batting here.
And
interesting to see. He's batting about 6 inches outside his off stump.
Singhdale again to Lees, again who works that onto the leg side. Round comes Zaman Akhtar, gets his throw in quickly, and they'll just take one.
With Lees there, what you can see there, he's batting about that far outside his off stump, and the reason behind that is you can either, if you're playing a shot, you're outside the line and can't be LBW, or with the angle of Ajit Singhdale coming around the wicket, you'd think that he would be, it's either going to be missing leg or he's going to be outside of off stump, and that's the theory behind it.
Borthwick now plays inside that, and Singhdale back over the wicket to the Durham skipper. Ollie Robinson's been an interesting signing for them, hasn't he? He got some.
Oh yes.
That's not. Obviously, there are two Ollie Robinsons, two prominent Ollie Robinsons on the county circuit. I saw the bowler, the Sussex and England bowler, bowl very well at Worcester a couple of weeks ago, and this is the other one. Also, this one keeps wicket, of course. Singhdale in and Borthwick defends. But
yeah, eyebrows were definitely raised. There were 2 signings involving Durham where eyebrows were raised at the end of last season. One was Chris Rushworth going to Warwickshire, which everyone thought, wowzers, where's that one come from? But I believe that was for personal reasons. And the other one was Ollie Robinson, where he was starting to establish himself in the Kent side. I mean, he'd come up through the system at Kent. He'd played club cricket at Bexley, played club cricket at Sidcup, he'd played club cricket at Beckenham, and then he made his name coming in for Sam Billings in 2019. But Kent have got 3 keepers in that side, he said. They've got Billings, Jordan Cox can take the gloves as well, who's from, he's a sandwich man. That's the town, he doesn't sell them in his spare time in. And you can see why Robinson wanted to go. Anyway, here's Taylor into Lees, who drives that one handsomely, but can only find Marcus Harris.
Now, is it Royal St George's, the golf course at Sandwich?
Yeah, I think it is. I think Rob Key plays down there, doesn't he? With a chap who goes colloquially by the name of Terry the Rug, who's Zach Crawley's old man, who's made his money out of the carpet industry, I believe. And he's known as Terry the Rug. Taylor in, and that's just worked into the leg side, but Josh Shaw does the fielding there. Josh Shaw's bucket hat. I mean, that has got to go in the museum. I've told him that he looks like Rennie from the Stone Roses, and he said, "I'll take that." He said, "I'll take that all day long."
Yeah, we might just have a look at the balance of the Gloucestershire attack that they've actually kind of been left with in this game.
Taylor down the leg side. Bracey, great take there.
You know, no DeLanger and no Tom Price is a big hole. So given the 14 they had available, they might have gone with 7 batsmen.
Yeah.
And just left themselves with Zafar and three seamers, which would have been Shaw, Taylor and Ajit Singh Dale. But in fact, they've gone with the extra bowler, and I think that's probably quite an attacking move.
I do. Taylor in, and that's driven again handsomely.
And what it does mean also for Zuman Akhtar is that if he is, and I'm not being unkind here, if he is the 4th seamer, that's the least pressurised situation he can be in a team.
Yeah, it is. And also, Bristol early season, we saw some pretty flat wickets here this time last year, didn't we? We saw, that game against Surrey, 602 all out, played 427 for 2. Luckily, it chucked it down with rain and we all went home on the 4th day. So it can be flat. As Taylor comes in, and that's beaten Lees. I think that beat him on the inside, actually. Let's have a look at that again. So, you need 20 wickets to win a game. And I think it's too much for a 4-man attack. Let's have a look at this again. Has that beaten him on the inside? Yes, it has.
Matt Taylor's got 191 first-class wickets, so he's within striking distance of a milestone.
Taylor to Lees, who plays it out to mid-on. Lees was predicted England honours by Jeff Boycott and Michael Vaughan as a youngster, and he was an integral part of that Yorkshire County Championship winning side in 2014 and 15, and in 2016 he became Yorkshire's youngest skipper since Lord Hawke, who Ian had a little bowl at back in the day.
Only in the nets.
Yeah, but Lees was 22. He'd made a double ton, aged 20 for Yorkshire, versus Derbyshire at Chesterfield at the beautiful Queen's Park. Got 275 there. And he came to Durham, aged just 25. Scored 300s in his first season. Got 10 England caps, all in 2022. But he's been dropped from the side.
Here is Ajit Singh Dale with the 1 wicket so far today. That's a real short bouncer, but it's a quick one.
It's quick.
And taken down the leg side by James Bracey.
That was quick.
It was sharp, wasn't it? And to come back to that point we just sort of sketched on earlier on, Tom Price 2021 looked a youngster in the team. Tom Price, by the end of 2022, looked to be making some significant progress, and that's been carried on this year. Ajit last year, I know you won't mind me saying this, looked raw.
Yeah.
But that winter work looks to have really brought him on.
We had a little chat over the phone, didn't we, the other day? Well, it was yesterday, wasn't it?
It's never a short chat with you, Dan.
It's never a short chat. No, it's never a short chat. But anyway, we had a little chat on the phone, and, we both of us have said how impressed we are with the step forward that he's made. He's made, not just a step, it's an actual leap forward, isn't it, Ajit Singh Dale this year? And as you said, last year he was raw. This year he looks a quality county bowler.
And some of that has to be down to Robbie Joseph.
Yeah.
Here is Singh Dale once more. That it is quite in a way it's a simple action, but it's quite slingy at the same time. That's pushed out on the offside by Borthwick. It's
a unique action, definitely. He's quite very open-chested.
That's the wonderful thing about cricket, is that there really are no 2 bowling actions that are the same. Everybody has their own method of how they get to the crease and how they deliver an effective ball. Here's Singh Dale again, and Borthwick. And just at the moment, having a look, pushes it out on the offside. So Hammond in the gully, Taylor, Dent and Charlesworth, Jack Taylor, Dent and Charlesworth in the slips. Dent's gone to the barbers in between the last game and this one.
It's a sharp haircut, isn't it?
That long hair of last year is a distant memory. I mean, we did wonder at the time whether it was superstitious. Graham van Beeren wandering around the outfield, not involved in this game. He would have wanted to have been, but injury prevents him doing so. And Borthwick squeezes a single out to mid-wicket. Matt Taylor on the chase. He's almost overrun the ball there, and they've decided against a second. He's got the throw in quickly. There was always one, but he got his feet in a bit of a tangle. There is Van Beeren having a chat with Bridget Dent, Chris's mum. Down on the
Grandmother.
Grandmother.
Yeah, grandmother.
Sorry. Yeah.
We do apologise if there's noise here.
Sindel around the wicket. And just played out onto the leg side. Completion of Singdale's. I wonder how long he can do in this opening burst. You want to have him fresh for his second and third spells in the day, so it's probably a 6 or 7 situation.
We've got the Korev Terrace downstairs. That's being renovated, so we do apologise if there's any sort of drilling.
I'm sure those in the Premier Club will appreciate that. Brackets not.
I bet they will. This is the last game, obviously, before the T20 season starts, and there's a link to buy tickets. T20 tickets are available right now as Matt Taylor comes in. And
first game of the week tomorrow.
Yes, it is, and there's a link to buy tickets in the description there on the YouTube. And yeah, the first game next Friday, 26th of May against Glamorgan. That should be a cracker, shouldn't it, Ian? Should be a great game.
Yes, they always travel well, the Glamorgan supporters, particularly at the start of a tournament where their side is obviously on the same footing as everybody else.
Taylor in, and Borthwick leaves that one alone.
Jared Warner just wandering around the ground. He's been for a net. Doesn't he need one after that 87 he got the other day in the seconds?
Yeah. What an innings that was.
Emails from Bradley Robson, Durham supporter, watching in Newcastle, hoping for Durham to consolidate their place at the top of the table, and we're joining in the coverage of most of the game, he says. Here is Taylor.
Taylor in, and Borthwick leaves that one alone.
James seems like there might be a picture. What this is of Bradley, I don't know. We'll soon see. This is you're seeing this at the same time as we are. Oh, that is his screen. That is him watching at home.
Yeah.
A picture, obviously, in the second over with Taylor.
Oh, with is that Newcastle players behind?
Yes, it is.
Don't want to get the wrong side up there. I'll be in big trouble then. A bit dark though. We couldn't see if they were black and white or red and white stripes. Matt Taylor past umpire Mark Newell, handsomely driven again, but this time by Borthwick. Can't beat Marcus Harris at mid-off though. And who's Youngie in? Who's Youngie?
That'll be James Young, I would think. It will be James Young. Yeah, so if I do his email, and you can do David Fenwick's at the bottom of the page.
Oh, I know Davey. Davey.
So James Young's been in touch. He said, I'm listening while working in sunny Cheltenham. Just a thought on Ajit, he says, which I'll perhaps come back to in Ajit's next over.
Taylor. Full. Borthwick cuts. Good diving stop there by Zaffa. Gets a palms it onto Harris. Tips one round the corner like Jim Montgomery for Sunderland back in 1973.
Actually, you do David Fenwick's email, and I'll do James's during Ajit's next over because it's relevant to Ajit.
So David says, "Hi Dan, nice to hear the dulcet tones of county cricket natters fame again." Oh, David, you're too kind, mate. You're too kind. Just getting over the disappointment of Sunderland not getting to Wembley. Taylor comes in. Defended, that completes the over. 23 for 1 at the end of the 8th over. So Sunderland not getting to Wembley. I share your disappointment, David. I'm a Barnet fan and we haven't been to Wembley since 1972. So, mate, you know, you'll get another crack. I think all these England bowlers getting injured could scupper Durham's chance of promotion. Bryden Carter's injured, and if Matthew Potts plays in the Ashes, we'll be struggling for bowlers. Yeah, the gates are still at Feetham's in Darlington. The old football ground is now a housing estate.
Shame.
David, lovely to hear from you, mate, and keep them coming. I remember covering a game of yours a few years ago and you sending me some horrendous food in a can. I think we were discussing Frey Bentos lunches, and I remember some bad emails coming through.
Ajit Singh Dale starting what will be his 5th over. And James Young emails us on Ajit. He says, "Don't know whether you agree, but strong similarities for me with Simon Jones of the 2005 Ashes fame. It's slingy action, late in dip and in swing, makes him incredibly dangerous. A couple of times this season he's got wickets. Reminiscent of when Michael Clarke was bowled in at Old Trafford in 2005. That was by Steve Harmison, was it not? That again, right up there in terms of cricket moments for me. Here is Singdale in again. It's short down the leg side, and Borthwick sways out of the way. So we're talking about that catch from Paul Collingwood off Harmison, which dismissed Matthew Elliott, one of my best cricketing moments, and the other one was that Harmison delivery to Michael Clarke, which I think was either last ball of the day or last over of the day.
It was, yeah, I mean, it was the last ball. It was in the last over of the day, and it was a beautiful slower ball, wasn't it? And just Fox Clarke, and yeah, I think.
And JY says, Ajit looks to be getting better and better with every game. Keep up the good work. Thank you. We do try, and Ajit does try as well. And he would say that he, amongst many other things, he is he appears from our short conversations with him. He doesn't done a lot of media yet. To be an absolute trier, and realising that he has been given an opportunity here, which perhaps he hasn't got at other places where he's tried to break in, and he absolutely wants to make the most of it.
Yeah, lovely lad, he really is. He's a really, really polite, nice lad.
Here is Singdale again from the Ashley Down road end, and that's steered away by Borthwick. That'll be 4. It's gone past the right hand of Miles Hammond in the gully and down to the third man boundary, and Chris Dent trots away to the covers to retrieve the ball.
I thought he played this well, Borthwick. He just rode the bounce a little bit, took the bottom hand off the bat, and that's why it went downwards.
There's Bracey's reaction. You could see the fact that he'd drawn the edge, but the edge was controlled where there was never a chance. And Hammond also too, just trying to give Ajit Dale some encouragement. He's got 1 wicket already out of Michael Jones, bowled for 13. Durham starting briskly, I think we'd say here. Singdale again, and Borthwick punches that into the ground and out to Zafar Gahar. So behind Ajit Singdale and Matt Taylor, Josh Shaw, not been in the team so far this season.
Yeah.
And Zaman Akhtar on his debut.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this goes. I mean, Josh Shaw's a good cricketer, Yorkshire lad, lovely bloke, one of the nicest guys in the game.
He got some wickets, I think, in the WPEPL at the weekend.
Did he? Yeah.
4, I'm told.
Yeah.
So Singdale switching to round the wicket now. And Borthwick plays that into the ground, straight down the pitch. Back to Singdale, who has got the 1 wicket to fall so far. He's taken 1 for 13 in his 5 overs. Matt Taylor, no wicket for 14 in his 4. Jones the man out. There's the detail. Jones out for 13, bowled by Singdale when the score was 15, and Durham now 27 for 1, having won the toss and elected to bat. And Dan and I had we had a long conversation on the phone yesterday. We had a short conversation when we got to the ground this morning, and I said, "There's no way Durham are going to bat here." what do I know?
Going back to Feetham's, I've been to Feetham's as well. I saw my side Barnet win there back in 1989 when Darlington had 1 year in the conference. They won it that year under Brian Little, I think it was. Taylor in past the umpire. Leeds defends. But
they were a good side that year.
They were a very good side.
They had a guy, I saw them actually once, and they had a guy called Paul Emson.
Yeah. Who
played, I think you'd probably say he was an old-fashioned left winger, but he tended to play on the left of a forward line. He was tidy at that level.
Yeah, and David Clarke used to bang the goals in, I believe. I think he was ex-Arsenal, David Clarke. Taylor past Mark Newell. Oh, nearly sneaks one through Lee's defence there. Durham have also played at... Where have they played? They have played at Feetham's, obviously. They played at Stockton-on-Tees, which is down near Middlesbrough. They played at Park Drive, which sounds like a dubious brand of 60s cigarettes. Park Drive in Hartlepool. Jesmond, Gosforth. They played at the Riverside in Durham. The racecourse ground in Durham. Taylor, shorter ball. And they've also played at Ropery Lane in Chesterless Street as well. They've used them all as outgrounds during their time since they've been a first-class county back in 1992, although they were formed 110 years previously in 1882.
Was Martin Emerson there then?
I think he was, yeah. I think he was.
Martin Emerson, if you're obviously with us on the stream, Martin and Ed Seaborn are doing the audio commentary on the BBC Sport website for this match.
Taylor in. Just worked backwards. Zaffaga hard dives in vain. Good work there though by Miles Hammond, quickly across the ground and keeps it down to a single. Yeah, Martin is rather excited about his trip to the southwest. I believe he flew in last night.
He flew in? What, private jet?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's got so much money these days that he's got his own private jet. Lands at Filton, next to Concorde.
On a wider point, I mean, obviously people will know about Durham's relegation in 2016 from the First Division and the package they took.
Taylor in, and that's an edge. Hammond gets a hand on it, and it's thrown in there by Charlesworth.
Yeah, and that, I think it might have been Harris actually in the gully there. He's just coming out now to...
No, Harris is a mid-off.
Extra cover.
It's Hammond. Harris is mid-off.
But Durham, when Durham, clearly that was a desperate time for them. And they were ninth in the second division the year after.
Taylor bowling to Lees. The non-striker there, Borthwick, he was a casualty of that, wasn't he? Lees just tucks one off his legs there, 30 for 1.
Yeah, so they were ninth the year after, but it's been sort of a steady... Then since then, they were 8th in 18, they were 5th in 19, and then, of course, in fact, you've got 2 years... kind of winning the Bob Willis Trophy, and then 6th again in 2022. But lots of draws last year, and lots of draws tend not to get you to a promotion position.
They were harshly done by, I thought, Durham back then. I thought, you know, the ECB so right, you build a ground worthy of test match status. Obviously it costs a few quid to build that sort of arena, and then they get punished for it, and other counties have possibly got themselves into similar financial straits. And
here is Singdale. Oh, and that's a beauty. That's beaten Lee's. Jack Taylor can't believe he hasn't got an edge on that. Coming round the wicket. Here's another look at it. It's quite short, and it just holds its line. And Lee's just, if he, he's pretty clear about Ajit Singdale's pace, but he hasn't bowled that much short at Lees. A couple of the short ones seem to have been at Borthwick, but Lees is still batting his down set outside his off stump here, and Singdale to Lees, who works it onto the leg side. He got a single out to Josh Shaw.
Yeah, you can see Lees' leg stump. I wonder if he gets bowled round his legs like that a lot, you know, because you can actually see his leg stump totally exposed.
Yeah, I mean, their form, Durham's form last year, you might say absolutely stacked up both ways, because the only two teams that beat them were the two teams that went up, Middlesex and Notts, and the only two teams they beat were the teams in the bottom two. So they were competitive against most.
Yeah.
They beat the sides at the bottom, and they couldn't beat the best in the division. That's just outside the off stump. But I say 8 draws out of 14 is not going to. It's not going to get you up, is it?
I saw a day of Durham playing Middlesex at Lords last year. They had Ben Stokes in their side for that one. They had Ben Stokes against Worcester, didn't they, last year? Because obviously he took that young spinner to the cleaners.
Josh Baker.
Yeah, poor lad. Took him to the cleaners. But going back to Durham, I mean, I thought they were sort of like harshly dealt with, and they lost then. Borthwick went, didn't they? Stoneman went. I think a couple of other players went.
Ajit Singdale in once more. Edson's just short of Charlesworth. It's gone past him at third slip and down to the boundary at third man for 4. He's frustrated he hasn't stopped it, but I think it was well short. How far short we might be able to see.
Let's have a look
on the replay in a moment, but Durham up to 35 for 1. Borthwick into double figures, and Michael Jones the man out to Ajit Singdale when the score was on 15. Might be able to have a look at that replay at the end of the over. Singdale striving for a second breakthrough, and Borthwick can't get that away. And Zafar Gahar cuts off any chance of the single. Here's a second look at that delivery, which went to the boundary. Yes, it's quite a long way short of Charlesworth.
Yeah, again, Borthwick's played that well. He's taken the bottom hand off the bat and ridden the bounce a little bit, and it's gone downwards. He hasn't pushed hard at it. He hasn't, you know, gone at it with hard hands. He's played it nicely, soft hands, like Nanette Newman back in the day advertising Fairy Liquid, Ian. Soft hands.
Singdale again. And Borthwick defensively forward this time, taken by fielded by Shaw. Ed Middleton's out on the field at the moment. Why is he out there? So who has temporarily gone off? Because that was Middleton fielding that. So
Hammond.
It is Hammond. Yeah, Hammond's just trotting back on again now. So unclear why he'd gone off, but he's not obviously named in the squad. Signed for the rest of the season yesterday, and bit of a tale there, isn't it? Because he was playing in the WEPL for Taunton Dean. Did you say
he was playing even less of a standard before that? He's playing for a side called Clist St George in the Devon League, only about 4 or 5 years ago. So it's a real,
that's a teenager.
It's a real fairy tale. It's a a Cinderella story. He's come through Oxford University. He then went to Exeter to play his cricket as well. And then he went to Taunton Dean in the Whipple. Taylor in. Good carry through to Bracey. So he's, coming to Gloucestershire's second 11. Took 6 wickets, got 100 as well. He's been offered a little deal, and good luck to him.
And sometimes, people of ability can either slip through the net or, completely miss it. And there is that question about. You might come back to that at the end of this over.
Taylor in, and that's pleasantly driven there by Lees down the ground. As we spoke about, he's very strong in that area. He's going to get 3 here. No, just 2 actually. Just 2.
Zamanachta with the chase, which was a good one.
Yeah, good work there from Zamanachta.
And actually, I'll mention it now because it was Dale Bankenstein's question, I think, in the sense of, you tend to look in certain places for young players, but where can you find some that are outside those traditional routes? Dare I say, academies and private schools?
Taylor left alone by Lees.
Ones who have ability but maybe have a more raw situation to try and hone it, and therefore they are, I use the word advisedly, they're rougher diamonds when you spot them, but you think, okay, well, there might be something to work with there, and we've got to get them in. So the story of Ed Middleton was that he started training with Gloucestershire last June, so they'd obviously seen something and then got him in and tried to work with him.
Taylor to Lees, who just plays that into the onside. Zamanachta, I think, has come through.
Well, the South Asian Cricket Academy.
That's it. Yeah.
Again, which is a slightly curve. And Kent signed a lad, he's 26, yesterday, who also came through that, who's in their squad for this round.
Fantastic initiative, and it's great to see these guys coming through an alternative system, because I think it's so important that the game is open to everyone. Here's Matt Taylor up to Lees, who plays that into the onside. Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I think Gloucestershire have been very good at sort of sourcing talent from other areas. I mean, Ajit Singh Dale, he's one who came through. He was sort of on the fringes at Hampshire. I hadn't really heard of him before he came here, and now he's a real quality county bowler. Zamanachta has come from the Hertfordshire League, like Singh Dale was playing in. Taylor to Lees, who defends that into the offside. That's the end of the 12th over, 37 for 1. Lees is on 12, Borthwick's on 12, and you're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and him, Ian Randall.
And Ajit Singh Dale, I think, is going to keep going here from the Ashley Down Road end, but umpire is just, Ed Middleton's just, is he going to come back on the field here? Matt Taylor asking whether he can go off temporarily, or is it Singh Dale is going off actually, so he's trotted right across from the boundary at fine leg to go all the way to the pavilion, so he is going off after a 6 over stint. 1 for 18 he's taken, and it will be Josh Shaw from the Ashley Down Road end. Quite bright sunshine now, dare I say, probably the best conditions we've had for cricket at Bristol so far this season. There was a time in the Sussex match, the one day of the Sussex game was quite pleasant, but it wasn't as set fair as we are here. And a slightly more defensive field for Shaw, and squeezed into the leg side by Borthwick. David Bellingham due in at 4, and
Fine.
Yeah, definite fine. That's probably I made that call yesterday. No, Contra didn't get a call back. Bellingham in at 4, Molly Robinson at 5, Graham Clarke probably at 6. Shaw in and very, very fine down the leg side from Borthwick, and he's got 4 for it. That was combination may have actually almost gone off the glove, I wondered there. He got very little on that. Just to say that the fine for the phone ringing is going to be actually wiped out today because I have brought cake.
He has brought cake.
So therefore that fine will be wiped out.
He has brought his rascal cake, which is an absolute rascal of a cake. And James Healy's just made me a coffee, so I owe
Cake is
you
not allowed
guys.
till later, of course. 2 slips for Shaw. That's wide outside the off stump. And Borthwick has 16, as you can see. And I think you need to unwrap the... If you're going to show the cake, Dan, you need to unwrap it properly, right?
This is Ian Randall's rascal cake, and what's it? What sort of cake is it, Ian?
Well, it's more of a loaf than a cake, actually, but...
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
It's got dried fruit in it.
Has it?
Yes.
Okay.
As
Okay.
as that sort of cake generally has. Because I think you were public on Twitter and said if anybody would like to make us a cake, I thought I'd better knock one up.
Well, there's some wonderful food from the northeast, right? And if you're down here from Durham, I've had a look at singing hinnies.
Oh, they're nice.
I don't know what they are.
Yeah, so that's come back to that after this ball from Shaw, which again is outside the off stump. So it's a long time since I went to Berwick for holidays, I think in 2 years out of 3, and a hinny is something that you get served at breakfast.
Is it like a scone, like a
it is
like a Welsh cake, but from the northeast?
It is a bakery product.
Okay.
That's what I would call it. I can't describe it any further than that because I don't remember it. It is 30 years ago, but I do remember them being rather tasty. Here is Shaw in once more, and a little bit jumpy from Borthwick, but plays that out onto the leg side. So the attack of Singdale's gone a little bit more cautious with Shaw's introduction. Durham, as you can see, 41 for 1 after 13. Michael Jones, the man out. Gloucestershire with no Graham van Beeren, no skipper then for this match. James Bracey is leading the side. No Marchant de Lange, who didn't bowl in the second innings at Derby and has a quad problem. Graham van Beeren also injured. And Tom Price, probably for the first time in his career, has got an injury which has kept him out of this game. So that means a debut for Zaman Akhtar, and we're about to see him bowl.
Yeah, let's have a look at him. Talking of regional dishes, obviously we like to talk about regional dishes of the opposition, and peas pudding is a dish from the northeast. As is Crasta Kippers. There's a Palmo from Middlesbrough, which is a heart attack on a plate. And a Tyneside Floddy. He's Zumakda. First ball in professional cricket. And gets driven for 4 through the offside by Alex Lees. Lovely shot there. Pleasant shot. And Lees just leans into that and plays it beautifully through the covers.
You've got to say that, I mean, we've kind of touched on this, but tactically, for Zaman to be the 4th seamer in an attack is probably the least pressurised situation he could come into. You know, if the balance of the side had been such that he had been effectively first changed, that would have felt quite pressurised. But I think to be the 4th of 4 is probably about as good as it could get for him.
Here he comes in, and that's going to go away probably for 4 as well over the nets. No, Hammond's quick, he cuts that off, and Lees just gets 2 off a thick outside edge. That was well bowled by Akhtar. When we're talking about regional dishes as well, not forgetting the staple diet from those up in Newcastle, a Greggs sausage roll. Greggs being a a brand from the northeast, aren't they, originally? Actor. Ian, that was a bit of extra bounce. Lees rides that well, plays it out to Zavagahar at point.
Looks quite a wiry sort of build.
Yeah.
Doesn't he? He's 24, so not a absolute youngster, but one of those players who's got a chance, perhaps a bit later than others.
Here he comes. Wide, and Lees leans into that but can't get it past. Cover point. Or extra cover, sorry.
So it's a fairly orthodox field actually for Achter. He's got 2 slips in the gully, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep backward square, and a long leg. And somebody, I think in one of the seats in the middle tier, is probably standing up, so they've got to sit down before Mark Newell will allow play to continue.
Actor into the crease, and that's a full shot there from Lees. Didn't really need to play at that out there. An hour gone this morning. Good start from Durham, 47 for 1 after winning the toss. The only loss was Michael Jones, who was outfoxed by Ajit Singh Dale. Left one alone, which came back and didn't just kiss the outside of off stump, but actually clattered into middle.
Yeah, Achter can do without this, some disruption into the rhythm in his first over. It's not because of the batsman, it's because of, I think, people moving behind the bowler's arm, which is unnecessary.
Yeah. And that's cut away. That's 4 runs backward a square. And Actor just giving a little bit too much width to Lees here. And that's the 50 up for Durham in the 14th over.
Yeah, there'll be some nerves around for him playing at this level for the first time, but yeah, he looks a bit frustrated with that. He knew that was too short, and an easy one for Lees, or easy-ish one for a batsman of Lees' quality to put away.
Now, Ian, I noticed that Durham have got Rod Stewart and Culture Club gigs there this summer. And here at Bristol, we have got the Ministry of Sound. Tickets are available online. It's on Friday the 28th of July, and general admission tickets are available.
Short, in from the Ashley Down Road, and that's punched. No great power in that. From Borthwick up to mid-off. Marcus Harris is there.
And Ian Randall will be there in his disco sandals. Randall and his sandal. He will be there.
I was at a gig last night, actually.
You were?
Which was
Fleetwood
good.
Mac, wasn't it?
Well, that would have been something if it was the actual. That was a tribute to. Here is Shaw in again, and Borthwick gets inside that, but out to Middleton, who's currently on the field for Ajit Singh Dale. I think he's only gone off really because it was at the end of his spell. There was no indication of any issue.
So it's a Fleetwood Mac tribute band.
Yes.
Did you sort of go with anyone else, or did you go your own way?
Oh, Dan, he's been setting that one up all morning. Shaw into Borthwick, pleasantly driven out to Hammond at extra cover, but there's no run there.
So were they any good?
They are excellent, actually.
Were they?
They're very good.
Yes.
They tour, I would say, every year in the spring, but it feels like certainly every other year in the spring. And I think I'm right in saying that their geography this week alone was quite extraordinary. Wide outside the off stump from Shaw, I think it was Hastings, Cambridge, and then last night was they were up in Malvern in Worcestershire.
Oh, that's some mileage.
Which is a lot of mileage when you're doing, a 2 hour plus gig.
Yeah.
and then having to pack the lorry up and travel on again to the next day, settle the gear up, do the gig, pack it up, and do it again. Here's Josh Shaw, again staying quite wide outside the off stump with his line at the moment, trying not to give, I suppose, Lees and Borthwick those simple nudges into the leg side, which is where they've totted up quite a few of the 51 they've accumulated so far, Durham. If anything's been on the stumps, then Lees, by batting where he has been with almost an off-stump guard, has been working it away on the leg side. Borthwick's playing a little bit more in the V. That's very wide. That's a slash at that. Sure. He's stopping the runs through the leg side, but he's not really threatening to get Borthwick out by bowling that wide. 51 for 1. Durham, they won the toss, elected to bat here this morning. I say Lees has 22. Borthwick has 16. There have been 7 boundaries this morning in 15 overs. So Gloucestershire will try and get that ratio down if they can. And Zaman Akhtar, having got through the first over, which would have been a nervous one for him, he's going to come round the wicket now to Lees. So see if he can try and cause some concern now for the England Test player.
Here he comes. That's wide. And Bracey takes that almost in front of Jack Taylor at first slip. 51 for 1. Scott Borthwick, he was a one test wonder. There's a few of those around. Played for England at Sydney, January 2014. He's got the most test wickets without bowling a maiden ever in the history of test cricket. Akhtar, full to Lees, who drives that straight back at him. But he left Durham at the end of 2017, financial problems, along with Mark Stoneman. They both went to Surrey together. It's unlike Surrey to, try and pick up other players from other counties' misfortune. But there you go. And then he returned back to the county back in 2021, took over the captaincy as Lees just works that one off his legs. But Borthwick, we had him on a podcast about a year ago, or 2 years ago maybe, I can't remember. And he's a lovely, lovely lad. And he's got real pride in the North East. And he said it's like representing a region in the way that playing for Glamorgan, you're representing Wales. Well, representing Durham, you're representing the North East.
And that's the thing about their hashtag For the North, which is the one that they've kind of adopted.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, whether you're from, an area from more or less Darlington up to John O'Groats, perhaps, Akhtar, through to Borthwick, who lets that one go. No, from Darlington northwards, probably not to John O'Groats, but to Berwick, I'm sure you're a Durham fan.
Mark Halliwell's been in touch on the email. Your talk of Ed Middleton, who of course is fielding as a sub in this match, having not been selected in the final 11, signed yesterday, having played for Devon and, as Dan said, for the Club Cricket Exeter and also at Taunton Dean.
Akhtar just tucks Borthwick up a little bit there, who just gets it through to slip.
Mark says it reminds me of another leg spinner, Alex Russell. He spent time with Gloucestershire playing in the second 11 and in the academy, and is making his first-class debut for Northants today against Hampshire. He plays for Stroud in the WPL. He played some T20 and one-day cup matches for Northants last season, and his contract is now to the end of next summer.
Akhtar in, and that's beaten Borthwick. That's a good delivery, well bowled. Did you see the second 11 then? Jared Warner and Luke Charlesworth, they put on 101 for the 10th wicket to win the game against Surrey. I think that was in first class cricket, that would be a record, I think, to win a game for the 10th wicket. And I just thought
if we had 2 hours, Jared would tell us about it on the stream.
If you're listening in, Jazza, well batted, mate. Well done. So, no, fantastic to see. And I think always good to beat Surrey, isn't it?
Jared would like a chance in the first team as a bowler, though. I mean, he doesn't want to be known as a second-team batter.
No, he doesn't. No.
Sun's just gone in for a moment. Here is Shaw, starting a new over, and Lees gets around that. Played that exactly where he wanted to. Sort of squeezed it out. Charlesworth's come out of the slips. He's now at mid-wicket, and this is James Bracey going a bit more defensive here, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he's had the new ball with his main strike bowlers. He's now into the change bowlers at both ends. He doesn't want to give Durham a leg up here too easily. Nice clip from Lees straight to mid-on. Again, no run.
He's a big boy, Alex Lees, isn't he? He's a big lad.
He's quite a chunky build.
He's had a couple of 70s this season. Got one against Sussex, got one against Worcestershire.
And obviously, you know, wants to force his way back into the test team, or
Yeah.
the test picture, shall we say. Shaw running away from the apartments, and Lees does find the gap past the left hand of Charlesworth here. Ed Middleton's on the chase, and they'll come back for 2. Middleton's on the field for Ajit Singh Dale at the moment, who bowled his 6-over spell and then went off, and he hasn't come back on since. Who is that down at? Is that Matt Taylor down at long leg? I think it is, under the hat. So Singdale's still off the field at the moment. Shaw staying over the wicket. And that's found the gap. It's a nice shot from Lees. He mustn't quite middle that, but he might get 3. It's just going to be hauled in. Is it before the rope? No, it's just gone. He's just beaten the fielder. It's a long chase out towards that sort of, well, straightish extra cover boundary. On wide mid off, and he's just got enough on it to get it all the way to the rope. Didn't overhit that.
No, shot of the morning that was. Beautiful shot from Alex Lees. Just elegantly caressed it through the covers and gets 4 runs. Moves on to 29.
Got a couple of hundreds in the championship last year. Shaw bustling in, and Lees sort of half appeal. That's been noticeable this morning. You've had almost nothing in terms of bowlers appealing for LBWs with balls beating the bat. Nothing at all. And we've had, what, an hour and 10 minutes cricket.
Yeah,
unusual when it, you know, at the start of a game like that.
I think part of that though might be because Lees, they've been going around the wicket at Lees, and he's been standing so far outside of stump. It's like saying, well, you bowl on my legs, mate.
Lees again up to mid-on this time, where Zaman Akhtar does the fielding. So all seems so far this morning. Zafakar, I'm sure, will have a role to play in this game, but Gloucestershire, well, it's possible they might be bowling last, but they might need to get a big score to do it, because Durham have decided to take first use of the pitch, having won the toss this morning, and Ajit Singh Dale is back on the field. So Ed Middleton trots away back down towards the pavilion. And Akhtar could to continue. I think it might be short spells for him, Zaman Akhtar, this morning,
Yeah.
maybe even today.
Here he is, past Mark Newell. That's lovely shot there from Borthwick. Just rides the bounce, gets up on his toes and punches that through the offside. And that's just pure timing.
And that perhaps is the thing that Zaman Akhtar is going to have to work out here. If his pace is not as quick as that of a Josh Shaw, or certainly as that of an Ajit Singh Dale, then if these two get in, he's going to have to work out how he can be really accurate.
Actor in, and that's it. Oh, it's been dropped. A second slip. Chris Dent. It was low, it went quickly. Dent, I thought he had it. It goes in and out. He definitely carried.
That's one Dent would expect to take.
Yeah.
He sets very high standards for himself, and he would say, if you asked him, he might give you a glare actually, but I think if you asked him and he said, Chris, you must give me some words, I should have taken that. I think would be the answer.
Yeah. Here's Actor. And he gets driven. How often does that happen? One gets dropped off your bowling and then the next one goes for a boundary. And Borthwick now looking to make the hosts pay for that error. 66 for 1. Borthwick 24. Lee's on 29. Michael Jones the man out for 13. And the umpire's just having a little look there about Actor running down the track a little bit. No warning, but just having a little look. Here he comes in, and that's short and wide and crunched through the offside, and that's 4 more to Borthwick. So that's an over of, what, 3 boundaries and a drop catch?
Borthwick was on 20.
Not even an over yet. It's only 5 balls.
Borthwick was on 20 when that chance went down.
Yeah.
You hope that was not a pivotal moment in this innings.
Yes.
But from Borthwick's perspective, his view will be right. I've had a chance, must make the most of it.
Yeah, and he's a good player. Actor in, and that keeps Borthwick honest, who defends that one.
Gloucestershire have had, I suppose in a sense, every bowler has to be a newbie at some stage. Even the now established players. Even you think of Tom Price, even he's played barely a couple of dozen first-class matches. You think of him as an established player now.
Here's the debutant in, and Borthwick lets that one go through. So the gloves of James Bracey. That completes the 18th over, 70 for 1.
Yeah, Zaman's only got a contract for this summer, so in a sense, it's from Gloucestershire's point of view, it's a very low risk situation, and for the player's point of view, it's a very high opportunity situation. But I'm sure it's so easy in that to just become rather tense and not show the skills that you have. The one, I suppose, slight concern, that Middleton's back on the field again, so I wonder who this time has gone off. Not sure who that is. We'll just look out in a moment, but sure to continue from the far end. That's quite wide outside of the off stump, depending off the bottom half of the bat by Borthwick.
It's Actor, isn't it? Who's gone off?
This might be Matt Taylor's down at. No, Actor's at mid on. It might be Ajit Singh Dale again, you know.
No, he's out there at Steep Square.
He is. Where is Charlesworth? It's not in the slips. And that's Hammond who fields at cover. Yes, it might be Charlesworth who's temporarily gone off, I think. But yes, there have been other bowlers who Gloucestershire have taken on. I'm trying to think of there was one who Richard Dawson said in his time, and I'm just trying to rack my brains for his name. Bowled a really heavy ball, and he thought, right, that's a good sign. Here is Shaw in again, and played into his boot by Lees, but he couldn't quite get enough movement of the ball to get in the team. And was it last year, Dan, where Jared Warner used a very interesting phrase where he said, you have to bowl your best ball all the time. The question is, how many varieties of the best ball have you got? If you've only got really one, or somebody can pick that, well, where do you go as a bowler?
Yep.
And Shaw coming round the wicket to Lees, who gets off the inside half of the bat and up to Zaman Akhtar at mid-on. So at the moment he is just making sure that he's in a reasonable rhythm, his line is as good as he can make it, and his length is as good as he can make it. And he's then got to say, right, these guys are experienced first-class players, how am I going to get them out? And all that's going through his head at a time when clearly they can pick off anything that's just fractionally off line or length, and that's what's happened so far in this spell. He's bowled 3 overs for 23, and the Durham batters might be thinking, right, well, if we wait, there's a 4-ball in every over here from this young man. And James Bracey therefore has got to be a little bit careful with him, and that's why I come back to the point about it being short spells.
Yeah, maybe you've got to put the reins on him a little bit, perhaps. But I mean, he's obviously someone who makes things happen there, because he's just created a chance.
Shaw around the wicket again, and Lees, he's batting quite a long way across his crease, but he's working that gap on the leg side, and he's got a single out to deep square, where Ajit Singh Dale does the fielding. So Durham this morning won the toss at 10:30. They decided to bat, and I think we're going to see Zafar Gahar for the first time. And Zaman Akhtar's first spell, 3 overs for 23. Charlesworth is back on the field, and he's brought on 2 protective head guards, one for the keeper, James Bracey, and one probably for himself to go in at short leg.
Yeah, Ben Charlesworth back on the field. I thought he batted very well at Derby last week. He just been given a new deal as well, and I really like Ben Charlesworth. I like watching him bat. He's easy on the eye. He's aesthetically pleasing, isn't he, Ian? And I really, really like watching him bat.
And he is 20. You have to bear in mind he's still 22. So there will be other players who would develop later than he has and have less experience than he has already. 24 first-class games at 22 is not too bad.
No,
not for me as a batter. He does bowl as well, but I have my reservations about whether he should, because a lot of his injuries seem to come from his bowling. And if he's as good a bat as we believe he can be, then just concentrate on the batting.
Here's Zafar from the pavilion end, and Lees goes straight after him. 1, 2 bounces and slaps into the fence down here. So, that was Lees.
It was Lees.
Yeah, have a look, Alex.
Well, he felt that was in the slot. It was quite well outside the off stump. Comes back to that point about the openers not wanting to be bowled to.
Zafar bowling at Lees, who pushes him down the ground to mid-on. Miles Hammond doing the fielding. A little bit of aerial traffic coming over. Martin Emerson's private helicopter just on its way back up to the northeast.
We will remind you of our email address at the end of the over, by the way, just for those of you who would like to get in touch. We always welcome your input. It contributes hugely to what we try and do here on the stream, and as the air traffic goes over, Borthwick takes guard for Zafar.
Zafar in, and Borthwick goes sweeping, but can only get it round the corner. Misfield from Ajit Singh Dale, and they scamper through for a single. They're very quick between the wickets, these two.
I would say this has been quite aggressive cricket by Durham, hasn't it?
It has been, yeah. I wonder if it's, Ryan Campbell's come in as head coach, and you do wonder whether it's, sort of a new policy here, because they were a little bit timid perhaps last year. Here's Zafar, as that goes up in the air. Where's that gone? It's gone safe. He's got away with that one. And he's going to get a couple, but Lee's living dangerously here. That was a sweep. He wasn't in control of that sweep. Top edge. And it goes over sort of the man on the 45, really, and could have gone anywhere.
Our friend the dentist is back.
Yeah, Ryan Campbell, he had a big heart attack last year, didn't he? He was given a 7% chance of survival. A big heart attack in April 2022. And coaching spells with the Netherlands. As that's reverse swept. That's a good cricket shot there from Alex Lees. And he's going to get 4 runs there. Clever cricket.
Yeah, Safa's got 5. He's got 6 men on the leg side. So Lee says, right, okay, you've created a gap on the offside. That's where I'm going to play it.
Yeah, Durham was spun out by Zafar here a couple of years ago. They've never won in Bristol, remember? They've won at Cheltenham, but they've never won in Bristol. And Zafar span them out a couple of years ago within 2 days. That could have gone anywhere. Lee's going for the second reverse. And they are deliberately targeting Zafar here, which might well play into Gloucestershire's hands. This is intriguing cricket.
Yeah, they're racing along. I mean, they're over 4 and over at the moment. And this, remember, is initially against a new ball, but they weren't prepared to be bogged down against that. And since the loss of Michael Jones in only the 3rd over of the day, these two have added 68 for the second wicket so far. Remember, still got more than half an hour to go to lunch. I mean, they are racing along. And that's forced James Bracey to think hard about the field, come back to what it is after Shaw starts another over from the Ashley Down road end, and that might be 4 more. There's a chase for Zafar. He's at backward point, the tight one between him and the ball, and he's just going to haul it in, and they'll take a very comfortable 3. Throw from down in front of the club office.
Ian Bryans tweeted me from North Oxfordshire. Hi Dan, great to see the sun out. I used to play with the Taylor and the Price boys at Great Chew when they were much younger. Brilliant to see Matty back in action and them all doing so well. I know how hard they all work. Keep up the good work. Well, here's a man who works hard, Ian Randall on the microphone.
2 slips for Shaw. And then a backward point. Zafar Hammond is at cover, and Marcus Harris up at mid-off. So a 5-4 field, and Lees again just doesn't look to go too aggressive with that, just brings it quietly up to Harris, who of course after this game we won't see till much later in the season.
No, he's going to be missing. It's Australia-India in the World Test Championship, isn't it? I think that's the 7th of June at the Oval. And then the Ashes.
Sure. From the far end as we watch. Just dabs out of the bottom of the bat. Does Lees. Wasn't very happy with the contact there. Just wanders away. 41 he has.
No, but thanks for your tweet, Ian. And keep your emails coming into us as well.
I say we'll get James to put the graphic up again at the end of the over.
Good-looking man on the right-hand side.
Oh, really? It says who's who as well. That's interesting.
Yeah. Ian Randall.
Shaw in again to Lees. There's a gap to the right of Charlesworth, but they don't. Oh, he's fallen on an old wicket end there. And anything to do with bumps in the shoulder area for Charlesworth, for me, are always a worry. Any kind of tumble where he seems to be, in fact, he's not very happy with holding that where he's holding that left shoulder now. Hopefully that's going to be okay.
No, that doesn't look good. No, he's all right, I think.
It's not just the fact that he might have got a dirty shirt either. Shaw changes his angle, comes around the wicket, and Short and chopped into the hands of Zafar Gahar at backward point. Lees can't believe he's done that. And Shaw's picked up an important wicket there because Durham was starting to get away. Lees can't believe he's got to 41. And this was quite wide. And Lees hasn't got to the pitch of it. You can see the leap of joy from Shaw. Quite a good catch from Zafar. It was low, tumbling to his right. But he got two hands on it. And Lees has to make his way back, and it's 86 for 2.
It was a fantastic catch from Zafar. Lees again, he was wide. He didn't need to play at that really, did he? But credit to Gloucestershire, because Durham have gone after them a little bit here, and Gloucestershire have stuck to their task. And it would be easy for heads to drop with that crescent drop in the slips of Akhtar. And it would be easy for heads to drop, and they haven't. They've stuck to their task, and they've been rewarded there with a wicket of Alex Lees. And into the crease comes the one that they'll really want, the heavy run scorer for Durham, David Beddingham.
Yes, that's the end of the left-handers for a bit. Beddingham coming in at number 4. Ben Rain and Ajas Patel are both left-handers, but they'll be down the order.
Number 5, David Beddingham.
And Beddingham comes out to join his skipper.
There's the replay. It's very wide. Lees did not need to play at that at all. He'll be really disappointed in himself.
Look at the disgust as he walks off.
Josh Shaw enjoyed that one. Ex-teammates at Yorkshire. Saw him having a chat this morning. And Lees from Huddersfield. Shaw from Wakefield. He'll have enjoyed that one, Josh Shaw.
So, the right-handed Beddingham, born in South Africa, needs 17 runs to get to 5,000 in first-class cricket. So, what's the story of his day, I wonder? We'll unravel it with you. Wicket for Josh Shaw in that over. That's his 5th over of this spell. He's taken 1 for 14. Quite a lot of those deliveries have been outside the off stump, but he's dried the runs up a bit and he's managed to force a mistake. And sometimes when you've got batsmen that look as though they're quite well set, that's what you've got to do. There's the Gloucestershire bowling figures at the moment. You can see the successful bowlers there, Singdale and Shaw, and Zafar getting a bit of tap in his first over, but one end is opened up now with a new batsman, and that's what he'll be enjoying.
Yeah, David Beddingham, product of Weinberg High School, which produced Alan Lamb, Garth LaRue, he was rapid, Jack Callis, and Gary Gold, the rugby coach of Worcester Warriors. You know him, Ian, I'm sure.
Yes, never interviewed him actually, but obviously had a very good reputation for his work at, I want to say, Newcastle and Bath as well as Worcester.
Right, okay. Beddingham top score 257 a couple of years ago, averages 47 for Durham. Got 100 against Worcestershire back in April. Here's Zafar, going to bowl to Scott Borthwick. As Borthwick just tickles him round the corner for a single. And he'll allow Beddingham to face. Just under half an hour left to lunch. Always a good lunch here in Bristol. Always rather healthy. Always get my 5 a day when I'm down here in the West
Gary
Country.
Gold, yes at Newcastle, yes at Bath and at Worcester, but also at London Irish. I'd forgotten he was there.
Zafar to Beddingham as he lets that one go through to the gloves of Bracey.
And obviously had a long spell then as the coach of the USA national side. So
Okay.
that was his last job.
Beddingham rocks onto the front foot, pushes it out into the covers. Zafar's going to be asking questions of him here. If Gloucestershire got to lunch 3 wickets down, it would have been their morning, I think. Beddingham just works that one backwards. Singdale doing the fielding. Yeah, if Durham lose 3 wickets, having won the toss and elected to bat, if they go into lunch 3 wickets down, I think Gloucestershire might have the edge on the morning. Or do you think it's 50-50?
I think I think if they were 60 for 2 at this point, I would say yes. You would have a case for that.
Zaffa over the wicket. Oh, is there a mix-up here? Oh, Borthwick just about gets home. Ajit Singh Dal is a shy at the stumps. And there was a little bit of confusion there in the running.
I think they were expecting that throw to go to the keeper.
I think they are as well. Borthwick didn't go. Bedingham called him through. And he got home quite comfortably in the end. Zaffa around the wicket to Bedingham, who defends solidly. 89 for 2 at the end of the 22nd over. Bedingham on 1. Scott Borthwick on 34. Dropped by Chris Dent on 20. And will Gloucestershire pay for that error? He's back on the field now, but not bowl. How's it going? Maybe a change at the Ashley Down Road, and then Zaman Akhtar's going to switch ends and come back from that end of the ground. Shaw bowled 5 overs, 1 for 14. So James Bracey, again, just making sure that he's not, in a sense, overstretching his bowlers in this first session on the first day. I go back to that day I watched up at Worcester where Ollie Robinson bowled beautifully, basically trying to bowl Worcestershire out on the last day of the match, but it felt like it was a one-man attack. Here is Akhtar, and that's wide outside the off stump, and Bracey takes that almost in front of first slip. But it felt as if he didn't have any support from anywhere else. So what was happening was that he was bowling probably 7 over spells, and by the time he got to the spell after tea, he'd almost bowled himself to a standstill. And he went off the field, literally down by the rope, and had the Sussex physio trying to get the cramp and sort of deadness out of his legs. Here is Akhtar again. Again, that's wide and cut away quite comfortably this time by Borthwick out to Zafar Gahar at deep point, and they'll pick up 1. And ultimately, he bowled an over, if you know Worcester, from the Diglis end, pulled up after I think it was after the 3rd ball. He just looked when he was walking back as if he was hobbling a bit, and when he came to bowl the 4th ball, he literally crumbled as he went to the crease and walked off. And he thought, he's just absolutely out of energy. There's just nothing left. And I think he bowled like 22 overs in that second innings. Here is Akhtar again, in down the leg side, and Bracey with a good diving stop. But it felt as if he was the one bowler trying to take all those wickets on that day, and there wasn't much backup. I bet England are chuffed with that, aren't they? Seeing Ollie Robinson flogged into the dirt and Steve Smith given a net coming over.
Yeah, our good friend Adrian Harms, who covers Sussex on the county circuit. Akhtar in again, and there's a shout for an LBW there, and what does umpire
that's got to be close.
Shanmugam say? He says it's not out.
Let's have another look at this. It's got to be close.
Bediam's quite square on, isn't he? Yes.
He must have got an inside edge on that, surely.
Do you think it was going down the leg side?
No, I don't. I think it was.
Or did the umpire think it was going down the leg
I think
side?
he was hitting halfway up middle stump. He must have got a bat on that.
Akhtar had a couple of near things so far. That's clipped into the leg side. That may go all the way for 4. Matt Taylor's on the chase, and it will just beat him deep backward square to the rope. And another boundary picked off by Durham. So Akhtar's just getting a pat on the back from Ajit Singh Dale there, because Bedingham, having had the wrap on the pad earlier, just picked off the boundary after the not out call went for him. Akhtar again in, and Bedingham doesn't force that. It goes quietly out off the front foot to Marcus Harris. We're going to have a second look, I think, at that LBW shout.
Let's have a look.
This is normal pace, obviously.
Bracey can't believe it.
Umpire Shanmugam said not out. He wasn't bowling wide of the crease, although the angle would have been taking the ball down the leg side, but the question was, and only the umpire will know whether there was a nick. We can't tell from here.
He must have got a nick on this. Here's Zafar. Past the umpire as Borthwick plays that into the onside, and Dent doesn't pick that up cleanly. And they scamper through for a single. Yeah, Zamak's been a little bit unlucky this morning. He's had one dropped by Chris Dent at slip of Scott Borthwick, and just had David Beddingham. What was a very, very good shout for LBW. So he could have had 2 wickets. It's a cruel game, this cricket, at times, isn't it, Ian?
Yes, it can be.
Zafar in as Beddingham rocks onto the back foot. He's going to get 4 runs there as that runs away over the practice wickets. Outfield here in Bristol, one of the quickest in the country. And
yes, what was that conversation you and I had yesterday? The first time this season we're going to come to the ground and feel that the outfield doesn't start wet.
yes,
You know?
yes, indeed.
So therefore it will have quickened up.
Zafar around the wicket to Beddingham, who doesn't time this one.
"14 boundaries Durham have hit this morning.
Beddingham defends stoutly.
Makes up quite a big proportion of that total of 99 as it now is.
Zafar around the wicket. Beddingham defends again.
Yes, this has not been a dull first session, has it? In any way, shape or form.
No, definitely is not. Zafar in and Beddingham defends. That completes the over. 20 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, to come back to a point we discussed earlier, the complete antithesis of that Lancashire Somerset day 4, where one side clearly was not interested in a declaration and a target, and that, does that say to you, by the way, that actually what Somerset felt was they did not have an attack to bowl Lancashire out?
No.
That's surely what they would have felt, because they just didn't declare to not set a game up, but to actually give themselves a chance of winning. They basically said we could not win. Here is Akhtar having switched ends and gets quite good bounce there. Gets a bit wide to Borthwick, but James Bracey's taking that at a good height. And the sun having just gone in temporarily. So Gloucestershire have taken 2 wickets this morning, both from the Ashley Down Road end. Early one for Ajit Singh Dale. Michael Jones bowled, shouldering arms for 13. And then Alex Lees caught by a tumbling catch from Zafar Gahar, who fields that single to Borthwick, which brings up the Durham 100. 100 for 2, having won the toss. And that catch from Zafar in what was to be Josh Shaw's last over of his spell. 5 overs, 1 for 14. He's figures this morning. And where Durham have got away so far is against Zuman Akhtar and Zafar Gahar. Beddingham defends back up the pitch. Yes, the Singdale, Taylor and Shaw have bowled 17 overs between them for 51. So tidy, under 2 wickets. And Zuman Akhtar and Zafar between them have bowled. This is the 7th over and they've conceded 48, so it's, you can see the balance. But they have got 2 wickets, and obviously Borthwick was dropped by Chris Dent when he had 20 off Suman Akhtar, and that would have been a big moment for all those involved. Potential first class wicket, and for Borthwick a chance for him to build a big score. And there's a flick away from Bedingham off the leg stump line there from Zaman Akhtar, and he's got 4 more. And Matt Taylor's got a big area to cover there, away on the boundary at deep square, and Durham racing along at, well, as you can see the run rate, 4.19 they're going at. And it moves the game quickly, Dan, when you score as fast as this.
It does, yeah.
You know?
Bit of baseball.
Well, it's very aggressive. It's almost a mindset thing, I suspect. You want to drive. You know, they won the toss. They want to drive the game. How do we do that? We score quickly. Bedingham again, as again Akhtar's line is just a bit too straight, and Matt Taylor stops it going to the final boundary for 4. But they pick up a comfortable single. Beddingham's doesn't hang around and getting to 14. Borthwick, as you can see on your screen, has 37, and Akhtar's bowled 5 overs for 34, and Zafar 3 overs for 20. So what we're going to see Ajit Singh Dale back. I did wonder whether he might have another burst before lunch, and James Bracey has decided that with these 2 he can't wait any longer. He's got to go back to his main strike bowler, and because we are a quarter of an hour from the interval, that will probably mean that Ajit can bowl either side of lunch now. That just might extend the spell a little bit. Dan's scribbling an 11 down here that have a particular characteristic I can see what he's going to here. Are you going to single cap test players here, Dan?
I am. Yeah, I've got an 11 down, and Scott Borthwick makes my 11.
Right, okay.
So, Ajit Singh Dale, right, so.
One A.M. Smith would be in that 11 as well,
He
wouldn't
is
he?
in my 11.
Yeah, and Leicester? Sorry, Tony Pygott, would he be in there?
He's in my 11,
Yeah.
Yes. Singh Dale in, Bedingham crashes him through the covers, first ball, and that's going to race away for 4 runs to the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. Right, so my one test wonders 11. I'm going to have Andy Lloyd in there. Never out in Test cricket, retired hurt by a wicked Malcolm Marshall bouncer in 1984 at Edgbaston. Alan Butcher, he's in my 11. I think 1 test against India, 1979. Scott Borthwick, 1 test against the Aussies in 2014. Singh Dale comes into Bedingham, who defends that one into the offside. Alan Wells, 1 test wonder.
There's a lot of Sussex players in here.
Yeah, Paul Parker, he's in there. I mean, what were England thinking? They dropped David Gower for Paul Parker last test of the Botham's Ashes, 81. And complete madness. You never drop David Gower. You never, ever drop David Gower. Sacrilege. Here's Ajit Singh Dale. Defended into the onside. John Stevenson now, I think he's head of the MCC, isn't he? Is he still? I think so.
That's a good one, actually.
Yeah, I haven't got a wicket keeper though, so we've got Tony Pygott, we've got Arnie Sidebottom, who makes it in there. Good Man United forward. Singh Dale comes in. In fact, how could I forget my wicket keeper who I interviewed about an hour and a half ago. No, he's played 2 tests. He's played 2 tests. Yes.
I got Bobby Parks in my head. Did he not keep as a sub or something?
Singdale in. Anyway, to complete my side, I've got Mike Smith. There's one there to Beddingham, by the way. I've got Mike Smith, I've got Darren Pattinson, who was picked so Australia couldn't pick him. And I've got Charlie Parker, who took over 3,000 wickets for Gloucestershire.
So Parks kept wicket for England against New Zealand at Lords in 1986 as a sub for Bruce French. Does that count?
Yeah, it would do. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Yeah. I think his dad, Jim Parks. Yeah, Jim Parks played.
More Sussex.
Yeah. So there's my one test wonders 11 for you. Singdale in, and Borthwick hopping around a little bit there, but works that one into the onside. Borthwick on to 37, 110 for 2. That's 26 overs gone this morning.
Yes, Durham. We used the adjective earlier, but they are very positive with their batting. We did suspect that was how they would approach it. Obviously a new head coach this year, but even if you go back to that one-day cup game which was played at Scarborough, I'm trying to think when that was that 2020? Zaman Akhtar in once more to Beddingham. He's continuing from the Ashley Down Road end, and Charlesworth fields at mid-wicket. James Bracey's had to go more defensive here. He's got a deep square, a wide long leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, so a split field, just the 2 slips, still no third man, and then point cover and mid-off on the offside, so 5 saving 1 hopefully. Beddingham though clips that in the air, and Shaw's on the chase, and he'll go make a tumbling stop. They'll think about taking one on the throw. It's a long boundary out there, and Shaw from deep backward square gets the ball in quickly, but they can still take 2. So Durham have 3 wins so far this season, all at home.
Looks a good wicket this Ian, doesn't it?
Yeah, but wonder what Rain and Potts will make of it when the time comes. Akhtar in, down the leg side, and taken by James Bracey. Not a single extra on the card this morning. Everything off the bat.
Unique.
Yes, well, not
quite unique.
Unusual, certainly. And I say very little in terms of appeals, but apart from that one that Akhtar had against Beddingham when he only had a single, there's been very little else. Again, played with minimum effort by the South African out to the offside and fielded by Harris at mid-off. Yeah, the field's quite well spread already, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, I know it's a long boundary on the leg side to the right-hander when you're bowling from the far end as we look, but there are a lot of 2s in that. If you pierce the infield, it's a lot of 2s or 3s to be run that side of the ground. Beddingham again in the air, but because Shaw is deep, it's a comfortable single. He's 3 parts of the way to the rope there at deep square, and 1 more to the total. Mark Newell's going to trot across for the left-handed Borthwick to square leg on the scoreboard side of the ground.
Yeah, umpire Shamnugan there. He did Sussex v Durham at the end of last season, and then last week did Worcestershire versus Glamorgan in Cardiff. But
that was quite a short game, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah, 38 years old from Tamil Nadu.
Akhtar staying over the wicket, and Borthwick just chops that down. There's a chase for Dent from second slip, and the ball's gone wide of him, and they'll pick up a comfortable single. So at the moment, Gloucestershire not able to stop this steady flow of runs for Durham. We have about 8 minutes to go until lunch. Gloucestershire will want, well, they want to bowl at least 2 overs in that spell. I would think they want to get behind on over rates. Already been a hefty punishment dished out to, was it Sussex lost 4 points from one game because they were 4 overs behind.
Yeah.
And the assessment is generally taken at the end of each session, so you know at the start of the next one.
Yeah, you want 32 a session.
Yeah, where the team is. Now Gloucestershire obviously have only had 3 overs of spin so far this morning, so they might only get to 29 by lunch.
Ajit Singh Dale to Borthwick, who defends that.
He's thinking yet of lunch. He may well be 114 for 2. They went in at, even if there were 2 maidens from here, and we've only had 2 maidens all morning, by the way. I think Durham would say, yeah, that's a decent start for us, because they've got, again, 2 men who look reasonably well in.
Ajit past the umpire and just makes Borthwick hop a little.
Umpire's just taken a bit of debris, I think, there from Borthwick. He's got 1 century already this season.
Ajit, and Borthwick lets that one go.
You can tell by the field here, Dan, can't you, that we're in the last couple of hours before lunch, and Gloucestershire might think that they can just afford to be a little more attacking because Borthwick may go into his shell a bit, but
yeah,
Ajit's profile is such that he's got a much more attacking field than his other teammates at the moment.
Definitely. Short bouncer, good bouncer. That's where you want it, at the throat, and Borthwick taking evasive action there.
Not that Dan's an aggressive man, you must understand this, but
No, I am. You haven't seen me on a Friday night.
oh, sorry.
No, I'm joking. I'm not.
That
I'm the
was,
opposite.
yeah, that was a good bouncer though, because it did force Borthwick to sway out of the way.
That one is a little bit further up. Borthwick watches that. I think he just rolls his fingers over that as Borthwick motioned there to Beddingham.
But he is becoming he's in this attack.
He's the senior. Well,
He's the fastest, and therefore he's the strike bowler.
yes,
Isn't he?
yeah. I mean, DeLanger would normally, you know, take that role, wouldn't he? He would normally take that position. But here's Ajit, pitched up, and Borthwick drives. Can only find Marcus Harris at mid-off. That completes the over.
Yeah, they might try and squeeze 2 more in.
Yeah,
In fact, they're going to do that because Zaffar's going to bowl from the MATCHDAY down road end. So Zaman Akhtar's had 2 3-over spells.
Yeah.
I would have thought that James Bracey would have probably wanted 4 out of him, really, in an ideal order, maybe 5 even. But he's gone for 2 short spells at the moment, and those 6 overs have cost 38. So the protective headgear again brought out. Bracey and Charlesworth taking it. And Zaffar's going to bowl from the MATCHDAY down road end. I think this may mean they can squeeze 2 overs in, which is what they would want to do, I would think. Beddingham to take strike. If you haven't been with us all morning, it's been brisk cricket. Zaffar in, and Beddingham clips that past Charlesworth, and that's gone all the way to the mid wicket rounding for 4.
Flicked.
That was played with apparently very little effort, all in the timing, And it whistled past Charlesworth in there at short forward square, and with nobody on the mid-wicket boundary, it's raced away.
I'll tell you what, this looks a very good wicket.
Zafar again around the wicket to Beddingham, who plays that from the crease and punches that out to Zaman Akhtar, who's out in front of the scoreboard. 5 bowlers used by Gloucestershire this morning. And he's going to switch to over the wicket for the left-handed Borthwick.
Chap here was born in a place called Tom Price. That can't be real. Is that the name of the village or town where you were born?
Zafar in again. That's very short, and Borthwick will pull that for 4. That was a long hop, I'm afraid, from Zafar. He hasn't got his rhythm yet this morning, and Borthwick said thanks very much. This is, as you can see on the replay, that's very short, and Charlesworth just has to duck out of the way.
Yep, Neil Carey on the email. First time listening to your commentary, which I am enjoying. I'm used to listening to Marty when watching or listening to Durham games, but after the Sunderland defeat.
And short from Zafar and chopped away by Borthwick. That may be 4 more. It's a chase for Josh Shaw down to the boundary at third man, but he won't hold it in. And that also goes. And Durham here that is the 20th boundary of the morning.
Yeah.
And that's a lot on the first day.
Yep, Neil's saying after Sunderland's defeat, Martin might be in a bad mood. He's in a foul mood now. He's in a terrible mood. But Neil was born in a place called Tom Price in Western Australia. He lives in Blythe in Northumberland these days.
Here is Zafar, and Borthwick having had a profitable over so far, just quietly clips that to Chris Dent at short mid-wicket.
So he was very happy to hear about Tom's ton and hat-trick in the same game up at Worcester the other week. Well, thanks for your email, Neil. Lovely to hear from you.
59 these two have put on, and that one didn't get up very much as Borthwick went back. And umpire Sunmugam says that will be lunch, I think. The players have turned and headed towards the pavilion. 127 for 2, Durham. Gloucestershire have only bowled 29 overs this morning, so Durham's run rate up at 4.4, or very close to it, 4.38. And 2 wickets for Gloucestershire. This gives them at least an avenue into the Durham middle order, but they've missed Borthwick on 20. He has 46. Beddingham's got to 27 at almost a run a ball, and I think Durham, having won the toss, will feel that they've driven this session and they've come through it with not too much collateral damage.
Certainly have. I mean, they lost Michael Jones for 13, misjudgment. Nip Backer from Ajit Singh Dale, he went for 13. And Alex Lees was caught at point at a ball that he didn't really need to play at, off the bowling of Josh Shaw, caught well by Zafar Gahar for 41. When the score was on 86. So 127 for 2. We're going to grab some lunch. We suggest you do too. Go and have your Parmo or whatever you have up in Durham, or your peas pudding, or one of the singing hinnies perhaps. And we'll catch you back at about 20 to 2.
127 for 2, Durham, at lunch after winning the toss. Dan and I will see you at 1:35. terrific catch.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot.
Terrific catch.
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
cricketing and non-cricketing alphabet with you.
Yeah.
So for the A, what's the best cricket ground for atmosphere?
Cheltenham, I reckon. Yeah, it's pretty. I like that. It's it's usually we get good crowds there, and the playing area is pretty small, so you sort of feel the effect of it as well.
The B, who's your best friend in the game?
Probably go Miles Hammond. Probably known him the longest, and we tend to spend a lot of time together. We live nearby, so probably say yeah.
As a C, what would you do if you weren't a cricketer?
I've probably ended up in sports science somewhere, probably in sports psychology.
D, what car do you drive?
I drive a Jaguar.
The E, has anything ever embarrassed you?
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas last year just played with me, sort of nicked me off from over, went round, played and missed, went back over, nicked me off again, all within 3 balls. That was pretty embarrassing.
For the F, who's the least fashionable player at the club?
Would have been Ryan Higgins last year, but it's hard. I will go with Luke Charlesworth.
For the G, what's the best thing about Gloucestershire cricket?
Just the close nature of everyone here, the whole club, not just the playing side of it. Everything's really close-knit, everyone gets on well, and it's always nice coming to work every day.
For the H, who's the hardest opponent you faced? Other than Mohammed Abbas.
He would have probably been the first. I'd say Sam Cook, he's pretty similar, he never gives you anything.
As an idol growing up, not necessarily a cricketer, who was your sporting hero?
Ricky Lambert, Rovers legend.
Who's the dressing room joker?
Tom Lace, yeah, always cracking jokes and getting at people.
Do you own a Kindle? And if you do, what do you read on it?
No, don't own a Kindle. Big reader, but always prefer having a book in my hands.
Okay. What does life after cricket look like for you? Have you thought about that?
Thought about it a bit. As I mentioned, psychology is always something I'm interested. Coaching's another thing I might look to go into as well.
M for memorable. What's the most memorable match for you thus far?
Easy to say, probably Test debut. But for Gloucestershire, probably a couple of games we won at Cheltenham, Worcester 2019, and Middlesex in 2021.
Do you have a nickname?
I do, yeah. It is Wacky. I'm not going to explain why, but that is it.
Who, in your opinion, is the best batter on the county circuit?
At the moment, you'd probably go with, apart from maybe a couple of guys, Harry Brook, who's obviously doing it in international cricket. County-wise, probably Keaton Jennings.
And you might have referred to this already. What's been your proudest moment?
I actually think my first cap here. I think that was always, what I aimed to do growing up. Obviously, everyone wants to play for England, but I think that's obviously so far in the future. At that time, you focus all your energy on trying to play for Gloucestershire. So yeah, that was pretty special.
Queue for quick bowlers. Who would be top of that list?
Mark Wood would be definitely up there. So Dale Steyn probably.
Who in the squad is most likely to run you out?
Zaf. Terrible between the wickets.
Do you support a team in any other sport? I think you know the answer to this.
Yeah, Bristol Rovers, massive fan.
How do you try to relax away from cricket?
Like to travel quite a bit, not necessarily obviously abroad, which is hard in the summer, but getting out and about around the UK with my partner is always nice.
Okay. Complete this sentence. Unbelievably, I can...
Juggle.
Really?
Would be one, yeah.
Okay.
That relates to cricket. I learnt that from Jack Russell. So,
do you have a favourite away venue?
Yeah, I mean the Oval's always nice because we tend to play white ball cricket there. It's always a brilliant atmosphere. I always really like going to Worcester, so I'm looking forward to next week as well.
Yeah. What's the worst aspect of being a professional cricketer, if there is one?
Unsociable hours in the summer, obviously, especially this year. This Thursday to Sunday with all the championship cricket. You lose your weekends, but obviously the great thing is then you have time off during the week as well, so there's ups and downs to it.
Y's and Z's to go. For the Y, what advice would you give to a young player?
Enjoy the game is 100% up there. I think once you we all have periods where we don't enjoy it as much, and you never get as much out of yourself. So really trying to do that. But also one sort of off the cuff is like, I really think growing up you want to play as many sports as you possibly can. I think there's always things to learn from other sports, and being around teams that, if you then want to pursue cricket, are really invaluable.
Thanks for being a good sport. The Zeds is who has the worst banter in the squad?
Jack Taylor.
Who bores you?
Jack Taylor. I think because a lot of lads go at him, he tries to go back, and it's never quite the same.
Brace, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ian.
Umpires on their way for the afternoon session here in Bristol. Durham 127.42. There's the brief details bottom of your screen of the card. Two men out. Michael Jones for 13, bowled by Ajit Singh Dale in the third over of the day. And then after a stand of 71 for the second wicket, Alex Lees, he slashed at a wall he needn't really have played at, and it went low to Zafar Gahar at backward point, and he took quite a good low tumbling catch. All those 127 runs this morning off the bat, not a single extra to be had. Borthwick 46 off 69, and Beddingham, as you can see, 27 off 30. So they've not hung about, and during the opening part of the afternoon session we'll try and give you the scores from elsewhere around the country in this 6th round of games. There are a couple of emails though which Dan will deal with.
Yeah, Ollie Cochrane, good to hear from you. Good to hear your commentary. I can definitely hear you over the noise of the builders. Annoyingly, Lees has given his wicket away not long before lunch. Wondering if any Durham fans turned up at the Riverside today expecting a home game, given that their ground shares the same name as Gloucestershire. Well, yeah, they're both seat-unique stadiums. Even my girlfriend sought to send me off to Durham this morning. I did point out to her that it's definitely in Bristol. You mentioned earlier grounds that Durham have played at in the northeast. Although not often used, did you mention Bamburgh Castle? We did mention it, but not as an out ground. We just mentioned it as a beautiful ground. Obviously not used as a proper home ground, but looks a great venue. All the best, Ollie Cochrane. Well, thanks for your email, Ollie. Great to hear from you. And Paul Hibbard as well has said, great to have you back. Here's Matt Taylor. First ball in the afternoon session, and Beddingham lets that go through. Paul Hibbard said summer has arrived early. Well, the ground is bathed in sunshine.
So interesting.
Blue skies, and Ian Randall's here.
Just bowled I think the first two bits were more important. Ajit Singh Dale only bowled those 2 overs in that spell then, just before lunch. Hasn't continued after it.
No. Taylor. And Beddingham, thick outside edge. That's going to run away for 4 runs. And goes down to third. And crosses the rope in a flash. Pushed hard at that, but this looks a very good wicket. Very fast outfield. And I think
potentially for more fast scoring this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, Durham have made a rapid start. They'll be targeting the late 300s, won't they? Perhaps even 400 by the end of the day.
One spectator said to me at lunchtime, 325 for 4 at the close, and I thought, that's quite cautious.
That's very conservative.
You would say, particularly if these two get in again.
That's Jacob Rees-Mogg conservative, I would say. I'd say it's late 300s. Here's Taylor going around the wicket now. And Beddingham, that was in the air. That wasn't far away from Miles Hammond, but he can't quite reach it, and the ball goes away for 4. But that was in the air for a long time, and Hammond can't quite get to it.
It's a long chase for him. It gives me a chance to give you the scores from elsewhere at lunch. Division 1, Hampshire against Northants. Hampshire 96 for 3. Middlesex against Somerset. Somerset's 96 for 2. Notts against Essex. Essex 86 for 1. And Surrey against Kent. Kent 98 for 4. In the second division, it's Ollie Robinson's morning at Hove. Glamorgan 83 for 8. And Robinson has 4 for 22. So based on what I saw at Worcester the other day,
Taylor
and
short.
Today he's in very much in nick. And at Worcester, Leicestershire are 83 for 4. There are 3 games in this round in the second division, and as you heard from that board, there are 4 in the first division.
I do apologise if there's some building noise coming through to you. It's the Corriff Terrace getting ready for the T20 season, which incidentally you can buy your Gloss One Day membership. I'll come on to it after this ball from Matt Taylor. It's punched to Zafar at point. You can get a Gloss One Day membership, £133 for all the T20 and all the one-day matches as well. I think that's excellent value.
So that is 11 days of cricket.
11 days of cricket for, what's that, about 11 quid, 11.50 a pop. I think that's wonderful value. Have a look on our website, glossccc.co.uk, and all the details will be on there. Taylor, last ball over. Beddingham plays it out to Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on. 135 for 2. Beddingham's on 35. Borthwick is on 46. And yeah, I think it's great value. If you're a fan, grab it. There's our details as well. There's our email address. So keep the stuff coming through to us.
And just in case you were in any doubt, Dan's the one on the left. Ajit Singh Dale is going to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. So he's going to go back to the end which saw him splatter Michael Jones's stumps early on this morning. It's going to be a warm old afternoon for the bowlers though, and I am absolutely not complaining in any way, shape or form about that, because when you want 4-day cricket, this is the weather you want to go with it. And Durham clearly felt it was a batting day. They won the toss and elected to have first use of what looks a very good pitch. That tinge of green from early on, it looks to have gone as well. Here is Singh Dale, and again Borthwick finds the gap on the offside. He'll come back for 2, takes him to 48. In fact, he might even get 3 out of it. It's a swift run being taken here by Beddingham, and if that had hit, he might well have been struggling. They went to take 1 on the arm. It is a long boundary out there, but that might have been a tight call. It didn't hit the stumps. Bracey let the ball go. Here is the 1 on the arm. Where is Beddingham? Oh, he's miles short. He's a long way short. That would have been a very risky run. There's a touch of gloves between the two batsmen, but Borthwick's got to 49. And having mentioned, of course, that Beddingham needed 17 to get to 5,000 in first-class cricket, with that flurry of runs he got before lunch, we've completely missed the fact that he has passed it. So a notable milestone for him in this innings. His skipper's got more than double that, to be fair. Here is Beddingham, though, on 35. And if I go back to sort of when I first, this is a long time ago, got involved playing cricket, watching cricket, there was a phrase used by commentators of the time where they referred to somebody as a stroke maker.
Yes.
And I think Beddingham is a stroke maker.
He looks a good player.
Right, all sorts of changes in the field happening here. So they've got a man out now at deep square, even for Singh Dale, to Beddingham. And that's a sharp one. And that's caught him in the midriff, I think. It's just bobbled out on the offside. Hammond is at point. A second look at this delivery. This is in Ajit's first over after lunch. Oh yes, it's got him in the midriff. Down to 1 slip. And the relative state of the game says, I think, that James Bracey is concerned about the run rate here. Singh Dale in, and Beddingham squeezes that from round his pad out to Hammond. No second, so to Charlesworth rather, no second run this time. So it was a bit wild, but it's backing up by Hammond. And yet again, Mark Newell has to switch from square leg to square leg. Borthwick has faced 70 balls for his 49. He's already got 1 century and a 50 this season. But he's not the top run scorer in the side. He's yet to come in. Ollie Robinson. Borthwick waits for Ajit Singh Dale. He gives him a very short bounce, which he ducks out of the way of. And umpire Shanmugan gives the indication that that was the one for the over. Still, every run off the bat. Not much, seemingly, in this pitch for the bowlers at the moment. And again, short from Ajit, but umpire Shanmugam says that's okay. And completion of the first over after lunch for Singdale. 9 overs, 1 for 27. Matt Taylor, 7 overs for 27. Josh Shaw, 5 overs, 1 for 14. And Zaman Akhtar, 6 overs for 38. Zafar Gohar, 4 overs for 33. Those two in particular, Dan, have to try and apply the break a little bit more than they did this morning.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Best way to apply the break?
Taking wickets.
Taking wickets, yeah. I mean, the rest of Durham's side, if you weren't with us earlier, Ollie Robinson at 5, then Graham Clarke, Paul Coughlin, Baz DeLead and Ben Rain, they can all bat.
Taylor in, and Beddingham defends that.
And then Matty Potts and Ajas Patel at the bottom of the order. But Potts got 20 odd last week in that that Yorkshire chase, didn't he? Batted with rain, got them very, very close, almost to the point where I don't think Durham hoped that Brydencast would need to bat. And then, of course, when Potts got out, he had to come out and get them the last two.
Taylor. Nice shot there by Beddingham, but Zafar Gohar fields. Good win for Durham last week against Yorkshire, a nail biter.
I was listening to Martin Emerson and Jonathan Deutsch last week, actually, on the audio commentary, on the online commentary. It was the tension was quite obvious. They were, as commentators do in that situation. It was, we're getting close now, within one shot, so you better take the next ball, as it's the kind of the unwritten rule that the commentator representing the winning side should have the moment.
Nicely played by Beddingham, but he can't get that one through. Zomakda doing the fielding.
You had a low-scoring game as an umpire at the weekend, didn't you? Was it 115 played?
119 played 101.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
And how many overs is that?
Both sides, incidentally, 32.4.
Oh, right, okay. But what should it be?
It should be a 50 over game.
Oh,
Taylor
right.
in, and Beddingham gets an inside edge there. It wasn't where he wanted to go. He wanted to go through the offside, and it dribbled out onto the leg side.
Do you find, so you umpire 50 over cricket, which is that's a long day in the dirt, as they say.
It certainly is.
What time do those games start?
They start at 12. They don't finish any earlier. We start at 2, and we used to finish at like 7:30, 7:45. They only finish a little bit earlier. And yeah, the over rates are terrible. Taylor just, Borthwick there, just going down the wicket, and Taylor just giving him a friendly warning. Look how far he is out of his ground here. And I don't know if Taylor pulled out of that through anything else apart from Borthwick, but I mean, Mankad has become a big talking point in the game now, hasn't it? Here's Taylor in, and Beddingham defends.
That didn't occur to me that was a pulled out of a delivery strike because of where Borthwick was.
No, I think he just didn't. Something
maybe
didn't feel right.
Yeah, if he felt that the front foot wasn't landing securely, or the balance wasn't right, then he couldn't correct it. Then best thing to do is to stop.
But going back, I think 50 over. I'll come back to it. That's played back to the bowler. I think 50 overs is probably too much, because anything down the leg side, it's complete one-day cricket now. So it's no timed games, which is a shame. But anything down the leg side is a wide, and sometimes you're out there for 54, 55, 56 overs. I feel like, you know, umpiring those games, I feel like that statue of Christ the Redeemer in Rio with my arms outstretched at times. But you know, I think that. Are
you strict or lenient?
I'm strict on anything down the leg side. I'm pretty lenient on the offside, because otherwise you're going to be there all day. Yeah, I think that's probably too much. I'd like to see 9 timed games and 9 50 over games in that, where I think there's a place for the draw in cricket.
Ajit Singh Dale to continue the attack from the Ashley Down road end, and that will be Borthwick's 50. He's punched it past Marcus Harris. It's chasing up towards the boundary at wide mid-on. It will go, will it? It will, for 4, and Borthwick brings up his 50 from 73 balls and 9 fours.
That is a very pleasant shot as well, to get to your 50. Just elegantly pushed off the back foot, and it goes to show what a good batting track this is, and what a quick outfield as well. Just raced away.
Yes, Borthwick looking dangerously well set here from a Gloucestershire point of view. Durham will be delighted that he's got in and that he survived that chance when he made 20. Singdale around the wicket to him. That again bangs a short one in, and Borthwick ducks out of the way. There was just a briefest of chats between the two umpires in the last over, or at the end of the last over, and I don't know what it would have been about the two short ball. Well, actually, it would have been about Taylor's sort of pulling out of that one delivery, or may have been completely different, but whether that was just one that they mentally noted. Singdale around the wicket, again forced by Borthwick, but straight to Harris this time. So slip, gully and a point now for Singdale. And the debate for James Bracey, with his two main seam, but you argue that his two main seam bowlers on at the moment, and he still feels he's got to be quite defensive, is where and how does he go to attack? Singdale around the wicket. Oh, that's turned Borthwick round, and he's turned down the opportunity of what would have been a ridiculous single, as his ball just dribbles out on the offside. We're going to have a guest with us during the afternoon session, man who's currently on the Durham payroll but has been on the Gloucestershire payroll previously, so it'll be a pleasure to have Marcus North with us shortly on the stream. Singdale in once more again. That's quite short, and Borthwick plays that down into the ground and out to Zafar at point. Very little has actually beaten the bat, Dan, has it? I mean,
no.
We said what, almost like one LBW shout of any note, and very little else. Durham could read the pitch as being a really good one with their decision at the toss. Another short one from Singdale is down the leg side, taken by James Bracey. I'm going to make way, and Marcus North is going to come and join Dan on commentary. 143 for 2 Durham off only 33 overs. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, Borthwick's got 53 and Bellingham 36.
Yeah, fast start this from the visitors, and I'm sure Marcus will be very pleased with it as he comes on air in a minute. As Matt Taylor's going to continue from the pavilion end. Marcus, welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thanks for the invite.
It's all right. It's great to have you.
Nice view from up here, isn't it?
Marvellous, isn't it? Wonderful. Here's Matt Taylor coming in past umpire Mark Newell as David Beddingham defends. Got to be pleased with the start.
Yeah, good start. Good start. Even from the winning the toss and batting first, I think the viewers will see the wicket is playing pretty true.
Yeah.
There's a nice even covering of grass, but I expect it to dry out under this good weather over the next couple of days and hopefully deteriorate a little bit and show a bit of spin towards back into the game. So batting first and batting well will give us a good chance to kind of control as much of the game as possible.
Taylor in as Beddingham gets a little squared up there, but plays it out. Were you a little bit nervous about the spin after the last time Zafar Kahar being here with 11 wickets in the game, 2-day finish?
Yeah, I think that was a slightly different surface than the one we've been presented with today. But no, he's a very good bowler and has been for a number of years now with Gloucestershire. So look, we turned up here today and we're quite confident we've got a really good cricket pitch as you'd expect most times here at Bristol.
Taylor comes into the wicket and Beddingham defends. You've got to be pleased with the start to the season as well.
Yeah, it has. We've had a few changes over the winter months with Ryan Campbell coming in as a new head coach. He's kind of come in and implemented his philosophies, and the environment that he's created has been really, really good. Players have responded really well. So, and then kind of get that validation at the start of the season where you get a couple of wins, in the first month. And it validates everything, and there's a bit of confidence in the group, and the guys are going really well. Yeah.
Oh, Beddingham, that goes past Chris Dent at second slip. He's going to get 4 runs there, but moral victory to Matt Taylor as the bowler. As Beddingham then moves on to 40. And there's been a couple of signings as well, which has obviously got Ryan Campbell all over it. I mean, Bas de Leyder.
Yeah.
With the Dutch influence, and Brandon Glover as well. He's from the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a Ryan Campbell influence there, sitting down at the strategy meetings around recruitment. Glover gives us a bit of depth. We're looking to strengthen white ball stocks as well, but obviously Bass is, I think, arguably one of the most exciting all-rounders in associate cricket.
Taylor around the wicket, pitched up. Beddingham drives out to Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on.
Which gives us, again, further strength in our T20 side, but more importantly, I think there's a real first-class player there, obviously making his debut for us last week against Yorkshire. I think prior to that he had one game, first-class game under his belt, which he played for Holland. So, he's still very much a guy that's very inexperienced at first-class level with the red ball, but we see a lot of upside with him as a player.
Defended there by Beddingham. He bowled Johnny Bairstow neck and crop last week, didn't he?
Did.
But your time in Bristol, you were here in 07 and you were just cover for Hamish Marshall. You whacked 300 and all of a sudden you got a deal the next year.
Yeah. No, look, I look back and, I was fortunate enough to get an opportunity at a number of counties. My first one being at Durham in 2004. I replaced Herschel Gibbs as a young 24-year-old. So that opportunity to play first-class cricket in the UK was something I'm still very grateful for, which led to some other opportunities. And I guess looking back to 07 and 08 with Gloucestershire, there was quite a pivotal time in my career as a guy that was coming, 27, 28, 29, and I had some really good years there from the bat, and I felt that I learnt so much about my game, which inevitably led me into being able to play for Australia in 2009.
Ajit Singh Dale into Borthwick, who gets him hopping a little bit.
I learned a lot off playing with Hamish. I think his record speaks for itself, but he was someone that already had quite a bit of international experience. Spearman is another guy that had a lot of international experience. Alec Gisman. There's a whole bunch there that, it was a year and a half that I thoroughly enjoyed and learnt a lot about how to make runs in the UK.
So I'll come on to it after this ball. Singh Dale comes in past umpire Shanmugan and And it's a no ball, so 2 more to the total. What's taken you to the northeast? Because obviously you were director of cricket at South Northumberland and now director of cricket at Durham. I mean, it's a far cry from the weather in Australia, Marcus. It's got to be said.
Yeah, no, true. And a lot of people mention the reference to river. Oh, it's an obvious thing, isn't it? Days like this, though, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I came and played 4 or 5 years of league cricket as an overseas young pro before playing first-class cricket in the UK.
Singdale around the wicket to Borthwick, bouncer. Borthwick ducks underneath it.
And my first couple of years was at a club in the northeast called Gateshead Fell. And yeah, so my first couple of years I met my wife, and she followed me back to Australia. And we had 14 years in Australia. Obviously, we were following the sun.
So she's a Pom.
She's a Geordie. Yeah.
Right.
So
okay.
when I decided to hang the boots up in 2014, we made a decision with 2 young kids to come to the UK. She's got a great family, big family up in the northeast.
Singdale and Borthwick just tucks around the corner. Miles Hammond is waiting there at sort of a leg gully. So Borthwick's got to be careful he doesn't put one in the air round to him. Sorry, carry on.
No, and it's always been a second home to me. First time I came to the UK was 1999. And I'd been coming back into the northeast, through the connections with my wife and her family. For some time, so it was a no-brainer really. It was always classed as my second home, but now I can honestly say it's my home. I don't see myself going back to Australia.
Singdale. Oh, and that's in the air, and that's exactly what we were speaking about just then. Borthwick's got to be careful not to put that one round the corner, and Miles Hammond does the business with a diving catch there. It's always good when it makes the commentator look good, isn't it, Marcus?
to be fair, that was a fantastic catch.
It was a great catch.
But yeah, it was something that Scott should have been aware of. It was quite an obvious tactic, the way the field was placed and the way he was bowling. But still, it all happened very quickly. But that was a fantastic catch.
It was a really good catch. And that's the end of Scott Borthwick for 53. Patient innings. Thought he's batted very well.
Yeah, he played well. And I guess, sometimes as a batter, when you get caught down leg side or in that kind of leg side trap, you might feel a little bit hard done by. But let's not forget that he had a chance. Dropped at second slip, didn't he? So
yeah. He was on 20 at the time. Yeah.
But no, look, it was a good partnership, obviously, with David after losing Alex half an hour before lunch. So, but look, Robbo's will come in and bring a bit of energy to the crease. He's been playing some nice cricket this year, and hopefully he can continue that today.
So, I mean, you're talking about your career. It's a wonderful career. I mean, you played 21 tests for Australia. What's it like to wear the baggy green? I mean, it's just the ultimate, isn't it, for every kid growing up playing backyard cricket?
Yeah, very much so. And it's very much in our culture of cricket in Australia that that kind of baggy green cap, which I'm sure other nations think the way we kind of hold that quite high is probably a little bit silly at times, but it's something that in Australian sporting culture and certainly in cricket it's a very special thing. We kind of very much respect and have knowledge of our past and our history, and to finally get that opportunity as a 29-year-old. I must admit I thought my days might have slid by, but got an opportunity and played my first Test series in South Africa and was presented my hat by my bag of green by the then captain Ricky Ponting. So look, a proud moment for myself and my family, and nice to join the club, so to speak.
Yeah. Here's Ollie Robinson, who's about to face Ajit Singh Dale as he plays that one back to the bowler. I mean, you must have faced some serious quick bowling at Test level. Who was the quickest you faced, you think?
It's a good question. I think there's a number of bowlers that in international cricket, once you kind of get up to that 90 plus mile an hour, the context of the game, the pressure, the type of pitch you're playing on, anything above 90 miles is pretty quick. There's two bowlers that I look back on my career at international level that I felt were the most challenging was Jimmy Anderson, which might sound pretty obvious because he's one of the best swing bowlers, if not the best.
Singdale in, and that hasn't got up.
One of the best ever. And the other one that caused me a lot of grief and probably cost me my career was Muhammad Asif.
Yes.
Played a little bit for Leicester.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
But he was, his wrist movement was fantastic.
Yeah.
He was, my front pad seemed to grow about a metre sideways, and my bat shrunk.
Yeah.
I really struggled. But yeah, they're the ones I kind of struggle with. Maybe coming from Australia, that pace and bounce, was something that we kind of like and we're used to over there.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it was
Yeah.
the ones that had that little bit of skill and swing that I found very difficult.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a wonderful career. So in your time in the North East, we were discussing food from the North East earlier. And we wondered whether you sort of had any of the, sort of the following. Peas pudding, ever had any of those?
Yeah, I've had a bit of peas pudding.
Singing hinny?
I should know that. I've heard of that saying.
Matt Taylor in Beddingham defends. Greg's?
Yes, Greg's past. He's got me a few times.
A Craster kipper?
Yeah, smoked kippers. Yeah,
Yeah.
lovely. Not in a bit of bun. Yeah.
You've had a Parmo?
Had a Parmo.
Yeah.
Parmigiana from Teesside.
What about a Tyneside Floddy?
No, I don't know that one.
No, I don't know what they are either.
Tyneside
Maybe
Floddy.
someone can tell us. Maybe someone can tell us. Drop us an email to commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Marcus will answer all your culinary queries here. Taylor around the wicket, and that's defended by Beddingham. You've got some good youngsters coming through as well at Durham, which is good to see.
Yep.
Stanley McAlinden.
Yep.
Didn't quite make the side today, but he's a real handful. I think he was England under 19 last year.
Yeah, he's a fantastic prospect. If anyone will get to see him live, he's got an action very similar to Jason Gillespie.
Taylor. Oh, and that's beaten Beddingham on the inside there. That's nipped back a long way, and Bracey has taken that quite a long way outside leg stump. Let's have another look at this one. Yes.
Just gathered a bit of pace off the pitch too, didn't it?
Yeah, and Stanley McAlinden, his father, I believe, is a broadcast
That's right,
journalist
yeah,
for the
North
BBC.
East. Yeah. No, Stan's a great talent. He's got this appetite for competition. He's such a competitive young kid.
That's in the air, and Beddingham has gone for 40, caught at mid-wicket. And I don't think he really got hold of that. I think he got sort of a little bit early on it. And it was a simple catch there.
Yeah, it just looked like his bat twisted in his hand there on the replay. This is something that I guess is not too much of a surprise. I think this pitch, looking at a bit of the grass cover, but it was also quite dry underneath that. I expect it to maybe be a little bit too paced and the old one to hold up. And I think we've already seen the ball leading into that dismissal actually gathered a bit of pace, might have hit a bit of grass and kind of beat him on the inside edge. And that one maybe just held in the wicket a little bit. So the batters have got to be quite careful of making sure the ball's right under their nose, I think, without getting too far ahead of the ball.
Yeah.
And obviously the Gloucester must feel the same because they've got those kind of catches in front of the wicket. They've got a catcher mid-wicket, which obviously took that catch. And they're just looking to pressurise the Durham batters.
And we saw Alex Lees out in the same way, sort of playing on the up a little bit away from his body.
And and they're the kind of dismissals you see where either it's a slightly too paced surface or it's maybe a little bit slow and some are holding into it.
Yeah. Well, that's Zum Akhtar there with his first catch in first-class cricket on his debut. So he's off the mark. And Matt Taylor doing the business with the ball. Graham Clarke is the new man at the wicket. He's been around a long time, hasn't he? He's been debuted for Durham back in 2015.
He's another one that's kind of benefited of Ryan coming in as head coach. I guess in the last number of years he's been very much a white ball player for us in T20 and the RL50. But we caught Ryan's eye, and he's found this role now of batting at number 6, which he's done really well so far this season, and he kind of plays that counter-attacking style of play.
Here's Taylor into him, both batsmen on naught, 2 wickets fallen with the score on 149, and that nearly sneaks through Yorker. And Clarke just jams the bat down on him. I didn't realise he's from a whole family. Jordan Clarke's of Surrey, and his brother Darren played what was minor counties back then. It's now national counties for Cumberland. He's originally from Whitehaven. Joins a long list of Cumbrian cricketers who've sort of played first-class cricket. Paul Nixon, one of them. I'm sure you came up against him back in the day. I'm sure he blasted your ear holes. Taylor in, Clarke defends.
He loved to have a bit of a chat, Nico, didn't he, behind the stumps?
Did he?
Oh, yeah. Not too much sledging, but just wouldn't shut
General
up.
rubbish.
Yeah,
General
exactly.
rubbish. Yeah. Jack White's another one. He's at Northamptonshire. He's from Cumbria.
You're forgetting one big one.
Ah, so Mr. Stokes.
Mr. Stokes was
Yeah.
part of the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Does he pop in much?
He does, yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously he's been in India for the last couple of months, but yeah, whenever he's in town, which is not that often, he's often seen and popping in. And the same with Mark Wood. You know, both those guys obviously don't play very much, if at all, for us now, unfortunately. But fortunately for them, they're playing international cricket and franchise cricket, but they're very much Durham guys, and whenever they've got that opportunity, they're always in there and in the change room, like they haven't left really, which is always nice.
Fantastic. Singdale in, and Robinson punches that one off the back foot through the offside. Going to pick up a couple. I think that's Josh Shaw doing the fielding there under the bucket hat.
Have you had many matches here? I know the Yorkshire one was a bit of a
Yorkshire
disaster.
was washed out, and then Sussex, which was ruined by the rain, really ended up a draw. That one probably saved Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire haven't obviously drawn every game this season. But they've come off on the wrong side of the rain 3 times, but the Sussex game they were probably saved by the rain.
Okay.
So here's Ajit Singdale. Robinson plays it out to middle. What about the big man, the boss, Sir Ian Botham? Do you see much of him at all?
Very much so, yeah. I mean, I was just on the phone to him yesterday, and look, he's our chairman. He's a great supporter of the club, and very, very much engaged with what we're doing on and off the field. We get great support from Ian and our vice chairman Phil Collins and our board, as well as Tim Bostock, our CEO. So we've got great people up at Durham really supporting us well.
Singdale in, Robinson hooks. It's a man 3/4 of the way back there. Marcus Harris, one of your compatriots there, ready for the catch.
Yeah, he's a good player, Harry. You've had a good couple of Aussies recently, haven't you? I mean, the guy, one of my favourite players. I loved playing with him if I had the opportunity back home. But he was someone that played a lot against when he played for South Australia and Victoria. But Maxi Klinger, who was a legend of Gloucestershire now, isn't he?
Ian worships Maxi Klinger. He's his favourite player here, I think.
Well, he's not just a great player. He's a great human. He's a great person.
Singdale in to Clarke, who defends that. We're speaking about Scott Borthwick earlier. We had him on a podcast a couple of years ago, and he was saying that Durham represent not just County Durham, but they represent the whole of the North East in a way that Glamorgan represent Wales. I mean, Glamorgan's one of your old counties, so you're obviously aware of what that stands for as well. Would you say that that's true?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's one of the great qualities of the North East. It's a sporting mad part of the world. You've got 3 big football clubs in the North East.
Darlington, Hartlepool and Gateshead, is that?
Yeah.
Singdale in, and that's all gone past the outside edge through to Bracey.
Gateshead going to Wembley in a week's time, is it? Next week?
It's a sore subject for me, Marcus.
No.
They beat my side on penalties in the semi-final. I'm a Barnet fan. And Barnet were 3-0 down, pulled it back to 3-3 with an equaliser in the 102nd minute. Goodness. And then Gateshead went through on penalties. And it's not as if it's a local trip home for us either. So...
Sorry, I didn't even get teed up to kind of bring that one up, but
yeah. He's done a Paul Nixon on me from behind the stumps. Jeet Singdale past umpire Shanmugam, and that goes out into the offside. So we're just going to do one more over, and then Ian Randall will take over.
Yeah, just back on the northeast. Yeah, it's a great sporting part of the world for us, and the northeast culture is very much about looking after your mates, backing your own. There's a lot of loyalty up there, and it's infectious, and it's a great place to live. And as when you play for Durham or any other sporting code or team in the northeast, you do feel like you're representing the region rather than necessarily you just, like for us, we're not just representing Durham, we're representing our region in the northeast. So yeah, look, it's a special place, and the change room also has that. I remember in 2004 when I was there, that same kind of soul is very much still involved at the club. It's that family kind of feel.
Taylor in, and Robinson leaves that one alone, goes through to Bracey. Yeah, so have you got a coveted number 9 shirt, the way Newcastle United have in football as well, with like Jackie Milburn and Malcolm McDonald and Shearer wearing it? Who wears the number 9 shirt?
Well, the big one for us was Collie, obviously, club legend. And his number was 5. And he retired, and we got David Bettingham over. And I think there was a bit of not an administrative oversight that David Bettingham turned up the next.
Nice shot there. Oh, that's well fielded. Lovely drive, and well fielded by Marcus Harris away to his left-hand side.
Because you either retire the shirt, which can happen, but more times than not, you probably give it 12 to 24 months out of respect for someone like a Collie that's played 20 years. And then David Benningham's walking down first game with number 5 on his back. So that was quite funny. So yeah, look, number 9 obviously is obviously famous for Alan Shearer in Newcastle.
Yeah.
But I think number 5 is a pretty big number for us at Durham.
Yeah. Here's Taylor in, and Clarke just nurdles that one into the offside. Zafar Gahar doing the fielding. Well, it's been really nice having a chat with you. Last time I saw you was in the pub at Lord's, Marcus.
That's right, the tavern, wasn't it? That's
right. Yeah.
It always gets me, the tavern.
It always gets me as well. Yours, Martin Emerson. He calls me Dusty Dan because, lucky today I'm driving, so, I'm going to have one beer with him after play, but normally in London it's by tube. Oh, and that's well bowled. That's taken the shoulder of the bat. He's going to get 4 runs, but moral victory there to Matt Taylor. And there's exactly what you said, Marcus, with the pitch. It's got a green tinge in the middle. If you can see it here on play, can't you? A green tinge in the middle.
There's just enough in there, isn't there?
And then shaved at each end. And I think it's a very good toss to win. And I think Ajaz Patel might come into to play later in the game. He's got a reasonable track record on pitches.
Yeah. I mean, that's the plan. I mean, look, I hope it's not a trend of what we've seen. We've seen a lot of good starts. But that might also reflect... the surface is maybe, it's not as true or as easy to bat on as it might look from up here.
Yeah. Well, you can't tell till both sides are batted, can you?
Very true.
Yeah. Taylor around the wicket, and that's a lovely shot. And that's half fielded by Josh Shaw with the coveted number 5 on his back. And he stops 4 runs there. They get through for a single. So Clarke moves on to 5. Robinson's on 4. 158 for 4 in the 38th over. And
very interesting period of the game here, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's been a really interesting day. I mean, this morning was, there were drop catches, there were close LBWs, there was, scoring at 4 and over, and it was really good cricket. Taylor in, and that's squared. Robinson up this time, and he's going to get at least 2, but again, a moral victory for the bowler. Right, I'm going to hand you over to Ian Randall. I'm here with Marcus North, and Marcus will tell you all about his time in Bristol and the various restaurants and public houses that he visited.
And notably, Marcus hasn't said anything about those at all, because he's too professional.
Clifton Village was a lovely place for a couple of years when I was there.
I mean, one thing you will notice, and it will have changed since you were here as a player, how the shape of the ground has changed with the apartments in.
Yeah. I think it's been a nice addition, actually. I just think it really does add a little bit to the ground.
Did you feel, as a player, that it was a very open, perhaps almost a little bit soulless at times?
Especially when you're having tough days in the field.
Here's Singdale into Clarke, who punches that out to Shaw again at mid-off. 160 for 4. As you can see, the Durham run rate is still high. Is that Is that an attitude of mind that Ryan Campbell has instilled as much as anything else?
100%. Yeah, look, he's someone that has the attitude that he wants us to move the game forward at all times. He wants to have time in the game to get 20 wickets. By doing that, you're going to give yourself every opportunity to win games. He doesn't. He openly says he doesn't do draws. He doesn't want to draw games. He wants to win them.
Singdale in bright sunshine, in again to Clarke. That's driven down. That's a lovely shot. That's gun barrel straight, and it rolls all the way up to the boards at the apartment end. MATCHDAY Road end down for 4.
That's one of the shots as a batter. I can tell you, I don't think there'll be too many batters. If you nail a straight drive, you're feeling pretty good about your balance and how you're picking up line and length. So that's a good sign for Clarke early in his innings.
Yeah, as you said earlier, he hasn't played for somebody of his age. He's not played a massive amount of red ball cricket.
No, that's true. And like I said, he's been very much a white ball player for us, and this part of his game, the red ball has kind of been reborn through a new coach and new set of eyes, and like I said, he's played his role very, very well so far.
Pleasure to have Marcus North with us on the stream this afternoon. Singdale in and Clarke again defends. In terms of a director of cricket role, does that mean you're a big picture thinker?
I think you have to be. It's the balance between short to medium term thinking and also making sure that is aligned and doesn't contradict with long term objectives as well. And getting that balance is at times can be challenging because we're in sport and sport's about outcome and results. And sometimes that can distract you because that's just the nature of sport. And it's just trying to kind of stay loyal to your long-term strategy.
Singdale into Clarke, who waits and then tries a pull, which he would have ideally liked to go to the deep square leg boundary, but he got it off the bottom half of the bat. I think he just pinches a single.
I think it's also important not to be stubborn with it. I think that yes, you're going to have a certain philosophy and strategy that you want to kind of keep ticking off and kind of going back to, but not being stubborn where if it's not working or the landscape's changed or something out of your controls happen is to take a breath and go in a slightly different direction. That's okay. As long as it's well thought through and not reactive. But yeah, I think too many times you can be a bit stubborn on your approach.
Singdale in. Robinson finds Zafar this time. He's square on the offside. Umpire Newell is standing at point. Still the 2 slips in for Ajit Singdale. So just humour me a touch on last season a bit. You were only beaten by the teams that went up, Middlesex and Notts, and you beat the teams at the bottom. So does that say that, in a sense, your form over the season was fair, or the outcome of the season was fair, bearing in mind the cricket you played? And you think, right, can that be a platform then to go forward from that?
Yeah, I think the first 2 or 3 years we were very much in a progressive state.
Singdale again to Robinson, who defends back into his crease.
You're picking up, you're starting a role. It takes a few years to evolve the squad, to make necessary changes within your personnel. That's again aligned to how you want to play and the quality you're looking for. And then there's progression of developing players, and I think we did that very well over a 3-year period, and then that starts to then transform into, okay, we've gone through a period now, it's outcome driven, we've got to get results now. We're a very proud club, and we've had a great history for a very short, for a club that's only 30 years old.
Singdale to Robinson, who would have wanted to play that up to mid-on, but he's squeezed it out on the offside, and it's fielded by Shaw, end of the over.
It's well documented, with the relegation, or forced rather, minus 48 points, through the financial challenges the club found itself in some time ago. And there's obviously been a rebuilding. We lost a hell of a lot of our brilliant players that we developed at Durham, went into different clubs for the reasons that are quite obvious. But yeah, very much last year we just didn't feel that we kind of took that next step. I think that was the most difficult thing about last year. But we've got great faith in the squad that we've got. We've got some fantastic young kids coming through. We had 4 of them representing the England under-19s. We had a number of players in the Lions tour to Sri Lanka. So we've got some great depth, and we've just got to just keep nurturing that and giving them opportunities, and we've got some great experienced players now. We've seen the likes of Potts and Clarke getting opportunities for England. We've had Lees last year. We've had Ollie Robinson, like I said, tour to Sri Lanka for the A team.
Matt Taylor in and continuing this spell, which has seen both he and Singdale take a wicket since lunch. Both Bedingham and Borthwick, who were not out at the interval, both gone in successive overs since then. And you have kind of the, if I can put it, the poster players, which can still be the heroes for people wanting to come up through the system.
Yeah, 100%. When you've got players like Ben Stokes, who's absolutely world class.
Taylor in and clipped by Clarke down to Ajit Singdale on what used to be the old net set, the net area down at that end of the ground. Would that be the nets that's used in the winter?
I remember that. I'm not sure. And they used to have that little corner pavilion with the bar at the bottom, didn't they?
Well, that was the old Jessup stand. Yeah,
Jessup stand. That's it. That's right.
That went when the apartments were built. So it was nearly 10 years. It's quite scary when you say that, in terms of the actual development being put together. Matt Taylor is staying around the wicket, and one more to Robinson. Someone actors and Josh Shaw is getting limbered up. Shaw is at mid-on, got one of the wickets before lunch.
We're very fortunate, Durham, with our Academy Director John Windows has been there for some time to continue to produce some fantastic players. We've got a fantastic pathway with some full-time professional coaches. John does a fantastic job, and year in, year out, we're producing first-class players, under-19 players for England.
I'll come back to that point in a second. Here's Taylor once more. Pleasant shot, but straight up to mid-off where Harris fields. Dale Bankerstone said during the winter that there are certain places that you tend to look for young talent. What you want to do is find the talent that isn't in those areas. So do you look into the club system in the northeast, and how strong is that?
Yeah, I can't sit here and take all the credit and say our pathway and our coaches produces all our great players. Our pathway is a reflection of how strong our communities are and our club cricket network is.
Taylor in again. Well, that's a attempted crash through the offside by Clarke, but he didn't time it, and fielded by Zafar.
Good. Remember that northeast Durham, the pit villages.
Yeah.
All those villages had cricket clubs, and a lot of them are still very much thriving and are the hub of the community. Boys and girls, they grow up at the cricket club because their mum and dad's down there, or that's their local establishment where they get entertainment or have a beverage.
Taylor around the wicket, that's a bit wider and let go by Clarke. End of the over, 169 for 4, 2 wickets in the morning session and 2 since. Bedingham and Borthwick out since lunch. There are the details of the card. Borthwick with his half century, and Benningham's 40 taking him past 5,000 first class runs. There's a sub-fielder out on the ground at the moment, just trotted on. I'm not sure who that is though, because Josh Shaw's coming back.
Is that Van Meekeren that's come out?
It might be. Yes, we don't often see him in white kit. That's the thing. We only generally see him in ODI. Sorry, I'm ODI.
T20.
Limited overs cricket kit, but he's temporarily out there. So, who would be an example of somebody who Durham spotted playing club cricket, who's come up to the fringe of the first team or actually into it? Here is Shaw. I'll just let you ponder that. Here is Shaw bowling to Robinson, who plays that up to mid on no run.
You could name pretty much most of the team. Yeah, Bryden Cass has come through. He started at a club called Burnmore, came over as a 17-year-old lad from South Africa, and he got into the club system and then got exposed through that. Matthew Potts, literally most of them, and we've got the North East Premier League and we've got the North Yorkshire South Durham leagues.
Short to Robinson again. That's down the ground. That'll be 4 more. So Graham Clarke played a nice shot earlier in this session, almost gun barrel straight. That wasn't quite as straight or quite as fierce, but it was still well placed. And here's a second look at it. Just a little bit aerial just initially, but the placement was everything.
Yeah, so we're fortunate. I forgot some. There are ECB Premier Leagues, and there's a number of there's a good pyramid system in the northeast with our club. So there's a promotion and relegation, so you can effectively work your way up to the Premier League.
Short to Robinson again defends.
And administratively they run really, really well. And like I said, that our clubs have got great people working within them, and there is an absolute alignment within our kind of club network of players and young kids being developed, and we're seeing it really now in the girls section as well. The growth in the girls teams and the girls players that are coming through the northeast is fantastic as well, and coming into our pathway system.
Sure. And again to Robinson, we didn't know where that had gone. It's gone off an inside and a thin edge down in the end to long leg. They've come back for 2. There's a big area on the ground there which is being patrolled by Zuman Akhtar in the main, and Van Meekeren helping him out there, but they've still come back for a couple. You mentioned Bryden Cast earlier, and obviously he was involved in that tense finish last week. Did you think he would need to bat, or did you think that Potts and rain would get you there? Because I was listening to the last hour on the internet, and they sounded as if they were absolutely in control of the situation.
Yeah, they were, but when you're in my seat, you're never satisfied until the last run scored.
Sure. Into Robinson again, and up to mid-off this time. Can't beat the fielder, though.
I think there was a period where we lost about 5 or 6 wickets pretty quickly the night before. And I think when Rain and Potts went out, I think we needed about 70 odd to win.
That's right.
And at that stage, Cast wasn't going to bat. If we lost a wicket, Cast was not in a state to bat. And obviously those guys played really well and got through to the end of play. And the decision was, we've got to use them if we need them. We only need 33 runs to win.
Shaw running towards us, and that's all cracked up on the bounce to Zafar at point. At the end of Josh Shaw's over, we've had 41 overs in the day, 175 for 4. So as you can see, Durham's run rate is very healthy. I had a conversation with somebody at lunch, and I said, what's your spread bet on the score at the close? He said 325. I said, cautious, very, very. Given the way you were cracking on this morning, 325 looked very cautious. But I'm sure that at lunch the chat will be, look, just the next hour or even the next over, the next ball, even you break it down into small areas of time, and get to here, and then the end will take care of itself. Yeah,
very much. I mean, that's one of Ryan's qualities as a coach is his philosophy is pretty simple, and it's I wouldn't say as simple as watch ball, hit ball, but it's very much, if in doubt, I want the players to take a positive approach.
Oh, and we've absolutely seen that today.
Yeah.
And
we're seeing it with the guys. I mean, we've lost a couple of wickets, but you can see the tempo of the batters, the incoming batters. They're coming in and they're picking up that tempo where it was left off. So it's not like wickets are slowing the run rate down.
Zafar Gahar back into the attack at this pavilion end.
I think we'll definitely see more than 300 runs today, even if we get bowled out.
Yeah, I said closer to 400. Zafar Gahar in once more. Bottom of the bat, but right up to Matt Taylor. It's very full from Zafar Gahar.
It's a pretty special thing we've seen in the last 12 months. The way England have played Test cricket has been remarkable.
And Zafar in once more, and chopped into the ground and away by Clarke into the offside. Zuman Akhtar is deep on the offside, patrolling that boundary. He's probably 4/5 of the way out to the rope, so there's a comfortable single. And it is such a change from the days of 240 for 3 batting all day. It's like chalk and cheese relatively, and the game, as you said earlier, Ryan's theory about you want to move the game on, there's no question about that. You know, you could argue we're probably at least an hour ahead of where you might have been on in a day of...
A traditional day, yeah, absolutely.
15 years ago.
Yeah.
Zaff around the wicket.
You could argue, you could say 5 years ago, 3 years ago.
Possibly.
But it's for a team to inspire and to challenge the way you think about the game and the way it should be played, like England have done in the last 12 months. I don't think it's happened before.
End of Zaffa's first over, obviously, in Durham's last visit here. He had a bit of fun, shall we say?
A field day, didn't he?
Game was over in 2 days. That was at the end of the season. And to be fair, and we've had this chat earlier on today, it would be very unusual to find a wicket like that in May.
Yeah, that very much so.
I think that was the end of quite a dry spell, and it was a used pitch, and the inevitable potential there for it to be a bit of a what we might call a Bunsen.
Bunsen, yeah. I think a lot of our players have blocked that one out. I think forgot about that one. Didn't happen.
Yeah. Gloucestershire expecting to lose Marcus Harris after this game to go into the Australian squad for this. I mean, do you think he will be in the team for the Ashes?
Look, do I think he will, or do I think he should be? Is the question, I guess.
Okay, I'll give you a variety on that in a minute. Here's Shaw in. Gloucestershire have put a man in now at short, straight, mid-on for Robinson. Chris Dent's gone in there. And that, again, is that an indicator of the pace of the pitch, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. There's no doubt that, I mean, how was it, 40 overs? So traditionally the ball will start to get a bit soft now. And then that kind of 50 to 70 to 80 over mark, the ball's really soft. So I think you're definitely seeing the wicket start to wear, the ball's getting a little bit older, and you're seeing the ball to slow down a little bit off the surface.
Shaw into Robinson, and again plays that quietly up to middle. Let's go with the will he.
No.
For Harris.
No, he won't start.
Right.
I think Khawaja and David Warner will open the batting at least the first 1 or 2 test matches. Look, I think Marcus is one of the real unlucky ones. He's oven ready for Test cricket. He's a very experienced player. He churns out runs wherever he plays. I've always been a big fan of Marcus.
Shaw in once more, and Robinson on 14 just can't beat Dent in that position. He's really like 15 yards or so from the bat, maybe a little more than that, more like 18 allowing for the angle. He's just in front of the crease at the bowler's end.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough, my back end of my career, Marcus originally is a Perth boy. And we played quite a bit together over my last 3 or 4 years. He kind of started to break into the Western Australian team.
Robinson waits, and Shaw gets that just a little bit on the inside half. He probably wouldn't have chosen to play it there, but it was safely into the ground first, so no risk of dismissal.
Before making the right move to Victoria, and his career's really kicked on from there. But look, I like the way he plays. I think he's organised. He plays good attacks very, very well, and I think he'll get his opportunity. I'm not sure where David's at the moment. He seems to be making a few runs in the IPL.
Shaw in again to Robinson, just conscious that those 2 wickets after lunch might need a little bit of a check on the run rate and just a re-establishing of this partnership. Last wicket went down at 149. So only 28 already.
It's an interesting time for Australian cricket, I think. If you look at the team, or certainly the 11 that's been playing a lot recently, they're all getting to the twilight of their career.
Shaw to Robinson. Again, better line. He defends.
I mean, Usman Khawaja's had the most remarkable 18 months, 2 years since getting back into the team. I think he came in as a replacement for, it might have been Head or someone for concussion replacement during the Ashes, and belted a couple of hundreds at the SCG. He's been remarkable, but he's in his, I think, 35, 36. David Warner's similar, middle 30s. Obviously Smith's been around for a while. Marnus is obviously a very good player. I think Cameron Green's a fantastic all-rounder as well. But some of our bowlers, again, you're seeing more injuries with Stark and Hazelwood now than we've seen previously.
Zafar Gahar starts a new over from the pavilion end. They can cleverly run a single to the left of Chris Dent at short cover. And just a name you touched on it. So Harris, you think won't be in, but he's absolutely right to be right in the mix.
100%. And if he doesn't play, if he doesn't get an opportunity this Ashes, I don't see David playing for too much longer. Whether he retires on his own terms or he gets dropped, and that's when I think Marcus can kind of come in and have that kind of twilight part of his career, like we've seen so many other Australians come in around their late 20s to 30 and have a good 4 or 5 years.
Down the ground, Zafar Gahar is hit aggressively, straight, and for 6. Robinson picked that up. How far outside the off stump was that? Here's a second look at it. Actually, not very, but just got absolutely everything in the right place. Got to the pitch of it, and again, very, very straight.
That's the difference in the way these guys bat now. That's probably the first ball that he's actually given a little bit of flight, and then the batters just pounce on it straight away. So it's so difficult for the bowlers, where traditionally spinners could just flight it up, and batters are a bit more conservative.
Well, the phrase we used this morning was that, I'll come back, it might be difficult with Zafar whistling through his overs. He hasn't followed through very tightly there, and Durham is going to just take one out to Akhtar on the deep cover boundary. Was that, and again it comes back to this concept of Ryan Campbell's instilled attitude. It was, we are not going to be bowled to.
Very much so. Very much so.
That's how it felt, even from the first couple of overs.
It's playing with authority. That's what it is.
Yep.
It's not being reckless. He uses that. It's a balance between playing with authority and not being reckless.
Zafar in, and delayed call for a single by Clarke. He just wanted to check that Marcus Harris had ground to make up there. But it's not been a day when the bowlers have been repeatedly beating the bat. There's been one chance spilled by Chris Dent, but Borthwick ultimately out for 53, so he added 33, so the pain for Gloucestershire could have been a lot worse. And now Charlesworth is one of 2 short covers. He's a short straighter cover, and he's got Dent just a bit squarer. Just the one slip. But LBW appeals you can almost count on one hand today, Marcus, can't you? Very, very few.
It was a close one with David Bettingham, wasn't it, before lunch? I didn't see it.
There was.
The boys were saying it was quite close.
Well, our view was that there might have been a nick.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Those 2 noises, inside edge.
If there was, it wasn't out. If there wasn't, it might have been. 187 for 4. Do you actually, in your role, do you watch a lot, or do you find your phone's all? It hasn't gone while you've been in here.
No, I've got a few emails and messages. But,
yeah.
No, I tend to watch a lot. Look, I think anyone that works in sport, certainly cricket, that you're not obsessed with the game, I think you're lying. We're all, just depends how open you are about it, and I think you work in cricket, you're a cricket tragic. You love cricket. It's on the TV all the time. I'm looking at footage. I'm watching second 11 highlights. I'm looking at dismissals. And the players do it, the staff do it. So, and now we're talking on it now. The streaming services around now are fantastic. So the footage is so accessible.
And we've had a lot of emails from people in the northeast this morning, I should add, who are joining us from your part of the world.
Yeah.
So, and is the DOC role the ideal one for you at your time in your career?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess as a player, my default was, I want to be a coach. I definitely want to stay in the game and at the highest level and be a coach. And towards the back end of my career, I really started to get interested in what happens behind the, in the office, at the whack of the commercial, the marketing department.
Sure. Into Robinson still with that straight mid on. Good stop again by Zafar at point. He's just behind square there, but prevents the single.
The business of cricket, and all that, and I was very, very interested in that. And I had Christina Matthews, who's still the CEO at Western Australia now, and she's fantastic, and she was very open. Door policy, come in, Marcus, spend time with us on your days off. get an understanding of how it operates and how it works. And
So you were a sponge then, were you?
yeah, and I think I always thought, well, actually, I kind of like that. I like it's the best of both worlds.
Sure. Into Robinson. It's a nice shot. Good stop. Diving Hammond on that old wicket end.
And you get a number. DOCs are still, we're not all the same. You look at Snelly today. He's out there with the flinger and as part of the kind of resource to help guys get prepared. I'm very much a chinos and polo shirt guy. That I'm not a coach. I'm very much. I'll talk to the guys about cricket or about certain things as a mentor and give kind of be that kind of coach, or like I said, more of a mentor. And that suits me, and that's the role that I've got and established up in Durham, where Ryan and his team, I trust them implicitly. They're employed to do the job, and I've got to manage those players and the medical staff and all the staff associated with our pro group, and then filtering down to our pathways with the boys and girls, and that excites me. It's every day is slightly different, and you're dealing with different people in different parts of the cricketing landscape at Durham.
Sure. In Robinson tries to drive in the V once more, but he can't beat Van Meekeren, who is on the field as a sub at the moment. He's at mid-on.
I'm learning so much. This is my 5th season now, and how I kind of operate, I think, as a DOC, and what I've learnt, and through experiences of the last several years, I do things differently than I did in my first year or two, and I'll continue to learn and evolve and learn through experiences, learn by making mistakes.
Sure. And again, Robinson cuts. That's 4. Found the gap on the offside. There's a man at squarish cover and a backward point, but absolutely pierced the gap, and it raced away to the slightly short of the 2 boundaries on the scoreboard side of the ground for 4. 191 for 4.
I mentioned it earlier with Dan. One thing that I'm extremely grateful for and helps me evolve in my role is having great mentorship within the organisation. CEO Tim Bostock we literally got offices next door, and he's got a great knowledge of the game. Played a lot of minor county cricket, so to have that relationship and that support from him, from our chairman and vice chairman and the board, and our SLT, our senior leadership team is great. And you need good people around you. You need good support to kind of roll through those mistakes, and to have people to bounce off to try and make the best decisions you can at certain times.
Zafar to continue from this pavilion end. Very grateful for your time. Thanks for giving it up for us today. I'll finish with one other question, which was, does a former managing director of a sports club once said to me, what happens on the pitch drives everything. So were you in agreement with that, with your hat that is now covering several areas?
It influences everything, definitely.
Zafar floats up a little bit wider, but again patiently pushed by Robinson for a single.
That's I guess that's one of the challenges with professional sport. You can put all the right people in place, you can have the right culture, and sometimes it doesn't necessarily mean you get the outcome straight away on the field. Or you might have moments where that's tested by the lack of outcome, and that's again evolving and
then you'd say, right, you must believe in the system. Believe in the system, believe in the system, believe in the process. I think the word is.
Yeah, believe in the process, and at times it's very, very challenging. It tests you.
And I'll perhaps lay a parallel with that, and that was Gloucestershire's promotion under Richard Dawson. Came in his 5th season as a coach, but you felt that in each season there was small incremental progress, and they think, right, okay, well, don't mess it up, keep pushing in the right direction, and there will be a ceiling and you'll break through it.
Yeah. But like I said earlier, don't be stubborn enough not to change tack, take a different road. Just because it's been working really well for several years doesn't mean it's going to have another 3-4 years that by doing the same process it's going to repeat. You have to evolve, you have to change, people change, your personnel, your players change, your coach might leave, you get a new coach in, they all influence what you're trying to do. So you've still got to have core values that you're aligning what you're trying to do, but don't be stubborn, don't be afraid to slightly change a little bit.
in the nicest possible way, I hope you enjoy your time back here this week.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
I haven't been back here for a long time. Unfortunately, I fly back up tomorrow. But yeah, just being around and the welcome I've got from some of the loyal members that were here when I played was fantastic. I've already done a couple of laps, and it does bring me back to, God, was it 13, 14 years ago now. I had a great experience here. The club was fantastic. And it's always something I look back on with fond memory, so it's a pleasure to be back.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, man.
Marcus North with us on the stream this afternoon. What a delightful hour that was. Flew by. Well, the cricket's been flying by, to be fair, as well. 193 for 4. And Josh Shaw continuing from the Ashley Down Road end to Robinson Place, again into the ground and up to mid-off. What a pleasure that was to have Marcus with us this afternoon on the stream. And Dan's going to come back into the commentary box.
Marcus North there, what a fascinating guest. Brilliant stuff, wasn't he?
Yeah, very, very good. Robinson punches that on the offside, and you might say that he's a professional at the top of a professional club, but so balanced in his thinking.
Yeah.
And can see, as I said, in a DOC role, you are a big picture thinker.
Yeah, and also just to get an insight into somebody who's played the game at the highest level. I mean, he's 21 Test caps for Australia.
Robinson again defends. Those 2 wickets quickly after lunch just checked Durham a little bit, but I think they'd still be reasonably pleased at 193 for 4, particularly when you look at the overs bowled. We're only in the 47th.
Yeah, we are. They're rattling on. 4 and over.
Those 2 wickets since lunch. Borthwick caught by Hammond off Singdale for 53.
That was a cracker, wasn't it?
It was. And then Bedingham caught by Zaman Akhtar. That was a simpler one. That's a good stop again from Zafar Gahar.
Robinson looks in fine touch here.
Yes.
It has to be said, he's timing the ball very nicely. That on drive was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, he is currently the leading run scorer for Durham this season. 387 he's got, including those in this innings, with 102 50s already. So he looks to be in good touch. Sure, 1 wicket to his name. Into Robinson, that's cracked through the offside. He's played that shot once earlier when Marcus was with us, and he's crashed it away through the gap in the covers once more. And that's another boundary, and Durham now within 1 further boundary of 200. And bear in mind, we are not yet halfway through the overs for today. That shows you how quickly they've been scoring. And James Bracey's got to think now, what does he do with Zaman Akhtar? And can he keep Zafar going when he's actually still been quite expensive? Robinson tries to beat Shaw. A couple of those drives down the ground, that's a dot ball at the end of the over. A couple of those drives down the ground straight. Both these batsmen have played one, have been really good shots.
Yeah, definitely. We've had an email in. AJ, loving the stream as always. And
Not
really,
AJ Ty?
No.
We don't think.
No, we don't think so. He's really enjoying Marcus's input as well. And he had a question about the difference between 4-day cricket here in Australia. But Marcus has now gone back to the dressing room. He did an hour with us, so we do apologise, AJ, for not getting your question across to Marcus there. But hey, Zafar Gahar is going to wheel away from the pavilion end. Going to be bowling to Graham Clarke, and that goes past his outside edge. First one that's turned actually there, and that one really gripped. Zafar in, and Clarke goes over the top, and that is going to go all the way. That's 6 runs. Again, tossed up. Clarke dances down the pitch and slaps him over long on for 6.
Second maximum of the day. Durham up over 200.
Yeah, that's the 200 up in the 48th over. Clarke's now on to 21. Robinson on 31. That's hit back firmly at Zafar. There's been some good music that's come out the northeast over the years. It's got to be said. I mean, I don't include Fog on the Time by Gaza and Lindisfarne in that, or anything by Cheryl Cole. That's played back to Zafar, or even Ain't No Doubt by Jimmy Nail. But one thing that I was listening to earlier, and it was on my playlist earlier, was a record from 1988. It was a band from Sunderland called A Tribe of Toffs. Zafar comes in to Clarke, who chops that one back with a point. They've got to be quick here. And Robinson is. They scamper through for a
Tribe of Toffs.
A Tribe of Toffs. And they had a hit single with John Ketley is a Weatherman.
Well, he is.
He is a weatherman. And so is Michael Fish. And so is Billy Giles, according to the song.
But he was only ever Bill.
Oh, and that's nearly a caught and bowled. Zafar nearly clings onto it. And he's gutted with himself. Robinson pushes that one firmly back. Zafar dives away to his right-hand side. But can't quite cling on. That would have been an unbelievable catch.
He's taken one good one today already.
Yeah. So, a Tribe of Toffs, they were a Sunderland band. They had this hit. But there's only one weatherman around here, and that is Ian McCaskill.
Hello. Ben Major's been on the emails and says, afternoon guys, heard you talking yesterday about the catchment area and supporter base for Durham. Maybe not extending into Scotland. From a personal perspective, I was born in Australia. I've been in Glasgow for 10 years. I'm a first class and test match cricket lover, and I've started following the championship more closely this year due to the live streams that are available. I've jumped on the Durham bandwagon as they appear to be the closest first class county, so I would say they are definitely, quote, for the north. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, great email. There is John Ketley, and proving that he is a weatherman, and he has brought the sun, which we have got here today in Bristol. So, great to see.
Josh Shaw's been taken out of the attack.
I think Wincy Willis got a mention in that song as well at the end of it.
Josh Shaw, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. So 4 overs for 14 in that spell. Here is Zuman Akhtar back into the attack. That's chopped down very fine, and good stop from Ajit Singh Dale. Down at third man. And they'll only get 1. So at the moment, Dale, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 43. Matt Taylor, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41. Josh Shaw, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. And now Akhtar into his 7th over, back into the attack. With the field pretty well spread. Clarke nearly chops on. That's what perhaps James Bracey wanted to use his more senior bowlers where he could, and then can he lure these two into thinking that there are runs available here and they just attack a bit too much against Zuman Akhtar? We'll see. Clarke has 22.
Oh,
that's gone in a rather ungraceful fashion down to third man for a single.
I think that was off the cue end there, wasn't it? A bit more chalk needed, I think, on that one.
Ben, thanks for your email. Yeah, we do hope that one thing we do try and say on the Gloucestershire stream is we try and be as fair and balanced as possible to both teams, and just call the game as we see it and as you see it, hopefully. Akhtar in, played into the ground by Robinson. That's maybe true, not exactly as you see it, but as you view it. You may see it tactically differently, but based on what we're able to bring to you. And we should not ignore the work of Mr. James Healy, who does all our camera work here at Gloucestershire. He is a wizard
It's like, imagine driving a car with your eyes closed. That's how difficult it is. Outside the off stump from Achter. That's something we wouldn't encourage, by the way.
No.
Needless to say.
Bravo, Jimmer.
Yes, he's been with us since last year, early part of last year, and it's hard to imagine us doing this service without him now. But I mean, in terms of Championship Days cricket, this has been a really good watch, because Durham have not been prodding and pushing, they've been pummeling, dare one say, the ball.
They certainly have. Yeah, 207 for 4, 49 overs. Well, I think that's 50 now, isn't it? I think that scoreboard is just about to tick over.
Well, they started.
No, it's 49.
It's 49. They did start at that
yeah,
end,
they did.
So
yeah,
it'll be 49. So, I mean, I think your sort of estimate might be sort of 375, 380 was the runs you were thinking in the day, weren't you?
Yeah, which would. Well, that's only going at 4 and over.
Yeah, it depends how many of this middle order Gloucestershire can remove.
Zaffer into Clarke, who plays that one with a little bit of bottom hand, and it goes out to mid on. Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier, the great break is taking wickets, isn't it? And a couple of wickets here, say 220 for 6. Gloucestershire are right in this. It's a good wicket. It's
the old add 2 wickets to the board, isn't it?
Indeed. Zaffer. Oh, and that's well bowled. That's the arm ball by the look of it. Just a little bit quicker as well. Fired in a little bit quicker by Zaffer.
I think he thought Robinson was coming down the pitch there.
Yeah. No, it wasn't the arm ball. It was a spinner, actually. That's why it got the extra bounce. But well bowled. Robinson in fine form. Dropped by Zaffer in the last over on a very difficult caught and bowl chance. But he's moved serenely on to 33. Pushes that one into the offside, but they're not going to get one there to Achter. Achter looks quite a good fielder, actually.
As he's taken a fairly straightforward catch, but they've all got to be pouched.
Yeah. I've seen easier ones spilt in.
Oh, yeah.
That's played again out to Achter at point. No run. Zaffer just dropping a little short there.
Marcus North with us obviously this afternoon, and we gather that Graham van Buren will be with us after tea. So good to get the sadly missing skipper with us after the tea interval.
Yeah, I'd prefer to be seeing him out on the pitch,
Indeed.
marshalling the troops, but
as I'm sure he would be.
I'm sure he would. He's a lovely man, Graham, isn't he? Always got a smile on his face, always got time for people here at Bristol.
And I was just going back up the stairs at about 25 to 2 before the resumption this afternoon, and he there he was downstairs talking to 3 spectators.
That's epitomises Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. It's one of the warmest, sort of friendliest clubs on the circuit, and Graham van Buren is the heartbeat as skipper.
Zuman Achter on his championship debut into Clarke as an appeal for an LBW. Is umpire Shanmugam going to answer in the affirmative? He isn't. So it's the second quite loud appeal that Achter has had. One now at each end of the ground. So Mark, you'll turn down the first one, and umpire Shanmugam turns down the second one. Oh, that's a better ball, drawing Clarke forward. We hope to see that repeat at the end of the over. I don't think this is the LBW. No, it's the one that just goes, kind of holds its line. Maybe James can get us that LBW appeal at the end of the over. Something in the affirmative. Here is Actor again, whipped off his pads this time by Clarke, down to Matt Taylor. I say, it does say something that we've had no buys and no leg buys yet in the day. Only 2 no balls bowled, both by Ajit Singh Dale.
Ooh. Possibly going down. It's quite full though.
Actor, slightly sort of rocking sort of run. He's getting driven a bit, and that will be 4 more. That's again well timed by Robinson. And that slightly shorter boundary being peppered by Durham if anything is over pitched.
Going back to the LBW, you know, I've seen those given.
A little bit of shape for Zuma Nakhtar with the ball, isn't there, through the air?
I wonder if he's reversing it. I wonder if it's starting to reverse.
Robinson waits again and steers that down to 3rd man, where Ajit Singh does got some ground to make up, and they'll just pick up 1. These two came together with the score on 149, so 65 for the 5th wickets. They've had Durham really had 3 good stands in this innings already. 77 for the 2nd wicket and 63 for the 3rd. So 77, 63 and now 65.
We've had a lovely email from a chap called Jan, who's watching the match from just outside Newcastle with my son Richard, who has a nasty case of chickenpox and therefore off school. We're both Durham members, and your commentary is keeping up morale through what would otherwise be a bleak day. He's quite happy with Durham's start, so long as there's not a collapse round the corner. Well, firstly, Richard, from Ian and I, we hope you get well, and you shake off that chickenpox, mate, and you just stick with us. Don't even bother going to school when you're better. You just watch the stream, mate. All right, you just watch cricket. You'll not go wrong there. 2-1-4 for 4 is Zafar Gahar. Defended by Robinson. Thanks for your email, Yen. We've had some lovely emails from people from the North East, haven't we?
Yes, they clearly appreciate their cricket,
yeah,
and their team as well,
and their sport in general. I mean, they're not happy with Sunderland at the moment, are they? But Newcastle have had a good season. Gateshead are at Wembley. Hartlepool went down. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Zafar in. Oh, that was in the air for a long time, but drops agonisingly short of Actor at point.
Is that bird back again?
It is, yeah.
Nesting somewhere near our effects microphone.
I'm getting the hawk out. I'm getting the sparrow hawk out, Ian. I tell you, I've had enough of it. Oh, and that's caught behind Bracey. That's a bottom edge. That's a good catch there. And Zafar strikes. Robinson goes for 38. That is a really good catch.
Number 21, Ollie
Oh, that's a real good one. That's a big under edge there. Quite a big deflection as well. And bravo, James Bracey.
Yes, he wouldn't have had much reaction time for that.
No, just stuck in the end of the fingers, didn't it?
But he clung on. And another batsman with a decent base goes for Durham. So on their card they now have a 38, a 40, a 41 and a 53.
Yeah.
Now, clearly they've scored quickly, but none of those have gone on to make a significant contribution, a really significant contribution. But Paul Coughlan's coming out now at number 7, back in the team because
of Bryden Cars's injury.
Let's have a look at this again from Bracey. Look how big a deflection it is. It just sticks in the end of the fingers. It's a really good catch. You can tell the mark of a wicket keeper by when he's standing up. You know, football goalkeepers can stand back, but that is really good glove work from the Gloucestershire stumper.
And that will make Zafar feel a bit happier about that caught and bowled chance that went, because he's only added another 7, Robinson.
Yeah, I think it's Baz Deleda coming out, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
It is Deleda, actually, yes.
Yeah. So here he is to the crease. Bastiaan Franciscus Wilhelmus Deleda, son of Tim Deleda, played for the Netherlands, just 18. Still only 23. But as we spoke about with Marcus North, he's got a real stamp of Ryan Campbell about him. He's going to be missing though in June, July. They've got World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe, the Netherlands. Mr. Van Meekeren might be in that side as well.
Yes, he's been out on the field today fielding as a sub.
Yeah, he's a character, Paul. He turns up at the ground on his scooter.
And when you say his scooter, do you mean one of the electric ones?
Yeah, well, you know, like you get in Bristol, in London you get Boris bikes, and in Bristol you can just hire them. And I find my way weaving up and down the Gloucester Road trying not to knock them off. And they're all Chris Dent lookalikes as well. Zafar into Deleda, who gets an inside edge and will get off the mark. First ball.
Yes, Marcus North said that. I think this is only his 3rd first-class match. Deleda, 1 for Holland, and the match with Yorkshire last week, and that's it. That's his first-class career thus far. But clearly, he has potential.
Zafar throws that one up to Clarke. His dad, Tim Deleda, was on comms. Ah, there we go. There's one of the Bristol scooters. I believe James Healy hired one and went down Park Street on one extremely quickly the other year and was terrified and has never been on one ever since. Ever since. And those of you who know Park Street in Bristol, it's one of the sort of more famous streets. University's at the top of the hill, and it's quite a steep hill down to what was the old docks, down to the sort of the waterfront. And James Healy almost ended up in the drink down at the bottom. I think he was terrified that the brakes wouldn't work, so there you go.
Interesting, Zafar at the moment, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 57. Not very often in a red ball game that he would be that expensive.
No.
Here is Achter continuing from the Ashley Down Road end with Deleda new to the crease. Clarke's got 25, but again there might just be a thought that Gloucestershire have got a chance with one new batsman in that they can check this run rate a little bit. Back to 2 slips, Dent in alongside Jack Taylor. Achter to Deleda, and that's fired at no great pace up to mid-on, where Josh Shaw is under the hat. So for Deleda.
There's Park Street for you. James Healy going down there on a scooter.
Achter into Deleda. Let's that go. That was quite close to the offside. So it was a good leave, as leaves go.
Where that picture's taken there, you've got sort of College Green just to your left, and behind you you've got the waterfront, and that's the University of Bristol at the top of the hill. So it's a not for the faint-hearted on a scooter, it's got to be said.
Deleda waits for
Zuman Akhtar and steers it out to Zafar Gahar just on that worn wicket at point. So there's both a third man and a long leg for Akhtar, which is not the norm. Very little use of third man by and large now in 4-day cricket. It's almost seen as a superfluous position. Akhtar again steered, this time down very, very fine, and that's why Ajit Singh Dale is there, and they've just pinched 1 run. It's not the longest boundary, so it's kind of a percentage position, I suppose, by James Bracey. He doesn't want to give away too many cheap 4s through that area, and therefore he's gone what you might call a much more orthodox but slightly defensive field to try and support his debutant bowler. That's outside the off stump. Doesn't bounce a great deal, doesn't get up a lot, that.
The ball's gone soft, hasn't it?
It has. End of the over, 216 for 5. Zafar with the wicket in his last over means delayed has only got 2. Clarke has 25, and the wickets at the moment 2 for Singh Dale, 1 for Matt Taylor, 1 for Josh Shaw, and 1 for Zafar Gahar.
I thought this morning there was quite good carry, especially for Bristol, with the new ball, but I thought that might play into Durham's hands because Matt Potts, I don't believe you're allowed to call him Matty anymore. I think he's Matthew or Matt. But Matt Potts, I mean, his weapon is his steepling bounce, isn't he? He gets bounce from nowhere. And I wonder if that's going to play into Durham's hands. I think he could be a handful.
You'll notice, Dan, on the... Dan does an immense amount of homework for this service to you on the stream, and my notes to him for today was I always give him a coffee off, say Matthew Potts.
Yes, indeed. I've got Matthew Potts as well. Zafar in, and Delader lets that one go. Yeah, I think he's gone from. Matty's very northeastern, isn't it? Matty Potts. Matty Potts. Zafar Gahar. Oh, and that's come off the bat or the pad. Mark Newell's not having either of it.
There was a great line from an emailer to Jonathan Deutsch.
What's that come off? That's come off the outside edge, isn't it?
Well, not in Mark Newell's opinion.
Oh.
I'll come back to that at the end of the over.
Yes, please. Zafar in. Oh, Delader's left that one agonisingly close to the off stump. Zafar's all over him here.
Slow turn, but it is turning.
Yeah, he's turning. Defended there. Ajaz Patel might well come into the game. You know, 4th innings, if it does turn here, he's one of only 3 bowlers to take 10 wickets in an innings at international level. Jim Laker being one and Anil Kumble being another. That's outside the off stump. That completes the 54th over, 216 for 5. Graham Clarke 25, Delader on 2.
There was an email to Martin Emerson and Jonathan Deutsch, who were doing the commentary on the Durham Yorkshire game last week, and I'll come back to that after this is the replay.
This has come off the outside edge, hasn't it? Am I going mad, or have the laws changed?
Well, Mark Newell is stood closer than we are.
It's come off the outside edge.
To be fair, it wasn't a long and particularly vociferous appeal, was it?
Well, Zafar was on his knees.
Yeah, but Bracey and Taylor just kind of joined in almost as an afterthought. So yes, the email to Jonathan Deutsch and Martin Emerson, who were doing the commentary of the Yorkshire-Durham game last week, and they said this was with 9 wickets down. When it rains, it pots. Because they were obviously batting together, which I thought was
very good.
Very good.
here is Clarke just playing that deftly, little dab down to third man, all the way on the bounce, never a chance, and he'll pick up one more. Now, thanks for your interaction on the emails today, and I say Marcus North was just such good company for that hour. We didn't say pose any questions, and to be fair, one or two of you did try and get an email to us, which given James has got so much to do, we don't always get to them at that time, but he was engaging company and we thank him for his time. And that's short from Achter, and Deleda pulls out of the way. So a reminder, in theory, T is at 64 overs, so 10 overs to go, and Gloucestershire have still got a bowl an hour with an old ball after that. 217 for 5. Durham have slowed up a little bit, but they're still going along at nearly 4. Deleda doesn't stroke again. Stopped by Zafar. It says something that as to what they think of his potential as a bat, that he's batting above Paul Coghlan, who's got a first-class 100 and a first-class average of 26, and Ben Rain, who's got a first-class 100 and a first-class average of 23. And this young man is above both of those two. Deleda, nice clip off his legs. Only be one, probably. Good bit of work from Charlesworth to get to the ball quickly, but the throw was a bit untidy when it came in.
I love the little look Bracey gives his fielders when he comes in at his bootlaces. He gives them a little glare, and rightly so. Rightly so. Wicket keepers have enough to do. You know, they want the ball in the breadbasket, don't they, without it scrambling around their bootlaces.
Zuman Achter in once again, and again a dab from Clarke down to third man. He'll pick up one more. And at least it's felt in this is Achter's third spell, and he's bowled 4 overs in this spell. He only bowled 3 in each of his first 2. It's felt as if there hasn't necessarily been a 4-ball every over. It's been a bit tidier this time.
It certainly has been. He's been a lot more bowled a much tighter line, hasn't he? He's bowled a much tighter line. Email from Tom from the Rain Stop Play Inspection at 3 blog, which is a cracking read. Do have a look at it if you can. Zafar in. Oh, is that a bump ball? Crowd catch there, I think. Yeah, bump ball. Tom says, how nice to be back in the Costa del Bristol on this glorious afternoon. Intriguing game, and he's loving the bold approach from Durham. Well, yes, Durham are making this game as well. 2 sides going at this. It's good to see. As Clarke tickles one around the corner. He enjoyed his pie Minster pie at lunch, a fine signing by the Gloss hierarchy. Mind you, if this weather continues, I might be asking for gazpacho tomorrow. Well, it's very nice. It's very pleasant here, isn't it? Zafar in and defended. He's enjoying some good chat with Durham fans around us. It's a seriously long away trip for them, especially after the disappointment for them of Sunderland's playoff defeat. 5 wickets down now. Could we make that 7 or 8 before tea? I don't think it's going to be 7 or 8. If they can winkle one out, though, it would be quite nice. Ooh, nearly got one there. As Clarke or Deleda drives extravagantly outside the off stump. Tom says it's a good game. It is a good game. It's been a really good, intriguing day's cricket so far. Zafar defended by Deleda. Yeah, I think, you know, these are 2 good sides. Durham obviously top of the table. Gloucestershire, I think, are in a false position. You know, they haven't really got on the pitch much due to the rain, and I think that if they had got on the pitch, I'm not saying that they would be top, but I'm saying that they would probably be in the top 3. Oh, and that's nearly been a repeat there of the Robinson dismissal.
Would like to think that they'd have won at Worcester.
I think they'd have won 3. I think they'd have probably won the Glamorgan game. I think they'd have won at Worcester. I think they'd have won at Derbyshire last week. And they'd have, I think, if they'd have lost the Sussex game. So that, you know, they've had 4 ruined by the rain. They didn't even get on the pitch against Yorkshire. But out of those 4 games, I would say that they'd have probably beaten Glamorgan. I think they'd have beaten Derbyshire, and I think they'd have beaten Worcestershire, and I think they'd have lost to Sussex up here.
In which case, I think they would have been second in the table because
Yeah.
Durham are the only side with 3 wins
Yeah.
so far. So this is a longer spell this time from Zuman Akhtar. He's into his 5th over in this spell. And there's been a bit more control from him, and that's certainly helped his own confidence, and also, I'm sure, that of his captain as well. Just an indication maybe that Matt Taylor might be asked to return after this over. Down the leg side, and Bracey can't.
Ooh, Bracey's got to be careful doing that. He hasn't picked up the ball there cleanly. And you can get done now for fake fielding with 5 penalty runs. He hasn't picked up the ball, and he's had a shy there at an imaginary ball at the stumps. And you've just got to be a little bit careful these days. Some umpires might want to be making a name for themselves there.
Akhtar to Deleda, and he's punched that out. He's found the gap. First boundary for the young Dutchman, and cracked away into the covers and the scoreboard side of the ground. And he's up to 7. Clarke's quietly got to 28. Durham 225 for 5. And Akhtar in quite warm sunshine now. As that, again, on the pads of the batsman, they're going to come back for 2. It's well worked away by Deleda. Matt Taylor's got a big area to cover there. Almost say actually that it almost feels as if, and obviously he's not bowling from the same end, he's switched ends since the first spell, but Akhtar looks a fraction more into his rhythm now, almost a fraction faster than that first 3 overs he bowled, where he looked really very nervous.
Yeah, he does. I think he looks a decent bowler. I think he looks a decent fielder as well. I'm not sure. I don't think his batting's
unproven.
Unproven. Yes, you're being kind, Ian. You're a kind man.
Unproven. I think it would be amazing if he wasn't batting at 11. Deleda waits for Akhtar and then just again dabs into the ground, and Zafar half fields. Just the one maiden for Zafar today. In fact, we've only had 7 maidens out of the 57 overs we've had. So that shows how Durham have really tried to profit as much as they can for anything loose, and the run rate has had a good positive ring to it from either the first 10 minutes or so of the day's play.
Yeah, both sides coming out with positive intent. It's really good to see. Number 36 for Gloucestershire just warming up.
Matt Taylor.
Zafar in, and that's gone up in the air. Oh, and that's just going to drop agonisingly wide of Ajit Singh Dale, who drags that back inside the boundary. They're going to pick up 3, but he saved his side a run there and throws it into Bracey. Great work.
Wasn't the most graceful shot by Clarke, was it?
Horrible.
But he saw the fact there was what club players would call cow corner. There was a gap there. He said, right, okay, then I'm going to attack it. And there still is a gap there, to be fair. They've got a man at short mid-wicket. Mid-on is quite straight.
Zafar in, and Deleda defends that.
Yeah, he's taking a different approach to Clarke, who now in the 30s himself.
Zaffa in and defend it.
So Durham now have 5 players who've got beyond 30.
Zaffa in, and that's outside the off stump.
I've got an email from David Fenwick. Who's reading this? Me or you?
You go for it. You go for it. After this ball from Zaffa. Oh, sorry, I'm laughing. His nickname. That's just defended into the onside.
Yeah, well, to be fair, and this is not, it's maybe news to you. Not, he says, David Fenwick says, "Hi Dan, when playing for Gloucestershire, brought back memories of a lad who I met when he was studying at Durham Uni, who went on to play. One MGN, Matthew Windows.
Yep.
His nickname given to him at Durham was the one he used to go by at Gloucestershire, which of course was Steamy." And Matt is now on the Gloucestershire Cricket, the main club cricket board, I believe, in an advisory role. I'm sure that's right. And he says, "Here is my Durham University of 11 who've gone on to play first-class cricket. Not a bad 11. Alistair Cook, Graham Fowler, Andrew Strauss, Will Smith, Nasser Hussain, James Foster, Ed Pollock, Simon Hughes, Robin Martin Jenkins, David Balcombe, Paul Allett." There are many more, he said, I could have picked.
How can you leave Tom Price out of that side?
Yeah.
And Ollie's about to finish up there. My mate sat next to Matthew Windows, actually, at Durham. There's a guy called Dilip Pisharodi, lives in St Albans. And he said that Matt Windows did absolutely no work whatsoever when he was up there.
I'll come back to Windows. Matt Taylor is back into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end. Really good fielder, Matt Windows, and also a left-handed thrower, which is always useful when you think that by the way he bats, Windows would not be a left-handed thrower, but he was a really sharp, that sort of cover mid-wicket area.
I'll come on to that tweet from Dilip Pisharodi.
Clarke tries to force that beyond Shaw at mid-on, but can't beat the fielder.
He said, "I sat next to him at uni when he got the Gloucestershire offer. Talks were supposed to take place, but Durham County Cricket Club were very new at the time in first-class cricket, and names, in commas, were needed on the roster. He talked about cricket all the time and did no work, just like me." Well, there you go.
Matt Taylor around the wicket. Clarke finds a gap of sorts, and he's gone for a sharp single to Marcus Harris. He's got there. Harris threw the ball in at the bowler's end. Matt Windows, obviously he was a very good real tennis player as well. His first class career, 9,000 runs at 32, not too shabby, 1600s. And he also scored over 5,000 white ball runs as well, long format mainly, at an average of nearly 27 with 25 50s and 300s. So as a middle order batter, that's not too bad at all. Matt Taylor around the wicket. Well, that's kept quite low outside the off stump. Obviously part of that Gloucestershire side in the early 2000s, which had very successful record at Lord's.
You ever played real tennis, Ian?
No, Dan.
No?
No.
No, nor have I.
There is a real tennis court at Cheltenham College.
Yes, and at Lord's there's one. There's one at Lord's, and there's one at Hampton Court, I believe, as well.
Taylor on his way from the Ashley Down Road end, and again delayed defends. He's got 9.
It's quite a hard ball as well, isn't it? It's a different type of tennis ball, and there's a little box at the back. If you get it in there, you win the point immediately. If you get it into that box.
Yes, even on what I would describe as the main cricket research website, his nickname is listed as Steamy.
Haha.
So I think there you have it. Well,
could go down a very long road with this. Here's Taylor in. That is off the pad of Deleda, and Bracey tries to throw the ball in left-handed, but doesn't throw the stumps down. End of Matt Taylor's first over of a new spell, and Durham 231 for 5. 32 to Graham Clarke, and Baz Deleda has 9. Matt Taylor has 1 for 42 from 13. Ajit Singh Dale 2 for 43 from 13, and Josh Shaw 1 for 28 from 9. Zafar Gahar 1 for 61 from 13. Those are the wicket takers.
There's a real tennis court. I think that is the box on the right hand side there, which if you get that in, you get the point. Sloped roofs there, and obviously because it's a posh sport, you've got the executive boxes on the left hand side. Zafar Gahar, bit of air, and Clarke biffs that one out to Marcus Harris at mid wicket.
The other nicknames along the same lines as Steamy Windows.
Zafar, Clarke defends.
So Paul remains.
Yeah, great nickname, superb nickname.
Yeah.
Yes.
Human.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful nickname.
And Graham Dilly.
Picker.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Just chopped away there by Clarke.
So
what about Zondeki, the old South African bowler?
Oh, no.
All hands.
Right, yes. Well, okay. The footballer Fitz Hall.
Yeah, one size. Magnificent.
That was a great one.
Zafar in. And driven nicely.
I gotta go to one.
Alan Lamb was legger, wasn't he? Chopped away again. Clarke looking to cut Zafar. Dangerous game though. So what happened to Ollie Robinson? 2-3-1 for 5. Clarke 32. Deleda on 9. Not long to tea.
4 overs after this. Gloucestershire for time. Not too bad.
Let go there.
They were -1 at lunch. So they might be a little bit behind at tea, but remember the new ball at 80, so Zafar might well have a bowl after tea as well, I would have thought, with the old ball.
You'd think so.
Thanks for your emails today, by the way. They've been really good interaction, particularly those of you in the northeast, just really for your benefit, because there's probably 250 miles between some of you and us. Forecast here for tomorrow. We might, with a small m, just catch a random shower, but it is forecast to be dry and then better again for the weekend. So overall pretty good conditions. Deleda defends. Start of a new over from Matt Taylor, who has just his brother at slip. Otherwise the field fairly well for Charlesworth's warming up. Well, if that's wishful thinking on his part, I don't know. But he fancies a couple of overs before tea. Or perhaps he wants to tell his captain he's absolutely ready for a couple of overs if called upon. Taylor turns at the end of his run. And around the wicket, Deleda's looked quite an organised bat. Tumbling stop from Josh Shaw at mid-on prevents a run. So for Matt Taylor, third man and long leg, and then a point and a deep square. Charlesworth is almost on the rope at deep square, and then in front of the wicket, a short cover. Chris Denton was for the miscue, and an orthodox mid-wicket Miles Hammond, then mid-on and mid-off. So Matt Taylor does clip that into the gap as a chase for Shaw. You won't haul that in. That's going all the way to the rope for 4. It's a nicely timed shot, and yeah, Deleda looks to have something about him as a bat, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does. I was surprised to see him coming in ahead of Coughlin in the order, but he you know, Ryan Campbell sees these guys day in, day out. He's obviously a good coach, Ryan Campbell. He's coached internationally. He's taken his side straight to the top of the table. And, you know, you've got to trust the process, as Marcus North says.
Delayed it. Oh, that's gone off a thick edge down to third man. That wasn't totally controlled, but with only one man in the slips and that play with very soft hands, again, we've had no chance and one more to the total. The only, other than the 2 no balls bowled by Singhdale today, we've had 1 leg by in the day's play. That's all in terms of the extras tally. So from a discipline point of view, Gloucestershire have done pretty well on that front. Pleasant shot again from Clarke, but straight to Dent. Not had too much chasing around to do, and I'm sure that with James Bracey captaining the side from behind the stumps, people like Harris and Dent in particular will be in his ear with anything they can spot that will make a difference.
Yeah, good experienced cricketers.
Clarke 32 from 60 balls at the moment. That's a pleasant shot again, but stopped by Josh Shaw.
Jack Taylor too as well, captain of the white ball side here. He's a good experienced man.
So we have 3 overs to go until tea, and I think it's fair to assume that Zafar Gahar will bowl 2 of them. Obviously, Jack Taylor is another spin option if Gloucestershire wish to use it, but by and large, last year I think he only really bowled in white ball cricket. Did he bowl in the Championship? He only bowled 18 overs in the Championship last year, so very much an occasional to that end.
Yeah, he bowled well, I thought, in the white ball competition last year. Zafar. Let's go.
So Durham have scored 109 in this session at the moment. 109 for 3. So that's pretty even, isn't it?
Yeah. Ooh, half a shout.
Dan's a furious scribbler during commentary.
Zafar.
Always writing a note about something.
So the score at lunch was what? I forgot to write this down. 127 for 2.
127 for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I do. I normally like to write stuff down. Ooh, bit of extra bounce there for Zafar. Goes through to the gloves of James Bracey.
Our good friend Ed Seaborn last week was working with Dave Fletcher, who does the commentary for Derbyshire on the stream. You would have had them for company last week.
Zafar tosses that one up a little higher.
And Ed writes very little.
Does he?
Yeah, he writes very little. And Dave made the point that I think he said, you must have the best memory of anybody I've ever worked with.
Well, one shot. You know, I've lived a good life, Ian. Zafar just tossing that one up, defended by Delader. That completes the over. 236 for 5. Delader's on 14. Graham Clarke on 32. 2 overs to tea.
So we're going to be about 10 or 12 minutes late, I would have thought, to tea. So not too bad.
You're a scribbler though, Ian, as well. You're like...
Yeah, I'm a bit of a scribbler. But then my writing's really poor. That's why I have to print all the preamble.
No, it's not bad. It's all right.
It's not bad, he says. It's doctor's hieroglyphics.
Yeah. Well, no, it's all right. No, I've seen worse. From my kids when they were young.
Yeah, that's right. So Manachta might have be needed for another burst after tea. down in front of us at the moment at long leg. Matt Taylor in, pulled away by Clarke, and Charlesworth can't reach it. That's going all the way for 4 at deep square. Charlesworth didn't move very comfortably towards that. Maybe he lost the flight of it because Clarke pulled it away hard on the leg side. That was a shot of real aggression, and it's gone in front of square. Charlesworth couldn't hold it in, and it's gone away 4-4. Would Durham, I don't think they'll quite get to a first batting point by tee. This which is the last but 1 over, so they don't need to hurry. They need 10 more. Matt Taylor in again. Clarke defends. That was just too short a ball to ignore. It's a fancy hat, that gentleman at the top of your picture. What colour is that? That's a tangerine, isn't it?
Tangerine cowboy hat. That's superb.
Charlesworth patrolling that big area in the deep on the leg side. Clarke, though, isn't interested. The wickets to fall this afternoon. They were 2 down at lunch, Durham. So Borthwick caught by Hammond off Singdale for 53. That was a good sharp chance. Beddingham caught by Zaman Akhtar off Matt Taylor for 40, and then Ollie Robinson caught by Bracey off a low inside edge off Zafar for 38. Clarke chops that into the ground. That was a bit risky.
We've seen Chris Dent out quite a bit like that this season, haven't we? Cutting maybe too close to his body and chopping it on.
Yeah, he was the difference with that, though, he was reaching for that a bit.
Yeah, he was.
The difference in doing that and getting a big inside edge, and then to actually playing a ball when it's, you know, much closer to you. The work, I say, pretty evenly shared by the bowlers today. Matt Taylor around the wicket, driven back down, good stop. I say back down the ground, good stop by Taylor following through. Josh Shaw's only had 9 overs, so he's been the most lightly used, so it may be he may have a burst after tea perhaps with Zafar.
I thought he's bowled all right, Josh Shaw. Thought he's bowled quite well. I mean, Ajit Singh Dale's been the pick of the bowlers, but I think Josh Shaw has, you know, he's given his captain a little bit of control.
Some of that initially was by bowling quite a long way outside off stump, to be fair, but he's still, it's that concept that sometimes we hear sides talk about, you know, you dry up the runs first and then you just try and force a mistake.
Yeah.
Rather than actively getting people out. There are the bowling figures as we head into the last over before tea. I think Shaw might have a bit of a burst after tea with the old ball, leaving Ajit and probably Matt Taylor for the new ball in the last hour of the day's play. It would be something for Gloucestershire to bowl Durham out here, but they still look likely to get a good total.
Yeah, they certainly do. 10 runs away from a batting point. Zafar to Deleda, defended. That we have a tweet saying that guy. There is a place called Tom Price in Western Australia. It's a mining town in the Pilbara region of Western Australia. It's located inland at the edge of Hammersley Ridge. Defended there by Deleda. Tom Price is the highest town above sea level in Western Australia, and is consequently dubbed top town in WA. Well, he's top bowler, and Gloucestershire missing him. Zafar throws that one up a little. Deleda pushes it back at him. So there you go. Tom Price, a town in Western Australia.
He should go and spend the winter there, shouldn't he, really?
It's educational. I tell you what, it's educational working on this stream here. The things you learn.
This has been a good 2 sessions of cricket here today.
It's been a really intriguing couple of sessions. Zafar to Deleda. Possibly playing for tea. She's on 14.
This is the last over.
Yeah. 2 balls left. Deleda pushes that one back.
Do you need me to cut the rascal cake at tea?
Oh, yeah.
James is nodding.
Oh, yes, please. Oh, Ian. You spoil us. Not only do you make it, but you cut the cake as well. And that will be tea. So 240 for 5. Clarke will resume on 36. Baz Deleda will resume on 14. 64 overs gone in the day. And Ian, as you were saying, it's been a really, really interesting session of cricket, isn't it?
Well, it has, and I say it's all come about because Durham have come here with I used the word earlier on, an aggressive attitude to the way they want to play the game. They're not prepared to sit and not drive it. They've won the toss. They've said to Gloucestershire, right, you've got to bowl us out. Fair enough. But we're going to go about it in a positive way, and we're going to try and score quickly to move the game on. And that they have done. You know, they've still got 32 overs in the day. They could well be at 380, which is where you suggested they might be, if these two, or Rain or Coglan to some degree, continue to really punish the bad ball. There have been a high proportion of boundaries today, but Gloucestershire have just reined it back a little bit in that session. So 113 for 3 net in that session. The bowling figures with Clarke 36 and Deleda 14 at tea. Ajit Singhdale 13 overs, 2 for 43. Matt Taylor, as you can see, 1 for 51 from 15. Shaw 1 for 28 from 9. Zaman Akhtar on his debut, 11 overs for 56. There's 3 spells there, the last of which was by far his tidiest, and Zafar Gahar's dragged his figures back as well in this afternoon's session, 1 for 61 from 16. Time for us to put the kettle on, suggest you do as well, and we went off here at 7 minutes to 4, so we will be back with you again at about 10 past for the final session on this first day. Join us then.
Terrific catch. Terrific catch.
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Welcome back. Act 1, Part 3. As the umpires make their way out to the middle. Durham Shamnugan, one of them, and Mark Newell in his 3rd game of Gloucestershire of the season, making their way out.
It's a bit drier
to the middle
than at Glamorgan, where he had quite a lot of rain. In fact, it was quite wet for the Sussex game, so he'll be, in particular, pretty pleased that it doesn't look as though the weather is going to impact this.
Yeah.
And just having a chat amongst those of us on duty here at the ground, media-wise at tea, our perception seemed to be that this game's rattling along at a fair old pace, and whether we might get much play on the 4th day, given the way the pace of the game is going, remains to be seen.
Well, I'm going to depart. I've obviously had a 20-minute break for tea. I'm going to make that a 40-minute break, and I'm going to hand over the microphone for 20 minutes to a man who's sadly missing from this game, but he's much loved here at Gloucestershire. So I'm going to hand over to Graham Van Buren.
And Graham will join us in a moment. The umpires are out in the middle. Players not quite out there yet. Graham's going to take Dan's seat. We've been honoured today. You had Marcus North during the afternoon session, and the skipper's here with us now. Why aren't you out there, Skip?
Firstly, thanks for having me here.
Not at all.
Good to see you. Yeah, unfortunately, I did want to be out there, and until yesterday evening I was still out there, but the medical staff ruled me out last minute. Just with I got a bit of a grade 2 tear on my right hammy, so.
When did you do that? Do you reckon?
Last day, the 3rd day at Derbyshire. So, yeah, I've been carrying it, but it is what it is, and hopefully.
What's the prognosis? That's the key point, I suppose.
No, only a couple of weeks. I think it's more precautionary. So the season's long. You don't want to. We got it early on the injury, so you don't want to, go out there and get a grade 3 or even tear it off again. So it's just precautionary, a couple of weeks, and hopefully get some action soon.
So what's been your reading of these two sessions? They've raced along, haven't they?
No,
as in the cricket has raced along.
They're a good side. I think that they've shown this whole season they're playing some attacking cricket. I thought we were a bit both sides of the wicket, to be honest. We gave them a lot of 4 balls, but they are showing good intent with the bat. But I think I'm quite happy with where we are at the moment with the 5 wickets, and we have created a lot of opportunities. Could have been easily.
Is it one of those ones where you add 2 wickets to the board and see what it looks like? Here's Ajit who start the play after tea. There's a half an appeal, and Miles Hammond tries to hit the stumps at the bowler's end, which he does, but Deleda and Graham Clarke have got through for a single. Marcus North was saying that, in his opinion, 241 for 5, where the catches have been in the match, very little going to the slips, catches generally in front of the batsman, have indicated the pace, in inverted commas, in the pitch. The pace of the pitch, perhaps better phrase.
No, we'll just wait for Aj to bowl this one.
Here is Singdale running towards us. We're in the pavilion. He's bowling from the... he thinks he's jogged that on, and he's just bounced over the top. Singdale almost was half away in celebration there of a drag on from Baz Deleda. A second look at this. It's down, and he thinks he's got him, and he doesn't, as if the ball has bounced over the leg stump. And he has been, from our perspective, Graham, almost the go-to bowler today, which shows the progress he's made in the last 12 months.
Yeah, he's been amazing for us. He just makes things happen, and it's every time he has a ball in his hand, it means something.
Singdale again. Pull. That was a bit too short, but a good stop. In it. Shortman wicket, Miles Hammond. I say short, but he's kind of on the single there, Miles Hammond. But it was a good bit of work again. But if you look at the bowler that bowled in that, I think it was at Old Trafford, where he was quite raw last year, coming straight in. You look at the bowler now, there's more control, there's more wicket-taking threat, arguably.
No, 100%. we'll just wait for him to bowl this one.
Comes in again and delayed at.
Yeah.
Just steers that out on the offside, fielded by Chris Dent in the gully.
No, he's just got such a good attitude, I think, and he works really hard, and you know, he deserves the rewards he's getting at the moment. He makes things happen, doesn't he? He's exciting, and when we do need something, it's somebody I can rely on. Obviously, we have a couple of them, but you know, he's got an extra bit of pace, extra bit of zip, and he's something different, which I love, and he just keeps on coming.
I might just draw a comparison which one of our emailers drew this morning in a moment. Here's Singdale in once more, and Delayed has got that away, not totally convincingly, but it's come out to Ben Charlesworth. One of our emailers this morning said he reminds him a little bit of Simon Jones, obviously England 2005 Ashes. I mean, I don't know whether you can picture Jones in your mind and see where that comparison is coming from.
No, 100%. I feel like I think Simon Jones used to reverse swing the ball also very well, the old ball, like a slingy type, and Adge can do that really well, you know, with the old ball. Just get it to tail a little bit into the stumps.
Well, that's what he's got in his hand at the moment. This is the 65th over with it, and cut away by Clarke. There is a man out on the deep backward point boundary, and Matt Taylor's throw in just keeps them to a single. So Deleda has 15, Clarke has 37, 243 for 5. Durham 127 for 2 at lunch. They lost 3 wickets in the afternoon session for 113, and they've had 3 good stands, but not three perhaps match-defining stands in this innings. 71, 63 and 65, but Gloucestershire each time just managed to force an error when it looked to be getting to a point of possible dominance from Durham.
Yeah, I feel like if we can restrict him to less than 300, that'll be our goal. And then when we do get into bat, learn from those mistakes they made.
Zafar from the pavilion end, and Clarke just pushes that out on the offside. When the squad was announced yesterday, there were 14 names in it. Ed Middleton's name and Zuman Akhtar's name were new. Obviously, neither had played before. Zafar in, turn onto the leg side, and then this morning in the huddle, when Zuman's name was put in the 11, did he know? At what stage did he know he was playing?
Well, obviously, I don't know if you saw, I think Tom Price was doing a fitness test this morning.
Zafar in again, round the wicket. Well, that didn't get up very much. He may have just held it back a little bit. They've got a single Durham up to Matt Taylor at mid-on. Clarke advances by 1.
Yeah, he was doing a fitness test, and Zoom knew he was the next man in. So he was watching that very eagerly. It's almost like he explained, like, I don't know if you've watched the test on Amazon Prime, when Maxwell was waiting for his turn to play in Sri Lanka. He was waiting for Travis Head and somebody else to do fitness tests. So he said to me he was very nervous watching the fitness test.
So 2 slips now for Zafar and a short leg, and Deleda bounces that out on the offside to Chris Dent. So he's got 2 slips and a short leg, a shortish extra cover, a squarish cover, and a backward point, as well as a mid-off. So 4 saving 1 really on the offside. That's just, again, even on this first afternoon, it's quite gentle turn, but Zafar is turning it, isn't he?
No, he's thought they showed a good intent against him in the first set, but his last spell was fantastic, and he seems to be carrying on, yeah.
Staying around the wicket, and Deleda using his feet, but using his feet in a defensive sense, not an aggressive attacking sense. So, did you sense Zuman was nervous about today then, because he perhaps knew that he might get the call?
No, 100%. I feel like you always have those nerves if you make your debut, or you think you're going to make your debut, and it's been obviously unfortunate circumstances, but I've seen some good fairy tale stories with people making their debut through guys being injured, and I thought he bowled fantastically. I thought obviously unfortunately Denty dropped the catch, and I thought that LBW was also pretty close.
Very close.
Of Bedingham. We did ask Bedingham if he got a scratch, and he unfortunately didn't get a scratch to it, so that makes it even closer.
Here is Ajit Singhdale from the Ashley Down Road. Daniel Clarke, is he trapped in front there? Gloucestershire think he might have got him. Umpire Shanmugam says not. Everything so far that has been... let's go down the leg side.
It's a good ball. It's got some movement of the pitch there.
Gee, it kind of feels like he expects a wicket, which is a great attitude to have for a bowler, isn't it? He's even at, when he's quite deep into the work of the day with an old ball, he still feels he can cause trouble. Clarke's on 38. Lovely conditions for playing. Again, that's into the ground. And Chris Dentfield's on the bounce. Just conscious I haven't given you the T scores from elsewhere. I'll try and do that. These are all latest now. First Division, Hampshire against Northants. Hampshire 224 for 4. Middlesex against Somerset. Somerset 221 for 3. Essex 205 for 5 against Notts at Trentbridge. And Kent 248 for 9 against Surrey. They're still playing there in the afternoon session. Sussex dismissed Glamorgan for 123 at Hove. Ollie Robinson had at least 4 of those wickets, and they're 108 for 3 in reply. Here's Singhdale in again. Clarke, he's played a couple of really nice drives, but that wasn't timed, and it's gone up to mid-off. And at Worcester, Leicestershire all out for 173, and Worcestershire 15 for 2. Just with regard to Ollie Robinson, but having seen him play at on the last day of the game at Sussex played at Worcester about a fortnight ago, 4 for 29 today from 12 overs, so a good workout for him ahead of what I'm sure will be a busy international summer. And Singhdale in again to Clarke, who defends, and the trouble at Worcester all caused by the seamers. 3 wickets rather spread, Leach and Waite with 3 each. Ackerman made 52 in that rather modest Leicestershire total. But I think Zuman's last spell probably better than either of his other 2. He looked a bit nervous the first one, but when he bowled from the Ashley Down Road end, he looked maybe to have found his rhythm a bit better. Perhaps I'll ask Graham about that after this ball. And it's pulled by Clarke. Charlesworth is after it. He should hold it in away on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll come back for a couple. So Durham closing in on a first batting point. Is that how his bowling looked to you? I mean, it was 3 overs in the first spell, 3 overs in the second, then 5 overs in the third.
No, I think, like I said, I think it could have been so different. What if, bowling goes a lot on confidence, cricket goes on confidence. But I thought he held his own quite well. I was quite impressed. He hit the deck nice and hard.
Singhdale to Clarke, who's found the gap on the offside. Is that going to go all the way for 4? Matt Taylor's on the fence. Good stop, good diving stop. He saved 2 runs. They'll come back for a couple. But Clarke is scoring quite heavily square of the wicket.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very good batting wicket. Hard work for the bowlers, and the ball's pretty soft, what I heard out there at a tee from the boys, so it's almost like a slaz ball.
A what?
A slaz ball.
A slaz ball?
Yeah, it's almost like a hard tennis ball.
Right, okay.
Those red slaz balls. So, yeah, the boys just have to probably try bowl wicket to wicket, and Zaf, obviously, the quality will come into his own, I think, especially in the second innings. But also doing a great job for us, yeah.
I'll come back to that perhaps during this over, because Zafar whistles through his very quickly. Here he is, that's chopped into the second slip, who is Miles Hammond. He's very close in there, almost might be fielding with a helmet on in there,
Yeah, I think it's a better field.
He isn't, but he could well be. There's a short leg as well.
Oh, bold.
And that's well read by Delayed. Zafar trying to draw him forward, and he is coming forward, but at the moment he's smothering as much of the movement as he can. That's tossed him a bit hard. It's gone sharply past Hammond down towards the boundary at third man. It will go for 4. It will give Durham their first batting point. How close was this? Was it within range of Miles Hammond? Look how close he is in. Even I think him diving at it, there was no touch there. So it's one of those ones that goes past the slip fielder, but not to the slip fielder. Nothing much he could do about that. It would have been purely reactionary had he managed to pluck that out. Delayed it to 19. And he comes forward. And defensively prods that out on the offside. So, I mean, Gloucestershire are quite fortunate, aren't they? They've got a range of people who can field in the slips. Zafrin once more delayed her up to mid-on. Should be no chance of a single, and stopped by Matt Taylor. So you've got Jack Taylor and Miles Hammond at the moment. You've got Ollie Price, very capable in the slips. Chris Dent, capable in the slips. Not a bad cordon, not a bad cordon option, you might say. Let that go.
No, there's some very good hands in there. Like you said, we're lucky, fortunate to have those. It's never easy in the slips. There's no easy slip catch, I think. Ball flies, especially at Bristol, they don't tend to really come at a nice catchable height. They're always low.
And just on that, I mean, James Bracey's got the benefit of a couple of experienced brains alongside him. Will he be? Is he an asker for advice, or will they be chipping in almost without him having to ask?
Yeah, I think our team's like that. I think they'll be pretty good that way. Everybody just chips in, don't mind.
Anybody spots anything, they'll offer it up. Singdale continuing. Clarke punch driving down the ground. Shaw's not sure where that's gone. He stopped the ball, but hadn't read it.
It'll be a stiff Shaw at mid-on.
So we are 11 overs to go until the new ball. Who would you expect? I can't believe Ajit's going to bowl up to the new ball, because surely James would want him then. So if you were out there, what would you be thinking in terms of how you manage these next 10 overs?
I wouldn't have bowled him this one, to be fair. I think I would have asked him to come after tea for 2, see what he got, and then maybe if Delader was on strike, I would have gone with Aj, but maybe look for Jack to bowl a couple, see what he's got, and then maybe Showy now from where, and obviously where Aj is bowling from, and then Zaf bowl the rest to the new ball.
Here is Singdale once more to Clarke. Can't get that away. And I just come back to the point about Ajit, is that he does seem to have really Chris Dent's coming out of the cordon into that straight mid-on position again, as he was before tea. In fact, he's not quite as straight as he was at that stage. He's really 2 strides to his right from where he was, but the principle is still the same. Trying to stop Clarke firing it up towards Josh Shaw at mid-on.
Bold.
And he's just got inside that and turned it round to deep square, where Charlesworth is the fielder. Ajit's control has improved so much, hasn't it?
No, he's very consistent. I think he's learned so well. I think he worked very overly clever during the winter. He's very particular about his strength work, and I think his discipline off the field has helped him with the discipline on the field. So that's always cool.
And we mentioned this morning that, you know, maybe he's really keen to make the most of this opportunity, because he's had a couple of knockbacks in the past at other clubs, and he thinks, well, you know, if I don't make a breakthrough soon, the clock's going to start ticking against me, and somebody else will be looked at.
Yeah, no, cricket is just, in general, I don't think it's just only his case.
Singdale in once more. Delayed. We thought about a dab down to third man with that and then just checked the shot at the last minute. And Singdale fields on the follow through. And I say we mentioned Vazuman earlier. To be the fourth seamer is probably, would you say that's the least pressurised situation for him, where you've got a recognised spinner and you are the fourth seamer in a battery of four when you're making your debut? You're not any further up the responsibility chain than that. Is that a fair assessment? You're grinning at me. You see?
Yeah, no, I don't think there's ever no pressure. I think we've always played as a unit, and the fourth seamer is just as important as the first seamer to me. You know, at the end of the day, you're there to make a difference and to take wickets. So I don't think there's ever no pressure.
But are you not trying to ease a player into the side in a position where you feel that they can produce the best of what they've got?
No, but you could say that, but you can also then say why not open with him then? You know, get him some early, get rid of the early nerves, or get him first change, or get him involved in the game.
Here's Zafar continuing from this pavilion end.
I think the longer you wait out there, the more nerves you get in anyway.
Yeah, I don't think how many overs had been bowled. He was the fourth bowler used, so there have been probably a good hour's cricket by the time he actually came on.
I think in normal circumstance, Zaf would have probably gone before him, but I thought we did well to get him into the game early, you know, so he doesn't.
Zafar around the wicket, and again more footwork from Deleda, who's quite happy to try and use his feet to negate the danger. Again, if you'd seen a batsman doing that to you, what are you doing? You're trying to fire one in? You're trying to push one a bit wider? Zafar once more, cut away, fielded by Josh Shaw.
No, Zaf's got more control than me. I think he can see, he's quite clever. He follows, as you saw the white ball last year in the 50 overs, he reads the batsman quite well.
Charlesworth on the lead at short leg.
Oh. He's bowling with some lovely control at the moment.
Yeah, he's dragged again. You come back to control. He's dragged the control back in his first 8 overs or so. Batsmen appear to have the better end of the duel, but he's come back into it now. That's in the air, but it's safe. And Zafar's a bit angry there because that's released the pressure we were talking about. And Deleda's got him away with a boundary. Just pick the right one.
It's a good shot. He's using his feet quite nicely, back and forward, back and forward.
We were surprised when he came in ahead of Paul Coughlin and Ben Rain, and I guess he's somebody who you've seen very little of because he only played one first-class game in this country. So,
no, I think he's been around the circuit with the Netherlands for a while now. I think in the T20s he bats 3 for them, for the Netherlands, and I think he's a. So
would you have had some footage of him?
100%. Well, I've seen plenty of him. I think I know he's a genuine all-rounder. He's a very handy cricketer.
And Paul Van Makeren may have had a word about him as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think I played 3 seasons in the Netherlands at Amsterdam Cricket Club. And I think I played against him when he was really, really young. I'm not 100% sure.
So there is going to be a change.
Shaw.
And Shaw replacing Ajit Singhdale. So 10 overs, as we've said, until the second new ball. And Josh is the lightest used of the bowlers so far today. I'll do one more over, and then Dan will come in and have a chat with Graham.
No, this is a good move. Shawsy's been bowling really well this season. Been really impressed. And Bracey's up to the stumps as well.
Yes, that indicates the ball is, softening, or if not very soft already. And that perhaps that this pitch is a very true effort that's taken outside the off stump. But and I guess that the key thing for the keeper here is that he's got to trust the bounce, hasn't he? If he doesn't think anything's going to shoot along the floor, and that Josh isn't one to bowl it very much short anyway, is he, as a rule?
Yeah, I think Bracey's keeping really well at the moment. I think for the last year and a bit he's fantastic, and up to the stumps he is fantastic.
Crouches down now, Shaw in, Clarke dabs away.
So it's a great move. Just could create something so the batsman's stuck in his crease.
Yeah, I don't know whether Clarke's been batting outside his crease or not, but maybe there is just that thought that, you know, you're pushing him back in. He certainly isn't batting outside it now, that's for sure. Here's Joshua in Clarke. No great power in that forward defensive prod. Is James a chatterbox as a keeper? Is he a sledger, or is he in somebody's ear all the time, or is he more concerned with his own side?
No, I think he's a great motivator behind the stumps. He's not as, like you say, a chirper. He gets on with it, he gets the boys going. He's a good level head behind the stumps for us.
Shaw.
Bowled.
In again to Clarke, not taking any chances.
I think as tough as it is to bowl with that ball at the moment, it's also tough to score. It's not as hard, doesn't come on as nicely. So I think in Bristol in the past, it's tough to score, but it's also tough if you're in like Clarke is. Yeah, it's also tough to get out.
Yeah, well, there's the Durham board has everybody in double figures on it so far, and there are now 4 scores over 40 and a 38 and a 23 not out, so you can see that the runs have been evenly spread. Only literally 2 no balls and 2 leg byes in the day in terms of extras, so that sort of it has been, from a discipline point of view, good. There haven't been any really bad misfields. The only real chance that went down was the slip catch, which Chris Dent couldn't cling on to off Ajit Singh Dale. That was before lunch. That was when Borthwick had 20. He went on to get 53. The birds are back, and I'm going to make way, and Dan White is going to join Graham.
Well, fantastic to have you on, Graham.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and you actually say your surname Van Buren, don't you?
Van Buren, yeah,
Van
but
Buren.
Not even my kids say it that way now. They're pure brawn Bristolians.
Zaffa. Do they speak with a Bristol accent?
Yeah, no. It's sort of a Irish, South African twang, English. No, they're English, good accents. My mate, are they?
Zaffa. And Delader just works them into leg side. And you say that Delader, is that right?
Yeah, Bas Delader.
And Marchant DeLonga?
DeLonga, yeah, you've got it. You've been practicing.
Yeah, and Paul Van Makeren.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got it.
I think, I don't know if it was Ed or Ian, but we still take the mickey out of him because I think one of them called him Paul. Paul Van Makeren.
Oh, quick edge, and they scamper through for a single. Josh Shaw doing the fielding at short. Third man.
So we call him Powell now.
Powell.
Powell. That's good stuff. Keeps the dressing room going.
Yeah, because I mean we've been sort of saying Van Buren, and people are sort of. I think we got one query, and just saying, we're not going mad. We've actually asked Graham himself, and this is how he says it. So
no, there's been a lot of pronunciations of it's a Dutch surname, so obviously I've had Van Buren.
Here's Zaffa past the umpire, pleasantly driven out to mid-off, but they don't take a single. Marcus Harris there. I want to talk about this season. I mean, it's been frustrating to say the least, isn't it?
Yeah. I think what we could control, we've controlled quite well. Obviously, we would have liked more results cricket, but we've run out of a couple of games. I think against Sussex we got out of jail a little bit, but I thought the other 3 games that we could have easily.
That's exactly what we said earlier. His Zafar past the umpire, tossed up a little bit, worked to the leg side there by Delader. No run. That completes the 72nd over. 260 for 5. Clarke's on 45. Delader on 24. I agree. I think, the rain has come. I thought sort of the Sussex game. I mean, I thought you batted well there. You salvaged a draw yourself and Ollie Price. But I thought the other 3, I thought we were in the ascendancy, or Gloucestershire were in the ascendancy, and a little bit unlucky with the weather, perhaps. And
yeah, I feel like 4-day cricket is a lot about momentum. As a team, as a bowler, as a batsman, the more time you spend out there, the more confident you get in doing things. And, like you said, you can make 100 one day and then the next 10 days you don't even see the middle.
Yeah, Josh Shaw in.
You don't see the middle and then you feel out of nick. It's a weird thing to explain because you're in the indoors the whole time. You don't have, time on grass.
Yeah.
And it feels like you're starting your season over again. Whereas other teams, that have been playing, you get 100 this week and then, you could be 3 days later you're batting again and
it's the classic case of sort of club cricketers I know who spend their time netting indoors. I'll come on to it after this ball by Josh Shaw, defended by Clarke. Club cricketers will be netting indoors and they'll be coming on plastic coated surfaces, lovely. They'll be playing cover drives. They come out to the middle in April, the ball stops and then they chip it to mid-off straight away.
Couldn't have said it any better. You found some soft decks in the clubbies. I love play for Chippenham. I love it. The pitch is wet, always wet. So I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Some low scores the first week of the Whipple.
Yeah. Shaw past umpire Shanmugam, worked off his legs, quite fine. Actor with the field.
Great fielding, Zoom.
Yeah, he looks a good fielder.
He's a very good athlete.
Yeah.
I think he played hockey for England.
Oh, did he?
I don't know if that, I must probably do my research better, but that's what I've heard. He's a very good hockey player. He's got a good wrist when he plays spin sweeps, and then obviously very athletic in the field.
Yeah, he was playing for Bishop Stortford last year in the Hearts League. So Ajit Singh Dale came out the Hearts League as well, and Steve Snell's got his tentacles out in the Hearts League. So Shaw just strays onto the pads there of Delader, who again works it around the corner, and again good fielding from Actor keeps them down to a single. So, I mean, Division 2, it's pretty open. I mean, I expected, beginning of the season, Yorkshire and Gloucestershire to be in the top 2. And what we're seeing is Sussex and Leicestershire, who have been perennial strugglers, are sitting second and third in the table, aren't they?
No, there's 8 good sides, I think. I
agree, yeah.
I think anybody can be beaten at any time. And then there's fantastic overseas players that make a massive difference,
Well, I mean, you look at the quality of overseas, you've got sort of Harris, Labuschagne,
Nessa, Pujara, Steve Smith.
Yeah. I mean, they're world-class players.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was a fantastic catch there by Hammond as well. Good bit of work as well with Borthwick round the corner there, leg gully.
Yeah, I think this is a type of pitch that you sort of have to make things discuss how we're going to get wickets. I mean, it's not just going to come from, bowling, but I think one way is to create what Adge created there, or playing some boring cricket, just let the batsman make the mistake.
I mean, we saw some flat ones beginning of last season. We saw, the Surrey game, it springs to mind, where they got 603 and Gloucestershire responded with 427 for 2. And thank God it rained on the last day and we all went home.
Yeah,
but, I mean, it must be tough captaining in that scenario, isn't it, when sort of nothing's happening?
I think the hardest part is that, once you get off the field, you're so tired.
Yeah.
Everybody is, and then you have to go out and bat again. So to be an opening batter is pretty hectic.
Yeah. Still, Chris Dent got a double 100 there, so he did all right. Appeal there from Zafar, bit high, probably going down as well.
Yeah, he also did it with the off ankle, so no, he batted really well. I think in times when you do field so much, I think it does take its toll on everybody.
Yeah. That's short and wide outside the off stump, and that's crunched away for 4 runs there by Delayed. A nice shot, gave himself a little bit of room and crashed it through the offside. Yeah, going back to Division 2, I think Glamorgan look a decent side. They finished 3rd in the table last year, didn't they? And, obviously, Gloucestershire and Yorkshire have come down, so that, having that experience in Division 1 cricket, there'll be good sides. Here's Zafar in.
I feel like last year we played on some very good wickets. And I think we played on some more test wickets, so you could test yourself on test wickets, what the test players play.
Yeah, like Old Trafford was a test wicket, it was test quality wicket, wasn't it? Yeah.
Correct. We played Surrey, I think, away. That was test wicket. You just played on more test wickets, so that was you could be honest with yourself and after a game reflect personally where you were during that game, and see how would you do, what you would do differently going forward.
Yeah. Zafar in. I do apologise about the pigeon in our headphones there. We're working on sending a sparrow hawk up there and clearing them out.
It's just above us, yeah.
Yeah, he's been in there. He was there in all the Sussex game as well, and here's Zafar, and that's defended. So your hamstring is difficult.
Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate. I didn't think it was as bad as the physios thought it was. So I had my mind on playing, and it was quite a hammer blow personally.
You been for a scan?
No, they're not sending. I think he sort of knows what it is. So
okay. Yeah. I've had hamstring issues in the past, and it's hard to tie your laces up. Have you? Is it the missus tying it, or got the kids doing it for you?
No, I can do it. I got enough. It's not that bad. I know because I had a couple of years ago I tore it off the bone.
Oh.
So then I couldn't do anything for 6 months. So I know our proper hamstring tear is.
Yeah. So with that, does it graft itself back onto the bone naturally?
They go in surgically. I've got a massive scar behind my leg, top of my glute. Put their hand.
Don't show me. I don't want to see it.
Put their hand to my knee and bring it back from my knee, and then sew it back up to the bone. So that wasn't I thought that was the end.
Here's Shaw to Clarke. Bracey's gone back now. I like to see a wicket keeper up to the stumps. I had one eye on your game last week at Derby, and I had one eye on Surrey v Middlesex. And watching 2 world-class keepers there with Folkes and Simpson, it was just a privilege to watch.
Yeah, Simpson, I saw some of those. I mean, Mertz and Bams and Higo, those guys move the ball quite a bit off the seam and swing them. And he makes it look so easy, which I know for a fact it's not.
Sure, short ball, hooked, rolled the wrists though, and it goes out to deep square for a single.
But I think Bracey is just as good up to the stumps as those guys. I feel like over the years he's been fantastic up to the stumps for us.
Well, his catch today of Ollie Robinson, I don't know if you saw it on the TV.
It was very good.
But it was a bottom edge, so it's even harder, and it just stuck in the end of the fingers. And it was really good sort of natural glove work that gets you into that sort of position, doesn't it?
No, he's been working very hard on his keeping. He does work very hard on his whole game, but his keeping, I think, has gone to the next level.
Yeah, I agree. Shaw in to Delader, who plays that into the onside. I agree, and I think his footwork, which is the key to wicket keeping. Everyone talks about glove work, but it's your feet that get you from A to B, isn't it? And I think his footwork has, really good. And that's what gets him into positions. Here he goes up to the stumps, and I like to see this. I like to see it pins a batsman back into his crease, and it brings in LBW into the equation as well, doesn't it?
100%.
Here's Shaw to Delader, who plays that again onto the onside.
Yeah, I think the previous ball he did shimmy down a little bit, so I think that's why Brace went back up. And like you say, it just keeps the batsman still during times like these just before the new ball.
Yeah.
When it is tough to bowl.
When you're batting, say if you've got someone like Simpson or Folkes or someone like that behind you, are you always like really wary?
No, not all. I don't think you think.
You don't think like that?
No, you obviously know their quality, but you never think.
Sure, Ian?
You never think. I don't think that at all.
No.
No.
I suppose, you just concentrate on the ball and you're concentrating on playing each ball on its merits, aren't you?
No, you're 100% right. Just take ball by ball.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you don't sort of think, oh, God, that's Ben Folkes behind me.
No ways, no. No, not all.
You don't get starstruck. Then.
Well, if it was Bracey, I would go, oh, jeez.
Here's Josh Shaw coming in from the Ashley Down road end.
Oh.
That's a nice shot off the back foot there. Punched past the bowler, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, that's a
Pure
really good
timing.
shot. Off the back foot. I'll be tempted to show he's been bowling really well here. Tempted to give Jack Taylor a couple of overs from that end just before the new ball.
Yeah.
Maybe 2.
There is a little bit of turn there already on day 1, isn't there?
No, I think it is very dry pitch. I think we wanted it to turn.
Yeah.
But I don't. Playing at Bristol for the last 8 seasons, it never turns as much as you think it's going to if you don't, I think, do something to the pitch.
Yeah.
Or I think it will definitely turn maybe day 3 and quite a bit day 3 and day 4.
And the H.S. Patel should come into the game.
Yeah, 100%.
Obviously with a test 10-for in an innings behind him.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
I think he got dropped the next game as well, didn't he?
It doesn't spin in New Zealand with a Kookaburra ball.
No.
It looks pretty green, to be fair, these days in New Zealand, the pitches.
Yeah, they've got a really good attack. Here's Zafar as Clarke plays that into the offside, and they scamper through for a single. 272 for 5. Clarke's on to 48. Deleda on 33. Have you played much around the world?
I've played in India.
Yeah.
Amsterdam, England, South Africa, Wales. Yeah, that's basically
Did you play at Amstelveen in Amsterdam?
yeah, I played in Amsterdam. I lived in Amstelveen. There's 2 cricket clubs that was in the top class then.
Yeah.
It was VRA, which is where they play their international games on grass. And then I played for a club called ACC, Amstelveen Cricket Club. Loved my time there. Fantastic people. And I still follow them to this day. I made some lifelong friends there.
Yeah. Quick single there to Clarke. Yeah, there's some good cricket there. Because, I mean, they've come a long way from like the days when they used to play on coconut matting out there.
No, so that's what I was about to say. Our pitch wasn't mat.
Oh,
but it's like a hard clay underneath it. It's not artificial.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's it is artificial, I think, that's rolled over it. But it plays pretty well.
Okay.
I played with Paul from Meckering, yeah. Like I said, we played together.
We had a couple of touring sides came to my club in North London from there, and they drank the bar dry.
Yes, we played against a touring side, an English touring side.
Just a single there to Clarke.
Can't remember who it was, but we actually had Faf du Plessis played for ACC during that week, and he just came in and I think he made a quality 100 as well.
Okay. Yeah, we
against
had
like you said, against guys that were absolutely drinking the bar dry.
Zafar going over the wicket now to Deleda, who just tucks that one around the corner for a single. Yeah, I think we had VRA, and I think we had Den Haag as well.
HCC.
Yes, and I think one of them finished their game early. As that's gone around. The umpire has given that wide.
Yeah, I feel like you don't get warnings these days anymore if you come seen to be a negative cricket. But I do feel like I've seen a lot of left-arm spinners this season get some wickets around the wickets like this. I don't think it's a bad option.
Zafar to Clarke looking for that one for his 50. Yeah, long gone are the days of Ashley Giles firing into Tendulkar's pads about 3 feet outside leg stump.
He had a nice action, Ashley Giles.
Ooh, well bowled. Well bowled. Ooh, Josh Shaw has a little shy at the stumps there. Josh Shaw's bucket hat, Graham. Are you a fan of that?
And Jack Taylor.
Yeah.
I love it. I think
Shaw's more bucket though. Taylor's more sort of wide brim, isn't it?
it would have started as a bucket, but then over the years it would have gone to. And Bomber Taylor, Matty Taylor. I prefer our Jaxies actually more old school.
Classic,
yeah.
Yeah.
But I love the bucket hat. I think it still should be more part of the game. I think when the sun's out, more people will be representing the.
I think they should sell them in the club shop.
Yes,
I think there's a massive market for it. I think that I think they're missing out here.
I agree.
Bucket hat.
Even if you're watching a day like this day and you're getting taken down by the sun, cover more areas. Oh,
Charlie's coming up.
That's
Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, he's recently back fit bowling. It's quite exciting to see. Gives me a little bit of goosebumps. He can really make a difference with the ball.
He got injured in the first game, didn't he, at Northampton last year away? And here he comes in from the Ashley Down Road end.
Nice and heavy.
Yeah, good start there. Yeah, he got injured. There was a horrendous part, wasn't there? You had a bad injury last year against Somerset, out on the fence, out to our left there, with your shoulder popping out, and it was just a really bad time. Nassim Shah came over, got injured. Ben Charlesworth got injured, and it was a difficult time at the club, wasn't it? Here's Ben Charlesworth in, and Delader just tucks that one round to Zafgahar at deep square for an easy single.
Yeah, I feel like injuries are part of the game, especially if you do play it hard, which I think we do.
Yeah.
Well, it just also gives, unfortunately for the person that does miss out, it gives opportunities to, maybe a young player or players that wouldn't have necessarily played during that season. So it is quite exciting as well.
Yeah. Clarke just works that one into the onside. Dale Benkenstein, you're the head coach here. He's got a good track record at Durham, won 3 county championships with them in, I think, 07, 08 and 13, I think it might have been.
No,
08, 09 and 13.
I think he was very, very successful with Durham. He speaks about it quite often, which is awesome. The stories are amazing from, he had a quality team full of, proper cricketers, and I think it's memories for him that will last forever.
Well, I think in 2006, I think they needed 400 to get the draw, to get the points to secure the county championship. They were 191 for 6 and staring down the barrel thinking we're going to blow the whole season. And then Benke and Otis Gibson put on 315. Here's Charlesworth.
Benke was a fantastic player.
Yeah.
Very good. I think he's a bit unlucky not to have played for South Africa more often, but again, I think, South Africa, I think he was going up against Cullis and, Cullinan, but he should have definitely played more, I think.
Yeah, very good lineup. Very good lineup.
Hansi Cronje, Jonty Rhodes.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you had sort of the openers, people like Kirsten and Hudson. Yeah, that's just defended there. That completes a very tidy over by Ben Charlesworth. 277 for 5. We'll just keep you for one more over, Graham, and then you can go and grab yourself a cup of tea. And you've missed out on Ian's cake, actually. Ian made a very nice cake.
Baker, he is?
Yeah, he's the Mary Berry of the team. So.
What was the flavour?
Well, we call it rascal cake because it is an absolute rascal of a cake.
Rascal cake?
Yeah, it's a fruit sort of loaf, and I think it's very pleasant.
Bit of fruit loaf for the boys.
Yeah. We had Tom Lace's mum make us a cake here last year as well.
Oh wow!
Which was really nice. Yeah.
No, we haven't had one of those. Jeez.
No. Well,
if she's listening,
if anyone's out there who wants to send us in a cake, we're more than receptive, and we'll say nice things about you. We promise. As long as we save a slice for Graham Van Buren.
Chris Dent's wife, fiance, actually makes fantastic cakes.
Oh, does she?
Kaylee Russell, yeah. We have had a couple of kids' parties, and she bakes the cakes and the cupcakes, and
wow.
she's pretty awesome.
Okay. Here's Zafar coming over the wicket. And that's just tucked around the corner from Delata. The dartboard. We've obviously been off the pitch with rain. The dartboard, Chris Dent is absolute mustard on that dartboard, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's hit 180s regularly.
Yeah, no, he actually goes for triple 19s.
Okay.
So 171s. He's pretty relentless with those. But I feel like,
oh, is that caught down the leg side? They're appealing.
I feel like the darts Premier League, as I would call it, there's 22 of us participating, and it's off the pad.
That's off the pad. Good take though by Bracey.
Very good. It's in business. It's in the business end of the tournament.
Oh, okay.
Second round fixtures have started.
So who's up? Dent's obviously up there. Josh Shaw's up there, I believe.
Nah,
no?
he thinks he is. I think he'll be in the top 10 if he's lucky. If he's lucky.
Okay.
James Bracey is up there.
Zafar over the wicket, and that's swept nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that's 50 for Graham Clarke off 109 balls. Well batted. Came in with his side in quite not a difficult position, but a 2-1-4 for 5. It could have gone sort of either way, and him and Delata have seen it up to 2-8-2 for 5. So really, well batted, both of them.
Good tempo in his innings.
And that's swept again, and that's well fielded by Ajit Singh Dale down at deep backward square, and just the one. So, Graham, it's been fantastic speaking to you. I hope the hamstring gets better.
Thank you very much.
I hope the cakes come your way.
Thank you, you too.
And I hope you don't get smashed too much on the dartboard either.
No, I think I'm mid to lower table. I do the odd upset, but yeah. Thanks for having me.
No, it's been great. It's been fantastic. So.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you very much.
That's Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire captain in red ball cricket. Sadly missing from this game. And what a great guy he is as well. But he didn't do my scorebook. Well, he didn't have anything to do in my scorebook, so I'll let him off that one. But
this is another stand. So 64 these two have put on, which that's the 4th 50-plus stand of the match.
Yep.
Charlesworth from the Ashley Down Road end to possibly bowl the second of 2 overs that he might have, because this is the last one that will be delivered from that end with the old ball in all probability. I can't see why Gloucestershire wouldn't take a new ball straight away here, can you?
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
I mean, Jack Taylor's just doing some limbering up. I don't know whether there's a thought of him just bowling 1 at this end. This is the 79th. Charlesworth in, down the leg, so very fine from Delata. That will be 4. Just straying, and that's the one thing. This pitch is unforgiving in that way, isn't it? I mean, there really is. If you
stray slightly, you're punished.
And that was always heading down the leg side, just stepping inside the line. And Delata, he's got to 41 in pretty good style. Charlesworth with 371 on the offside. Well, they won't say we're single there because he's punched it up to Singh Dale at mid-on. Ed Middleton again is out on the field. It's been a bit of a revolving door for the sub-fielders today. You've had Paul Van Meekeren out on the field. Ed Middleton's been out on the field. And he's out there now, I think, for Josh Shaw. Pulled away into the gap by Clarke. That's 4 more. As Zafar's only halfway to the fence at deep square, or deepish square leg, but that was in front of him and whipped away by Graham Clarke.
I think the new ball is crucial on this. I think once, you know, it gets to sort of 20 overs old, I think it actually gets really easy to bat. I think this pitch is placid, and I think the outfield is like lightning. And I think Gloucestershire have done pretty well to take 5 wickets here today.
This is Clarke's best score of the season, and that's 4 more. He's picked that off. A couple of boundaries. What was the phrase that Graham used? We were a bit both sides of the wicket before lunch, and Charlesworth's 2 overs have been a bit that. Just introduced just at the end of the period of the old ball. He hasn't really got his rhythm, and Clarke has said, I'll help myself, thanks.
Well, Clarke's been at Durham now for 9 seasons and only got 100.
Oh, he pushes hard at that, though. In his defence, he's not played a massive amount of 42 first-class games.
Yeah.
If you compare that, that's fewer than Miles Hammond has played, for example.
Yeah.
It's fewer than Josh Shaw has played. It's more than Charlesworth has played. But Hammond is a fair.
But Clarke was always seen as a white ball player, wasn't he?
And that was what Marcus North said.
Yeah, yeah.
We are going to see Jack Taylor, possibly only for 1 over.
Yeah.
But he is going to bowl the 80th over of the innings.
Number 10, Jack Taylor.
So he will be the 7th bowler used in all by Gloucestershire. Wickets 2 to Ajit Singh Dale, 1 to Matt Taylor, 1 to Josh Shaw and 1 to Zafar Gahar. But this stand, we've said earlier that Gloucestershire have, in a sense, just got a wicket each time a stander's threatened to get away from them. But this one is doing the same, and Shaw's on the chase here to Taylor's first ball, and he's not going to haul that in, and Delader has cut that away down to wide third man for 4 more, and Durham have got their 2nd batting point.
Yeah, Taylor dropping short there outside the off stump.
So still 16 overs in the day to go. Every chance you would think that Durham are going to be over 350 tonight.
Yep, here's Taylor, comes past the umpire. A little bit short again, that goes the other side of point. Josh Shaw tumbling away there. So to open the bowling, it's probably going to be, or to take the new ball. I'll come on to it. Jack Taylor pushes that one a little bit further up. Played out to Matt Taylor. I should imagine it's Ajit and Matt Taylor.
You would think. Yes, Ajit's just done some limbering up at.
Or maybe Josh Shaw.
Backward square leg.
Jack Taylor in and defended. Jack Taylor's looking rather suave with the glasses on, isn't he, Sonny's? Tossed up, goes out to mid-on. They're going to take a single. His brother doing the fielding there. And that's just played into the offside. Jack Taylor going to be in charge of Gloucestershire on Friday against Glamorgan here in the T20. You can get your tickets available online. There's a link in the description, and it should be an absolute cracker. You can also get, if you're a young adult between the ages of 16 and 24, you can get all matches, including the T20s, a ticket for 62 quid. I mean, that is remarkable value. It really is.
So 7 games.
More, because it's the Royal London as well.
As well?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I think so. Well, no, it's for all matches. I think it's for all
One
matches.
day membership 133.
Yeah.
Young adults 62.
Yeah, what fantastic value that is. Especially if you're a student listening in and you're staying in Bristol all summer. What an offer, hey? What an offer.
So here is Ajit Singh Dale. Back into the attack. 80 overs gone. 303 for 5. And
Is that the new ball?
I think that might still be the old
I
one.
think it might be the old ball as well. It doesn't look very shiny, but maybe my eyes are failing me from up here. Just to let you know also, it's just a month to go before England versus Australia Women Ashes match in Bristol, and there's also a ticket link in the description there as well. So there's some really good offers by the marketing department of the club. It's really good to see.
Me, that still looks like the old ball.
Jimmer thinks it's the new one. I can't tell. We've got Dan Porter here from the marketing department as well. He must have heard me saying nice things about his department there.
Two slips and a gully for Singdale from the Ashley Down Road, and cracked again out through the offside, and Matt Taylor on the fence will keep them down to a single. Josh Shaw looking at the ball. He's not passing on to Ajit with any great hurry. And Delader, only 3 runs from his 50. Remember, this is only his 3rd first-class match. Singdale to bowl 2. He's always pushing at that, fishing at that. And it's taken by Bracey. To be fair, in those other 2 games, he's made 87 runs, and he's only been dismissed once. Highest score 56 not out. So, yeah, he clearly has ability. As about still Coghlan and Rain to come in for Durham before we get into Potts and Ajas Patel.
Rain can play, definitely.
Yeah, undoubtedly. He saw them to the win last week against Yorkshire. Durham, it's a good bit of fielding.
Coughlin got 100 as well against Worcestershire last year, so he's no fool with the bat.
Ajit just having that area where the front foot lands, just being marked up by umpire Shanmugan.
Coughlin's really going to upset you though, Ian. Do you know why? Do you know who his first wicket in first-class cricket was?
Is it a Gloucestershire player? Ex-Gloucestershire player?
Yeah. It's against Australia A in 2012.
Punched out into the offside. Michael Klinger?
Yes. Oh, and they've run one on the misfield there. Yeah, so Mr. Klinger.
Delayed to 48.
It is the new ball. We've been informed by the powers that be, or AKA the scorers next door.
And Matt Taylor's going to have a dart with it at the pavilion. So still 15 overs to go on the day. Gloucestershire would, they want to try and get certainly a couple tonight.
Yeah, 2 would be nice.
You know, if Durham get to 360 for 5, they would still feel they have a chance of getting maximum batting points by the 110 overs tomorrow. They'd be chasing it a bit, but they'd be entitled to with a big base like that.
Yes, indeed.
And also, given what Sussex did, they built a similar kind of base and then comfortably got to 450, didn't they, in the end?
Yeah,
that was with Pajara well in, of course.
Yep, here's Matt Taylor coming in past umpire Mark Newell. Just a little bit full, and he delayed her.
I wouldn't think.
Plays that out to Matt.
I wouldn't think that Singdale and Matt Taylor could bowl until the close. That would not be. I wouldn't think that would be likely. That would be really pushing it, wouldn't it? Unless there is a clatter of wickets and you literally can't take the ball out of their hand. I don't think they go all the way to the close.
That would be 8 and 8 with the new ball, wouldn't it?
That would feel a lot.
Here's Matt Taylor. Well, I think. Yeah, I mean.
The only way you would do that would be if that was their only spell of the day. But they've had overs in their legs before that. Ajit's bowled 17. This is Matt Taylor's 16th. I think we will see. Maybe Zafar with a newer ball might be interesting.
Taylor. Yeah, I mean, I think they'd go to Josh Shaw as well. I think Josh Shaw's probably worth throwing the ball to. I thought he's bowled pretty well today, Josh Shaw.
12 overs, 1 for 35. He's actually the most economical of all the bowlers today, but that's not. And he's taken 1 wicket. I wouldn't say he's necessarily been the most threatening, but in terms of drying the runs up, that's what he did.
Yeah. Taylor as Clarke on 65.
Just thinking about that conversation I had at lunch where that supporter said 325 for Durham at the close. In that Durham-Yorkshire game last week, and we'll remind you of our email address, by the way, at the end of the over, Martin Emerson and Jonathan Deutsch were, and there was one of the gentlemen on their commentary team whose name I didn't catch. They all had a prediction of how long that game would last. And of course, as it got past each other, I'm like, I'm gone now, I'm out. And I think it beat 2 of them, and the third one had it at far longer. So they were the only one left in, albeit they were about 20 minutes or so from the deadline that they predicted. But I mean, here's a day if you've joined us, quarter past 5 it is now. If you've been at work today or not able to catch us on the stream, Durham won the toss. They elected to bat, and they've got runs all the way down the card. Clarke at the moment is the top scorer with 65.
There's 1 there to Clarke as Taylor comes into Delader. Oh, that didn't get up. Interesting. That did not get up. That completes the over. Let's have a look at this.
And this is with a new ball as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Wasn't quite.
No, it wasn't a grubber.
It
wasn't a daisy cutter, was it?
But the Durham card has Lees 41, Borthwick 53, Beddingham 40, Robinson 38. As you can see, lots of them getting in, but not going on. But more than handy contributions to build a total when you've got everybody, apart from Michael Jones, making it a significant impact on the game. Clarke's going to get 1 more here. Out to Matt Taylor in the hat. We've had two maximums today, both from Robinson and Clarke down towards the pavilion. They were both off Zafar Gahar.
Nice crowd here in Bristol, enjoying the sunshine. Remember, admission is free after tea here all season. So if you finish work tomorrow, 5, knock off a little bit early, come down, watch a bit of cricket, have a Thatcher's.
Delader needs 1 for his 50.
There we go.
That's the shot at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. Nice day for watching.
Yeah, it's the Jack Russell stand there, isn't it?
Graham did walk off with that slice of rascal cake, by the way. I did cut him a slice.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it would be rude not to, wouldn't it?
Oh, naturally, yes.
Singdale into Delada, who pushes at that. And the applause from those downstairs in front of the pavilion says that even after a long day in the field, Singdale relishing having a new ball in his hand at the moment.
Oh, bounce.
That was quite sharp. It was quite equally though. It was quite wide. Clarke probably didn't need to play at it, but I think Durham are in the sort of frame of mind where if it is not on the stumps, they will play their shots. And Delada again on that one, just back of a length enough that he has to defend.
I think we're going to get out of here at a reasonable time tonight, Ian, as well.
So 17:22 on my
20
watch.
past 6.
Yes, we're going to be a little bit over, but not a lot. And they're going to drop Zafagahar out here to give Delada a big gap on the leg side. That's the. So is it the double bluff? He can bowl the Yorker. He does pitch it up, and Delada's worked it past Josh Shaw. This is going to be his half century. Shaw will chase it. They'll take 2, and that's all there will be. But Delada's 50 comes off 106 balls faced, and he's hit 8 fours.
Yeah, very well batted. Looks an organised player.
Tidy.
Yeah.
I think you'd say.
Yeah. Still only 23 years old.
Somebody batting at 7 looks very capable. Singdale into him again. He's tried to pull that between Zafagahar and Josh Shaw, and he's got it too high on the bat, and it's rolled up in the end to Shaw at mid-on. And it's the end of Ajit's second over with this second new ball. 310 for 5. He has 2 for 52.
How has he got that there? Anyway, you can drop us an email. We did say this about 3 overs ago, but we're intrigued by this game here, which has moved on. There we go. There's the commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There's me, Dan Whiting, and him, Ian Randall. Let us know what your thoughts are. Talking about music from the northeast, some other good bands. Sting is from the northeast, isn't he? He's not saying, you know, massive Sting fan. Maximo Park, great band. Here's Matt Taylor. Punched out to Josh Shaw.
We've had some good catching today. There's been one chance drop. Well, actually, to be fair, there were 2, but the Zaffa caught and bowl was a really difficult one.
Yeah, it was.
The Chris Dent slip catch, he would expect to have taken. Probably 95 out of 100 other days he would have done. But apart from that, Gloucester have clung on to the half chances they have created.
Taylor. In, and that's beaten. Clarke. Well bowled. Matt Taylor's gone for the clean shaven look, hasn't he? He's sans beard.
Yes, Bomber as he's known, of course. That's the nickname.
Clarke defends that.
He was
Zafagahar at point.
So Ben Charlesworth signed an extension to his deal yesterday, which goes until the end of the summer of 24. I think it was it after Cheltenham last year where Matt, despite the fact he was injured, the club said, no, we're going to extend his contract for another year. So he now is in the last year of his deal. So he'll want to be out there playing and, you know, justifying a further extension.
Oh, where's that gone? Oh, it's gone just behind. Clarke
played it into his boot, I think.
Yeah. I don't think he knew where it was for a minute. Got a little bit late on it. I've seen those roll back towards the stumps. Clarke had it covered. He was ready to do the Mark Wood Aspria.
We boiled the kettle at tea. Jim has decided that a fizzy beverage is necessary. We won't say what it is.
Driven to point, no run.
You could hear the cry of wait on there, couldn't you?
Yeah. Wait on.
Yes. Oh, what's... Sorry, I got to be very careful what I say here. How can I describe that? The line when... what was the gag about the... I've got to be careful of our friends in the northeast.
Here's Taylor. And that's played to mid-off. Josh Shaw's in. And there's a shy at the stumps. But misses. That's the end of the over.
I can't
3-10 for 5.
I can't do the Geordie accent, but if you mentally do it in your mind's eye, was it a question to Alan Shearer's? And he said, "My dad was a sheet metal worker," and he said, "No, he wasn't as good as that." Was that the line? I think.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think that was the gag.
Do you know, Ian, that 2 of these Durham players went to the same school? Coughlin and Potts went to St Robert of Newminster Catholic School in Sunderland, same as Jordan Pickford.
Here is Shingdale in, and that's forced down the ground once more by Clarke. He may get 4 for that. Shaw's given up the chase, and that's because the ball's going to beat him all the way to the rope. That's a good shot. And a couple of emails. David Fenwick's been busy on the email today.
Great guy.
Good guests, he said. Graham van Pieren seems a really good lad. Championship cricket at its best. Well, it has been a good day. And on the Singdale action, Paul Spencer in Lancaster says a hybrid perhaps of Simon Jones, Martin McCaig of Kent in the 1990s, and a sprinkling of the fearsome Jeff Thompson.
Ooh, Tomo. Oh, what a shot.
That was very well timed. Literally boomed away. Right, Clarke away through mid-wicket. I mean, Miles Hammond, he said, you've got Shaw at an orthodox mid-on, and Hammond is quite straight at mid-wicket, but that's gone racing past him. And that also brings up the 100 partnership between these two. They put on... They came together at 214. So actually 105 now. Clarke again. And that's 4 more. He's really apparently seeing this really well. That's 2 really aggressive shots through the leg side, and it's given James Bracey a conundrum now. What does he do? Does he leave the 2 slips in? Does he have a word with his bowler about the plan? Is that a poor plan, or is that poor execution of the correct plan? We'll see. Clarke has gone to 80. 323 for 5. 12 overs after this. So this is Clarke's best score of the season. And he's crashed that down to wide. Third man. Good stop by Matt Taylor, and they will go just for 1. This is then the biggest stand of the day. 3 of the earlier ones, 71, 63 and 65 for the 2nd, 3rd and 5th wickets. But these two are pulling the game right away. Durham, remember, were 149 for 4 at one stage. And it could have gone any which way from there. And that's edged past. Has that gone past Dent? It has. It's gone down to the boundary for 4 more. It's to the left of the second slip. Didn't know whether he'd actually been able to stop that. So let's see how it's gone past him on the bounce. Didn't know able to just get his body in the way and block it on its way through. But he couldn't do it. And Ajit Singh Dale's figures have been really good up to probably this over. Actually, have taken something of a hit here. Clarke dabs that into the offside. They'll take 1, and the chase from Charlesworth will keep them down to that. This can happen, Dan, sometimes, can it? A new hard ball comes off the bat a bit faster.
Yeah.
And Clarke is having, not say pottered to his half century, but he's suddenly put his foot on the accelerator, and these two are at 115 now.
Yeah, I mean, he got his 50 was a sort of a run every 2 balls, wasn't it? 50% strike rate. And
have you just run up the stairs?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just go careful.
At my age, it's a very stressful thing to do.
Yes, Gloucestershire don't want to ship 50 runs here, do they?
No,
to
they
these
don't.
two?
No, they do not. No. There's the partnerships there. 115 this one now worth. Taylor looking to break the partnership. And that's caught behind. No. Oh. They were pretty confident there behind the cordon.
Umpire Newell not interested.
I'm not sure Taylor was that interested, to be honest with you.
Might have a second look at that. Whether we can do that before the end of the over. We'll ask Mr. Healy. He's put his thumbs up, so we might not get to it before the next delivery, but we'll get it to you. Zafar Hard just having a stretch. I think he may be back into the attack soon.
Oh, and that was in the air for a bit, and that's gone over. Chris Dent's gone into like a floating position. That runs away for 4 runs. And Gloucestershire getting a little bit frustrated here. Possibly need to just stem the flow a little. Here we go. Let's have a look at that. Oh, it wasn't. The bat was nowhere near the pad, put it that way. Matt Taylor wasn't particularly interested.
Only a fleeting appeal from the bowler, which tends to be the most telling thing.
Yeah. Here is the bowler, Matt Taylor, who hits Delader.
This is now Delader's record highest score in his career, by the way. It's just a small sample size. Only his 3rd first-class game, but he's gone past his 56 not out, which was his previous best.
Triple Nelson. Can Gloucestershire use this?
Well, I'm just standing on one leg here, just to make sure.
Matt Taylor's going to come around the wicket. This pitch is getting easier to bat on, I think.
Yeah, Zafar's definitely in the mood for another bowl.
Yeah, there was talk the other day, or talk earlier, about this might not be going 4 days with Durham's aggressive approach, but I'm not sure. I think this is a very good batting surface. Can't tell till both sides have had a go on it, can you? That's a nice shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Beats the dive of Josh Shaw. Actually, it's been held up a little. Is it going to make the rope? Shaw's after it. It will just about creep over the rope. It's one of those that teases and tantalises, doesn't it, Ian?
And that's the sort of one, I think, that Graham van Buren was chasing when he did his injury to his shoulder last year.
Yep.
You know, Josh didn't fling himself at the ball as it went towards the rope. Graham did. Ended up with 6 weeks out as a result.
Yeah, that was horrible, that one, from Graham Van Buren. Didn't even like discussing it with him earlier. That's how bad it was. I can just visualise it.
The hamstring injury he referred to
sounds horrendous.
That was also done here. That was in a T20 game.
Taylor around the wicket. That's chopped backwards. Chris Dent's down at third.
That was, I'm sure that was in a T20 game, fielding in that corner by the club office. Again, not chasing towards the rope, but coming round the boundary.
Right, okay.
And just, you know, pulling up big time.
We are going to see Zafar into the attack.
So just 6 overs.
He's going to have a go from the Ashley Down Road end.
Into this second new ball. So there will be some nice bat hardness for him here, which is what he wants.
Yeah.
Or what he may benefit from.
There's the pavilion. What a lovely ground it is here at Bristol.
Our commentary point, as you look at it, is in the top right-hand corner of that. That shot. So here's Zavagar back into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end with, let's say, the second new ball, only 7 overs old, only 6 overs old. This is the 7th. Just the one slip. In theory, probably 6 men saving 1, 4 on the offside, 2 on the on.
There we are in the top.
And Zafar has struck with an easy stumping for James Bracey. Deleda goes for 65, but he completely, having smothered the spin from Zafar with the old ball, he's been done with the new one, and the stand is broken at 124, and Gloucestershire have that vital 6th wicket.
Yeah, he just toppled over a little, didn't he? He lost balance, I think. Well bowled, tried to get back, did the splits. Couldn't. Yeah, my groin's tweaking just watching that, actually. Couldn't quite get back, and an easy stumping for the Gloucestershire skipper for this game.
A bit out of character. I mean, he looked very much in control, Baz Deleda, so it was a bit of an odd one to lose his wicket like that, but Gloucestershire will be grateful. It's a second bowling point for them, and Ben Rain's come out at number 8.
Yeah, Gloucestershire having seen enough rain this season, won't see any more, will they?
And what this does do, of course, is he is a left-hander, so with Zafar on the fit bowling now, that will perhaps just change his approach a little bit.
Yeah, you wonder if there's any sort of dirty stuff outside the left-hander's off stump.
So,
although Matt Taylor's bowled a lot of the overs, so I wonder if that's going to play into the hands of Ajaz Patel later in the game.
Well, Zafar's going to come over the wickets to Ben Rain. So Clarke has 81. I understand, Clarke already said he's only got one other first-class 100 in his career. Well, he hasn't got this one yet, but he's got one, only got one at the moment. Charles was going to get protective headgear again, and Bracey actually will not probably have too many easier stumpings than that, because you talk about delayed overbalancing, which indeed he did, and that meant that it gave Bracey so much more time. Brady just gathered the ball cleanly. It was a gimme, wasn't it?
Yeah. Kept well today, Bracey.
Yes, just well, no buys and just 2 leg buys in the day. So Rain with a slip and a short leg around him. Off the mark straight away. Up to Hammond at mid-on. 10 overs to go. Gloucestershire. Not another one of these tonight. Clarke, I suspect, is confident enough. Now, I wonder, given that only 100 stat, is he going to be trying to press on in these last 10 overs to get the other 9? He's not going to be going into his shell, you sense, too much. Little paddle, attempted paddle. It's gone out on the offside, and they're going to try and take a sharp single. Not if Chris Dent has got anything to do with it.
No.
He's in very quickly. There's never a run there.
No, he's probably the quickest in the side, Chris Dent.
Safa's second wicket of the day in this over. Ajit Singhdale has 2. Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw 1 each. Safa around the wicket to Clarke, who's steered that into the leg side. 1 to Marcus Harris, but that's all. And the throw a bit short for James Bracey, but he's gathered it. And Safa has 2 for 90 at the end of 24 overs. And there are the bowling figures overall. 2 wickets for Ajit Singhdale, 1 for Matt Taylor, 1 for Josh Shaw.
Yeah, Actor's not had a lot of luck. I thought he had a very good shout for LBW turned down, and he had a catch dropped.
Yeah, Graham van Buren said that Bedingham didn't think he hit the one that was adjudged not out, so that was a very tight call.
Matt Taylor going to continue from the pavilion end. Clarke, who looks like he's batting on off stump there. Hardly see his stumps.
Delayed his final figures, 65 from 117 balls with 11 fours before he was stumped.
So he batted very well. Driven pleasantly to Josh Shaw at mid-off.
Clarke's bat makes a pretty good sound, doesn't it? The timing looks decent.
I had a bat once. I'm not going to say the name, but they're a well-known bat makers. I don't think they're in existence anymore. But honestly, this bat that I had was the worst bat I have ever had. In fact, it was the best bat for playing the spinners with all the men round the bat, because it would just go straight down at your feet. Here's Matt Taylor, and that's a...
Was that because you couldn't time anything with it?
I don't think anyone could. Honestly, it was like just... I think it had woodworm.
Taylor's still got quite a well-spread field for Clarke.
Over the wicket, Taylor, short. And that's pulled away, finds the gap, splits the 2 men out there. Charlesworth and Ajit Singhdale. And 4 more to his total, just 14 away from a second first-class 100.
10 fours and a 6 so far for Graham Clarke. He's been out there just over 3 hours. So in championship terms, that's not too slow, is it? It's pushing on.
Yeah. Oh, through the covers. As someone from the North East, Cheryl Cole, would have said on X Factor, you've really nailed that, darling.
Yeah, that's a good shot. He has scored quite a lot square of the wicket, hasn't he, on both sides. He's quickly onto the... If there's anything on the leg stump or even on middle, he's worked it away square of the wicket on the leg side. If it's anything short, he's cut well, and for those Gloucestershire supporters, remember Chris Taylor in his pomp, he would in particular cut and pull really well.
Yeah, Gloucestershire want to see the back. They can get one more before the end of play.
Yeah, Durham, you need 2 points for another 2 runs for another batting point.
Yeah. 88 overs gone.
8 to go in the day, so we'll be probably only 4 overs beyond the 6 o'clock, which is
not bad.
Not bad. You've had a lot of spin today. Zaffar's bowled 24, so he will have bowled
a quarter.
Yes, in fact,
25%.
Yeah, it will be exactly a quarter if we don't see him again. But he's going to continue, so that's kind of what you would. I think he likes a long bowl, as do all spinners.
Yeah, he's very much a rhythm bowler, isn't he?
Ben Rain, new to the crease to take strike. He's defending, so it looks like attack at one end and defend at the other here for Durham. Rain's only got a single. He's offering support to his man at the other end. If you had a tweet, Dan, or an email, here's Rain, I'll say you that, and he's whipped that up to Miles Hammond at wide mid-on, and they've scampered through for one. I don't think he timed that exactly as he would have done. Yes, Dan's had a message.
I've had a message from a lovely lady called Laura Scott, Durham fan, saying if the commentary gig ever falls through, you could always get a part in Vera with that accent.
I don't think Dan's going to give that up any time soon. Clarke into the ground this time. So Jack Taylor at slip, both Dent and Charlesworth. A straightish cover and then a wideish extra cover. And Clarke tries to pierce the gap between the two of them. There is one right by the umpire at point. And Singdale will just allow them a single. He is on the fence, and that is Durham's 350. So 350 for 6. Their third batting point. And with still quite a lot of time to potentially get all 5. That could be close though, and it's average LBW.
That's
Rain
kept low.
has not read that, and Zaffar's got another wicket, so he's got a stumping with the new ball. And here, Rain has it's absolutely shot out of a foothole by the looks of it there. He's absolutely on the crease, and umpire Shanmugam raises his finger, and Ben Rain has to go. 350 for 7, but very little that he could do about that. Almost unplayable.
Yeah, that's not good signs for Gloucestershire, I tell you. Durham won't mind that. They've got 350 runs in the bank. Look at this. Oh, he's absolutely stone dead.
Almost nothing you could do about that.
No. Jost has been in touch on the email. Dobre večer, Jost. Hi to both of you. Very nice to have a dry start for a change. Gloucester toiling away is much better than rain covers. Watching the cricket, much more easy in person than cheering for national ice hockey team in a World Cup. Another loss. Oh, Jost, Slovenia I think you're from, isn't it? This weekend we'll play the 2 days limited overs cricket match. My favourite. Just can't wait. Take care. Is there any cake left? Not much, I don't think, Josh.
I feel that is not a great deal.
No.
I think the team here have probably demolished half of it. What should I do with the other half? Leave it for tomorrow. Or take it home. What should I do?
Terry Stewart, who is a Durham supporter, is enjoying the commentary and references to the North East. Much appreciated. One problem that the scorecard sometimes obliterates the play. Well, that was Jimmer, who was our producer here. He went to the toilet, so we do apologise. It's a technical issue, we call it. Jimmer needed the toilet.
So Paul Coughlin has come in at number 9, and he defends that out on the offside to Chris Dent. So another success for Zaffar. So in a sense, James Bracey's called that right. He's brought Zaffar back with a newer, harder ball, and he now has 3 wickets against his name, and Durham are 350 for 7, and we have 7 overs left on the day's play, and Jordan Clarke needs 9 for his 100. But I have a little bit of sympathy with Ben Rain for the bounce of that delivery, and Ajaz Patel might be rubbing his hands with glee at seeing that, because he might fancy a bowl from that end, if that's what's going to happen. 3 for 92, Zafar has.
Yeah, I just looked up Vera, because I didn't have a clue what Laura was talking about, and it's made me chuckle. Here's Actor. Short ball, and pulled, but only to Zafar Gahar. Clarke on 91.
What do we say? We couldn't see Matt Taylor and Ajit bowling right through, and that's proved exactly to be correct.
Exactly. Vera was set in Northumberland and North Tyneside, so there you go.
So potentially 4 overs here for Suman Akhtar if he bowls to the close.
Here he comes, and Clarke's just a little late on that. 350 for 7. Durham have shaded the day, but Gloucestershire won't be. They'll be pretty happy with taking 7 wickets, because this could, you know, it could have quite easily been a Surrey last year, but they ended up getting 600, I think. So I think they've done pretty well here. Here's Actor. That's crunched through the offside. That's 4 runs.
Hamlin lost the flight of that. He was 3 parts of the way to the boundary at point, but I think the ball was, it wasn't that far from him, but he didn't see it in the background. And Clarke goes to 95. I mean, Durham were 149 for 4, remember?
Yeah.
So you add 2 wickets to that.
Yeah.
And it could have been much less than 354. But
yeah, Graham Clarke's batted really well. Here he is about to face Actor, and that is gone for another 4. Lovely shot. Latches onto that really quickly.
no sign of nerves in the 90s there.
No. So here we go. The field's going to come in just to, as he's on 99. Yeah, they're bringing Dent up from 3rd into gully position. Actor past the umpire, and that's pulled there, and that didn't miss his off stump by much. It was a great take by James Bracey. Let's have a look at this again. It was short enough to pull, but again it sort of kept a little lower than the batsman thought, perhaps. He's Actor into the crease. Oh, and that's caught behind, is it? Big shout, not out. Gloucestershire, can't believe it.
Martin Yule should he shook his head straight away there.
He did. The bowler thought it was out. The slip cordon thought it was out.
Look, it's immediately, there's the head shake. Bracey's still appealing and Martin Yule shaking his head.
Clarke on 99. Lives to fight another day.
And he hasn't, his other 100 was in 2017 against Glamorgan. So it's a long time since he's been in this position.
They all go up straight away there. If you look on the replay, interestingly, they all go up straight away in unison. And that is often a telltale sign, isn't it? But the man who matters is the umpire.
Coghlan waits for Zafar Gahar in very warm sunshine now. Lovely conditions. And we've had a really nice day weather-wise. You watching at home was seeing that the light has been very good all day, really. Zafar round the wicket. Ashley down road end. Oh, Coghlan gets a bit tied up by that. Just squeezes it out. to Chris Dent. Zafra wheels in once more, Coghlan forward. Slip and a short leg. Dent for the little miscue off the leading edge is in a short cover. He's got a point mid-off and a backward point. Coghlan goes for the cut. Gets it past Dent. There's a tumbling stop from Ajit Singh Dale, who doesn't perhaps get to his feet in the most energetic fashion, but he's had a long day. He's had 19 overs today.
Gloucestershire just need to focus here.
Clarke on 99. Zafra the ball to him. Oh, he can't get that away. Ajit Singh Dale into field. 3:59 for 7. A really good day of championship cricket this. Zafra in once more, and did he find the gap, Clarke? No. To Singh Dale. That point, end of the over, he won't have the strike.
Come on, Zaffy, was the call from a member of the crowd.
I wouldn't say I've ever called it.
I love
that.
being in
5
Bristol.
overs to go. Clarke needs 1 for his 100, and he's just had a bit of a slap of the gloves from Paul Coghlan. But his innings has dominated the latter 2 sessions of the day, but earlier on, good contributions down the order. He had a good stand with Baz de Leyder, who made 65. And then further up the order, only Michael Jones, who made 13, has made a contribution of less than 30. So it's been a proper team effort from Durham.
Certainly has. His actor. Coghlan wants to push that into point, take the single to get Clarke onto strike, but can't get off. Laura Scott's actually been in touch and said that Vera is notorious for terrible northeast accents, so it wasn't a complimentary message. So wrote, think Murder She Wrote meets Biker Grove.
Yeah, somebody else has said Biker Grove on the emails as well.
Actor past the umpire.
You're looking for this single still, Durham, aren't they, to try and get Clarke onto strike. Matty Potts and Ajaz Patel, the remaining 2 batsmen. Wonder how much, Dan, you think, well, might come to that at the end of the day actually, rather than ask it now. Depends how many wickets are down.
Actor to Coghlan. That's a pleasant shot off the back foot. He's going to get 4 runs for that. Very nicely played.
This gets the punch of the gloves. I can probably do that now as the ball is retrieved. Do you think 400 on this pitch creates any scoreboard pressure?
Yeah, I think 400 on any pitch creates a little bit of scoreboard pressure. But, you know, I think it's one of those wickets where once you get in on it and the ball gets to 25 overs old, I think it doesn't really do a lot. Here's Actor to Coghlan. That's short and wide, and he's going to get 4 more there. That races down to that very fast part of the ground in that corner. And the score goes on to 3-6-7. Coghlan moves on to 9. Coghlan had a brother, Josh Coghlan, who played 4 games for Durham, but was released back in 2021. And he went away, he left Durham for a little bit, went to Nottinghamshire for a couple of years in 2018 and 2019, and then returned. Defends that. A lot of them move away, don't they? And then come back. The lure of the northeast brings them back.
It says something, doesn't it, about perhaps how and why they left a club, that they feel comfortable going back. You know, in the sense that there was no animosity in that departure.
Well, certainly in Botham, called for a transfer system in cricket. and I think there were. That's defended. I think there were calls that he was tapped up, perhaps.
So did he leave during the period at which Durham were kind of re-evaluating after the relegation? Yes, he did.
Yeah, the year after, because I think Stoneman and Borthwick left in 2017, Coughlin left in 2018. So, you know, I think Durham had a few financial issues, etc., and you know, were seriously punished by the ECB, rather unfairly in many people's eyes.
So Graham Clarke, he's on 99. There are 4 overs left in the day, and Gloucestershire are trying to prevent him getting the single. They've got 7 men in on the one here, and Clarke tries to fire it past Zaffa, and he can't do it. That's a good stop. 152 balls he's faced, as you can see. Thirteen fours and 1 6 he's hit. Zaffa again round the wicket. And Clarke works it into the leg side. That's going to be it. And the leap of joy says everything. 6 years since he's last made a first-class 100, and I think some Durham supporters away. In fact, that might be part of the coaching panel actually out in front of the scoreboard, giving him a big round of applause. And he's held this middle order together. Not only held it together, he's driven it along.
Yeah, well batted, Graham Clarke. And those who've come down from the northeast, the long journey, giving him a warm round of applause.
The deal now is to see themselves through to the end. That's a tight single.
It was very tight.
Coughlin's running to the danger end. It was his call, and the throw from Miles Hammond missed at the bowler's end, but it didn't miss by much.
No, very, very tight.
Now it's a question of what support the Durham tail can give to Clarke in the big picture here. And he just dabs that down out on the offside. Remember, they've got to 110 overs. They'll have the remaining 3 overs after this tonight, plus 14 tomorrow. And at the moment, they need 81 for maximum batting points. And there's an LBW call, and he's gone. Clarke goes, sent on his way by umpire Shanmugam. Zaffa round the wicket, and he's hit him on the back pad. He's right in front, and Zafar Gahar, with the new hardness of the new ball, has spun Gloucestershire back into this game with 3 wickets since the second new ball has been taken.
The theatre continues here at the Sea Unique Stadium. It's been a dramatic day, and it just continues to keep people on the edge of their seats. Clarke, having just got to 100, has to depart. Arm ball there from Zafar Gahar, just went on with the arm and hits him on the back leg as he's thinking he's playing for the turn there, and he's just gone on with the arm and hit him on the back leg and was going to go on and hit the stumps. 369 for 8. This game is brilliant. It's been a wonderful day's cricket, it really has. Both sides going at each other. You think one side's just getting away, the other one drags it back. It's really, really good game between 2 quality sides.
Yeah, and both really going hard at it. There's not a single negative thought out there, is there, at the moment? From
Not at all.
From either team. Well, Gloucestershire would really hope now to keep that Durham total under 400. However long it might take. Although, to be fair, Potts is no mug. He's coming out at number 10. And then Ajaz Patel at 11. So, Potts to take strike. And Zaffa might have his eyes on a fifer here.
He might well do. He might well do.
You can see 4 for 95, his current figures. And it'll be interesting to know, and I might have to look back at the commentary stats on this. At one stage today, he would have probably had something like none for 50 off about 10 overs, 8 overs. So in essence, he's taken 4 for 50 in 2/3 of his overs. On Potts lets that go. That's a leave outside the off stump. But Zaffer's figures now excellent and added to by this wicket. Is this the wicket, James? No, this is the last ball. This is the repeat of Potts' leave, which was outside the off stump and it was going away. But Zaffer now has 4 for 95, and certainly he would not have necessarily thought he could pull that round after a bit of early tap, shall we say.
He might be on for a 6 for.
Well, yeah, he might still fancy getting.
It's a scourge of Durham. 11 wickets in the game a couple of years ago.
Yeah, 5 for 50 and 6 for 51 in that game. That was a 2-day game. This would be. I don't think we're going to see this over in 2 days. But to be fair, it's raced along today.
Yeah. Actor. Defended. Goes out to Miles Hammond at point.
Yeah, Stuart McAllister might think he's got a chance of getting one of these two tail enders now in his last couple of overs of the day.
I think he deserves it, actually. I think he's bowled all right. Here he comes in, and that's a lovely shot. What a shot there, Coughlin. Touch of the Vivian Richards about that. Whips him through mid-wicket. Right, let's go round the country. So, Hampshire at Southampton, 326 for 6. Kent were bowled all out by Surrey for 278. Surrey responded. They're 48 for 1. Somerset, 309 for 500 there for George Bartlett. Essex, 298 all out in their game against Nottinghamshire. Division 2, I'll come on to it after this ball. All going off at Worcester. Leicestershire, 173. Worcestershire, 83 all out. Leicestershire, 29 for none. I hope the commentators up there are, on a match rate and not an hourly rate. I tell you, they won't get paid much. Glamorgan, 123 all out. Sussex, 192 for 4.
In that game at New Road, Chris Wright, 5 for 32.
Yeah. Actor in, and that's going to be a leg by to add to the meagre number of extras on the board.
That Worcestershire innings only lasted 21 overs and 1 ball.
Wow. Wow.
Josh Davey on loan from Somerset also had 3 wickets in that game.
I think Jack Brooks has gone on loan to Worcestershire as well, hasn't he? Actor in, appeal, half an appeal, strangled.
He wasn't selected in the end.
Wasn't he? No, yes he was. Yeah, he was. He got 18. None for 34 of 13. And he hasn't had a bowl in the second innings yet. Rishi Patel is on 17 not out. He's been in sparkling form for Leicestershire
There
this
was
season.
looking at the wickets column and he didn't take one.
That's a what a catch! Miles Hammond! That was in the air for a long time. That's the second quality catch today. And Actor takes his first wicket in professional cricket. And Potts goes for a duck. Great catch.
Durham have scored 134 runs in this last session, but they've lost 4 wickets now, and Gloucestershire have really pegged them back.
It's all going off at Bristol as well.
They were 338 for 5. So 338 for 5 to 374 for 9.
I think this is now even Stevens. And I think Gloucestershire should be very proud of the way they fought back in this game, because it would be easy for heads to drop. And I think that they've actually shown a lot of spirit and a lot of heart. And they've actually showed a lot of character.
Yeah, they've lost 4 wickets for 36 here, Durham, which at the end of the day probably gives the day a very different feel.
Yeah. Gloucestershire won't bat tonight, one way or the other.
And they will hope not to be long before they bat tomorrow.
Yeah. James Patel is the new man at the crease. And there are just 2 overs left in the day.
Thanks
if they bat well.
If you've been with us all day, I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. It's been really good stuff. And thanks for all your interaction on the emails as well. Zafar Gahar then to try and dislodge this last wicket pair, and the tall figure of Paul Coghlan, who's got 14, pushes that out to Chris Dent at short cover. A slip and a short leg in. Zafar into Coghlan, lets that go.
That turned though, eh? That really turned.
Zafar's figures, as you can see, 4 for 95. Round the wicket, Coghlan forward. Half an appeal from Zafar, but that was pretty optimistic. James Patel getting a slightly belated announcement on the PA. Perhaps Dan that also had a comfort break. Edged by Coghlan down towards third man. Ajit Singh Dale's on the chase, but he's not going to get it, and it will run all the way out for 4. Just a bit stiff there, Ajit, as he's running towards that. Not surprising, I suppose, given the day he's had in the field. Might be a nice bath job at the end, probably.
Yeah.
378 for 9. Durham would like another 22 from this last wicket pair.
I think I might need a nice bath. What a day's play.
Can they at least see the day out and give them a chance of getting that tomorrow? Coghlan all the way up to long off for a single. Harris is up there. James Patel, he bats at number 11, but he does have obviously test match experience with New Zealand. He does have a first class 50, so he isn't in the class of the other rather less talented number 11s we might have mentioned in the past, particularly if you go back into the 80s and 90s of championship cricket. So the left-hander waits for Zafar Gahar, and he's gone aggressive and he's gone over Miles Hammond and away for 4. Well, never mind, it's the last one over of the day. I'm just going to come in and have a bit of a dart, thanks. And whops it over Hammond and all the way up to the boundary at wide long on for 4. 383 for 9. 1 over to go in the day. And that wasn't exactly the expected approach from the last man.
No, it wasn't. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful day's place. The day of cricket here at the Sea Unique Stadium. Durham won the toss, elected to bat. They lost Michael Jones early. 1 nip back from Ajit Singh Dale without him playing a shot. Alex Lees then went off the bowling of Josh Shaw. Good diving catch by Zafar Gahar. Scott Borthwick was caught round the corner. Very good bit of captaincy from James Bracey. He went for 53. David Beddingham went for 40. Caught by Zum Akhtar. Chip 1 to mid-wicket off the bowling of Matt Taylor. Here is Zum Akhtar. And that's going to be off the legs. He's going to get 4 runs for that. That goes very fine. 4 leg byes, actually. Takes the score into 387. Ollie Robinson, he was caught by a really good bit of glove work from James Bracey. Under edge that just stuck in the end of the fingers. Graham Clarke got 100, batted really well. Got his side out of jail a little bit along with Baz DeLader. Clarke was trapped LBW by Zafar Gahar. DeLader was stumped by James Bracey off Zafar. Ben Rain got one that
grubbed a little bit, shot along the ground. He was LBW for 2. Actor bowls and Coughlin defends it. And then Matthew Potts was caught there by a fantastic diving catch by Miles Hammond to give Zam Akhtar his first wicket in professional cricket. Ian, do you want to go through the bowling figures?
I'll do that after the next ball.
Here's Akhtar. That's gone out to deep square. 1 run.
Ajit Singh Dale, 19 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 73. Matt Taylor, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 71. Josh Shaw, likely used, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 35. This is Zuman Akhtar's 14th over. As you can see the figures at the moment, 1 for 77. Zafar, 4 for 104 in 28 overs. After a bit of tap early on, he's turned that right round. And Charlesworth and Taylor just bowling 3 overs between them. Jack Taylor bowling 3 overs between them just before the second new ball was taken.
Here's Akhtar to Patel, who plays that rather nicely actually, down to 3rd. Just lets it run off the face. 389 for 9. But there's been runs here, there's been wickets, there've been some wonderful catches, and both sides have played their part to provide really good entertainment. If you're in the Bristol area tomorrow, come down because there's more of the same coming here.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire obviously would hope to bat for the bulk of tomorrow.
Yeah, they'd hope to. They'd hope to. Akhtar. That has gone over the top, and 1 bounce 4 takes the score into the 390s.
Perhaps the target was to get 400 tonight.
Well, maybe, yeah. They've got 3 batting points at the moment. Gloucestershire have now got maximum bowling points. So both sides have got 3 points.
Durham,
but for the entertainment they've served up today, both sides deserve the plaudits.
Yeah, it's been it's a vibrant day, I would say, of first-class cricket.
Yeah, crowd here still intrigued. Here's Akhtar. Last ball of the day. And that's that. Oh, I thought he'd nicked that. Coughlin. And that completes a really, really good day's cricket here. Unique.
Yeah, Zeman Akhtar finishes with 1 for 82 from his 15 overs. Just a push at that from Coughlin at the end, but Durham will start tomorrow. They need 7 for another batting point, and then probably anything after that they get is probably a bit of a bonus for them, but they're certainly well in the game. They've got Rain and Potts, who can potentially be a dangerous new ball pair, but Zafar Gahar finishes with 4 for 104, 2 wickets for Ajit Singh Dale, 1 each for Matt Taylor, Josh Shaw and Zuman Akhtar. Really good day. Tomorrow we'll have to go something to match it. Join us if you can on the stream from 5 minutes to 11. Thanks to James and to Dan for their company today, and for you for yours and your contributions on the emails. We'll see you tomorrow just before 11 o'clock.
well done, and he's done superbly. And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips. There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.